run to you at Cars and Coffee. Right? He asked me, he was like, hey, I'm like, you Thic whips, right? He's like, yeah. He was like, what you drive, man? I was like, E36 M3. You want to sell it? Yo, I did not wake up planning to sell my car today.
Oh, she's great, you guys. She's so good. I did not expect to buy an E36 M3 today. Alright guys, so this is the first video with the E36 M3. We are actually taking this over to CES Motorsport today because we're gonna see what we have. I don't really quite know what the bottom of this car looks like, but obviously we have a lot of plans in store for this. So the plan of attack for today is to just go to CES, throw it on the lift, take a look at what's underneath the car. We know that there's some sort of coilover suspension setup on this car that I think is actually pretty new, but I have no idea what the brand is or if it was even installed correctly. So we have a lot of work to do, but today we're just gonna kind of see the condition of the car, see what we're working with, and then we're gonna put a game plan together for what are the next few steps to get into this project. I did start ripping out, if you wanna show some of this, I did start ripping out some of the stuff that I know for sure that I'm not gonna need yesterday. Obviously, we're gutting the whole thing, so it's gonna be quite the process. Once we figure out what the deal is with the actual car at CES, I'm gonna bring it back home and start actually gutting the car. I'm gonna be pulling out pretty much everything. Like I said, we're gonna strip it down, and then I'm going to be ripping out the seats and putting in race seats and all that good stuff. Anyways, let's hop in the car. We got Andres filming today.
Yo.
He's the one filming today, so he's gonna help me out. Let's hop in the car and head over to CES. Solid, man. She drives really good. Everything is quality. There's like little quirks here and there, things that clearly need to be fixed, like the steering wheel is a little off center. So as you can see, the steering wheel is, I'm going straight. The steering wheel's a little bit cockeyed, so that's something that we're gonna address. But yeah, I ended up putting all these dash pieces back in and it works great, fits well, no problems there. There are some wiring issues that I'm gonna take care of. Like a brake light out, just silly unanimous stuff like that we kind of need to address. Looks like we're gonna be doing the Apex Arc 8 wheels. Keys Motorsports is gonna be sourcing those for me through Apex. I think in terms of actually tracking the car, what makes sense is to get the car in like the best stockish form that we can and take it out on the track just like that without making a ton of upgrades, because we want to see if the parts that we add when it comes to like suspension, tires, and wheels really make that big of a difference. We will do basics like brakes and like brake fluids and things of that nature. It should be a fun project, man. I mean, the car's, it's in rough shape. It's definitely a project car. I'm excited to just start ripping the thing apart. You know, like the window doesn't work and stuff like that. So a lot of things to fix, but it should be a really fun project. Thanks, Dad. Okay. First mod. Take a look at all of our inspiration. Wide body E36 M3. I think both of these are actually turbo builds.
Oh look, here's that grill.
Yep. So that's the mesh grill that we're gonna do on mine.
This is the luxury line.
Yeah, luxury line comes with these dumb things. So I think if it's not a separate piece, I think it is a separate piece.
Has to be like.
Yeah, I think it's actually clipped on from the back. It is. There's little screws back here. So we'll end up just taking this out and doing that mesh grill on the front, which will be, I think will look a lot better. But I'm gonna pull this whole bumper apart. And I also have a carbon fiber lip coming too, which should be fun. Just pulled up to the shop. So like I said, we're gonna throw this thing on the lift and take a look and see exactly what we're working with. Yeah, dude. We did it. I did order a bunch of stuff for the car already. Do you guys like the clears or the ambers? I actually ordered the ambers. Yeah, I think they're more like OEM. I feel like those look a little ricer to me. I was considering getting new headlights. I don't know if I'm going to, but I'm thinking about it. Here is one of the builds. As you can see, he has a full cage in it. It's kind of like the setup we're gonna be doing. He's got like the new carpet in there and it's all black. I think that I'll just run the dash all the way to there and then that'll be it really. And then he's got the one bucket. I'll probably do 2 buckets, to be honest. This one's actually in really good condition. This is a turbo E36 M3. They do like custom turbo kits here for these cars. But what I wanted to show you guys is this Nardo wide body E36 M3. This thing's crazy. So this, this would be like the ideal setup for my car, but I don't think I'm going to be putting in back seats. I mean, I don't know. If I can find like a rear seat delete, I think that would be best, but we will just do all black like that, and I'll leave out as much as I possibly can without it being too stripped down. That whole back wall over there are E36 M3 parts, full of E36 M3s. So that's, yeah, this is what they do here, man. They do the E36 M3s here. Probably one of the nicest cars you've had in here. It is the oh yeah, see how fast she starts up? Yes sir. Oh, I just love her. So we got a brake light out. I think it's that one. Yeah, left one's out. I'm gonna have to check that. No reverse lights, so I'll have to look at that too. Oh, I ordered a new diffuser too, because that one's kind of like fucked up. Yeah, the exhaust hangs pretty low, so I'm gonna take a look at that as well and see. I think actually they do custom fabrications here, so I think we're actually just gonna have him make me a custom exhaust when we get to that point. But you know, just basics, like we're gonna run through and get all the maintenance done, make sure she's good, healthy, and then do like headers and, you know, intake and all the basic stuff and some cooling, and then it's mostly suspension and brakes and stuff. She is pretty though. Sounds good for even stock.
Oh, I love it.
It's just so nice. It's so clean.
It purrs.
Yeah. Yeah, I got that sauce, boy. I ordered new hood struts as well, because those ones are just dunzo.
Too many of these fall on my head, man, so it's like, it's good to have.
Yeah. We'll see. Yeah, I'm curious to see with the back, because I'm going to have to pull all this stuff out too. Yeah, we got things hanging out. All this will get replaced. I'll replace all of this down here. Well, we're going to find out. This is all got to get replaced. I'll just go ahead and take that out. Don't need that anymore.
Those are the brake duct channels.
Yeah, all those I'm going to order new ones.
So, you know, these are very typical things that
Is
used
this
to happen.
fender liner then?
Yeah, that's all it is.
I'll probably order a new fender liner.
Most of the
too.
times, it's called zip ties.
Yeah, we'll do some zip tying.
You know, these have gotten destroyed over the years. I mean, that happens. You know, that's what that piece is there. Same thing with this piece. You can actually replace those if you want.
What is this guy? Is that atmospheric?
Yeah, those are like other sensors. That one actually clips into this duct here.
It looks like they are usable.
Oh yeah, they're very functional.
We can still use them. I just need to get the other pieces that they clip into, right? So obviously we have some oil.
Yeah, pretty typical. You know, a lot of times you'll see the oil pan might have a little bit going on. These drips might be coming from the
honestly, I'm from right here actually. Stripping.
Possibly. Valve covers used to be notorious on the 95s, the 96 to 99s. They usually have a leak that's back here in the back corner.
That actually looks different. We need a new glue.
Right. The Gibo is probably needing it. You see how it's got some cracks here? That's wear and tear items.
Yep.
The rubber Gibo there, that can be replaced with a brand new one.
Okay.
We've torn those apart before. That's just from your AC.
Yeah, that's just water condensation.
Sometimes you'll get a small little drip here from the trans. That's pretty normal for these seals. You can see how it was. They tried to seal that back up a little bit. Yeah. Overall, it's not terrible. I mean, it's not extremely wet down here, which is good news. Power steering, sometimes they're notorious to have leaks, you know, in these areas where they're here and here. So we'll have to, you know, check that a little bit.
Oh yeah, what is this suspension? Take a look at that.
Oh yeah.
I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Some eBay brand?
Well, they're coilovers, right? Hendo, what's this suspension? Do you know? It's gold with blue shocks.
eBay Customs? I think that these are just some off-brand. Honestly, I can just order the KWs through Brian and get like a good quality V3 setup.
So far, everything's looking really good. One of the big things that you'll probably want to do is upgrade your sway bars.
Okay.
So they have upgraded thicker sway bars and the end links here, the rear camber arms. These you can get nicer ones that are adjustable. I would definitely do those, especially for a track setup. We like reinforcing the rear subframe bushings, all 4 points.
Okay.
Here, and here. With poly mounts, PowerFlex makes some really nice ones. Same things for these.
Oh, it looks like this is why this is sagging back here.
Oh yeah, that's broken. Yep. So you need to get some new
So that's
hangers
for the muffler, right?
for the muffler. Yeah, axle's looking good condition. I mean,
Don't look too bad.
once everything's cleaned
She's
up,
just dirty.
yeah,
It's
it'll-
really
you'll
all it
really
is.
tell. So that's pretty cool. You have a 6-bolt diff. Typically the OBD2 cars from 96 and up had the 4-bolt input flange on the differential.
Okay.
So this is more like a 95 style with the 6-bolt flange on the back. So this may be a 315 gear instead of a 323.
Interesting.
But we'll see, because the 95s had a 6-bolt drive shaft like this.
Okay.
And they had a 315 gear ratio, whereas the OBD2 cars had a 323 gear ratio and a 4-bolt. One of the other things that's a weak point are these front bolts here. So on the US spec cars, we only got 1 bolt that was like this.
Okay.
That bushing can go out and that bolt can break. They have a reinforcement plate that you can actually put. Active Auto Work actually makes a really nice one.
Okay.
Where you kind of bolt in here. You can even upgrade the bolt to a little bit more hardness and get the bushing upgraded too. We could do like a sub bushings reinforcements for the diff to get some upgraded ones in there to keep it nice and strong.
Okay.
It does have some upgraded trans mounts too, it seems. Can't really tell what brand. It looks like it's got some green on it, but might want to just refresh and get some new ones there too, just to be on the safe side. And stock shifter kit, so if you wanted to do an upgraded short shift kit up in there,
Oh yeah, I see it.
you could also do that. There's a couple nice ones out there. The old school Rogue Engineering was probably the best short shift kit out there at the time.
Okay.
And then again, you can also upgrade these if you want to put some new, they call them lollipops, put these with some new poly bushings. Depending on how hard you want to go into this overhaul,
Yeah.
you can replace these arms too. Obviously the front sway you can replace as well, and get the new bushings. And the linkage actually looks pretty decent, but that can come with new linkage as well.
Bolt on it. It looks like.
Yeah,
too.
yeah, it looks like those might have been
Something was
replaced at one
replaced.
point in time.
This
when
bushing
the
is Dunzo.
when the suspension was.
But if we do the sway, it comes
Yeah,
with a new
it'll
one,
come
doesn't
with all.
it?
Yeah, it'll come with all that, and there'll be the
Okay.
polys, so you don't have to worry
we'll
about
do
that
that.
too much. She's got the original cats on the car still,
So we gotta get
Cats
rid of
right.
those.
and it does have the O2s in place, primaries and secondaries for this one. They're
No
the whole
resonator.
dual system. No, it would just be this whole thing and straight piped out to the muffler. You pick up a lot of weight savings with that, and you can see how there's some really tight restrictions.
Yeah,
So with
tiny.
oh yeah,
Look at that thing.
so with a full exhaust
Freaking
upgrade,
2 fingers, dude.
really.
What was that, an inch and a half?
yeah, it looks like it drops down to maybe 1 3/4 or 1.5 inches. So that will obviously help free up some flow.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the bane of everybody's existence, this heat shielding, when it starts to get eaten up and
Yeah, it just starts to drip,
Falls all over you.
falling into the car.
Yeah, and you itch
Right
for
into the
days.
exhaust.
Yeah, it's terrible stuff. I would recommend just pinning it back instead of like cutting it, unless you rip it all out. You know, it might be recommended for us to do upgraded fans on it too if you're racing it. I definitely recommend keeping the stock fan clutch. That moves a lot of air. We always recommend keeping it. A lot of guys do a fan delete to pick up a little extra horsepower, but I think it's more beneficial to have the extra cooling.
Okay.
You can always upgrade the AC fan and put bigger fans there instead.
Okay.
Electric fans that'll kick in should flow a lot more air. Even though this one does a great job, you can get smaller, more streamlined ones and even larger ones if you wanted to. You know, I mean, everything else, man.
So lots of little things.
It looks, yeah, but this minor stuff, man. I mean, very minor. I mean, it's just wear and tear stuff.
Yeah, basic stuff that's going to happen
You know?
either way, regardless.
I mean, the overall structure and everything, I mean, I don't see any like cracks or breaks or weird stuff going on that would
Yeah.
suggest that this car had been in like an accident or had some major damage at one point. I mean, all looks just like pretty good.
Yep, that's kind of what I figured.
That's so awesome.
Okay.
And looks like he's got the braided line upgrade
Yeah, there's some
here.
sort of stainless line
Yeah.
on the car.
Yeah, that was upgraded probably at one point in time. Yeah, so you already have actually braided line set on the car.
Yeah, it's got. He said he did braided lines. I have no idea what that suspension is.
Yeah, that's a good one. There is a part number there. Maybe we can look this up right here.
I'm willing to bet it's an eBay part number.
Well, it's 800 200 2820. I mean, it doesn't look like terrible. How's the ride?
Squishy.
Gotcha.
It's, you know what I mean? It's you can tell it's just not like a quality.
Yeah.
But I think after we're done with it, it's going to be great. I think we'll get it to where she needs to
Oh
be.
yeah, this is gonna be so much fun.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun, man. I'm excited.
Really and truly, all very minor things. when we cranked her up the first time and listened to the motor, everything sounded good. No excessive Vanos rattle. You know, she sounded smooth. No lift or tick noise.
It drives good too. All of like
Yeah.
the gear synchros feel okay.
Good.
Like nothing feels weird in the trans. No slipping. No like clutch pop. Like
That's what you want.
yeah, dude, she drives just like perfectly.
So again, you know, all fantastic news,
Not lucky,
man.
I'm telling you. I found the coilovers.
I would switch out
These
the
look
power.
stock too.
What? Trailing arm?
Good job.
Power plug.
Trans mounts, we're gonna do AKG, and then motor mounts we'll do OEM, right?
OEM, yeah.
Okay. All right, cool. So we just wrapped up talking about the car, taking a look at everything. So obviously a lot to go through and a lot to unpack. But what we're gonna do first is I'm gonna handle my stuff with basically like gutting it and getting all the seals replaced. And I think we'll even go ahead and take care of the wrap because that's scheduled for next week. A couple little bits that we're throwing on the exterior, and then we're gonna bring it back here, and she's gonna go under the knife for most of the maintenance stuff that we just talked about, which are like the bushings. We're gonna do the trans mounts, we're gonna do motor mounts. Just take a look at some of these little like oil leaks that we have, and then we're going to end up actually building out an exhaust for this car, more than likely like a custom exhaust. I do need to order miscellaneous stuff like the exhaust hanger mount on here and little things here and there. We're gonna do sway bars front and back, poly bushings, and yeah, so it should be interesting. We got quite the project in front of us, but it's nice to see that the car overall, outside of the normal wear and tear maintenance stuff, is solid. Like there's no weird cracks anywhere, nothing to be too concerned about. But once we get all the maintenance dialed in, I think that we're gonna throw it on the dyno, take it out to the track, drive it, see how she does. Honestly, before anything though, I probably will replace the suspension because this has like some janky $500 coilover kit on it. I'd like to put the KWV3s on and just have a decent suspension and tire and wheel setup and some nice brakes before we hit the track. We'll go out, hit the track, get some experience with her, and then come back, and then we will dive into performance stuff with them, where John, you know, he actually fabricates and makes a lot of his own parts for these cars because they've been doing them for so long. So at that point, we'll be able to make a little more power, make her sound a little bit better, make her handle a little bit better. It should be fun. And we got the approval from John.
Yes, we do.
She's got good bones.
She sure does.
Yeah, it's gonna be
I'm
a fun
actually
one,
really
man.
impressed with how well she's held up over the years with everything. I mean,
Yeah.
the car looks really good condition.
I agree. Yeah, it's gonna be a fun project, man. Looking forward to it.
I keep saying it, but I'm so excited. It's bringing back a lot of memories. I was
giving
wrenching
you
on
excuse.
these, you know, many years ago.
I'm giving you the excuse to work on them again.
When was the last time you worked on yours?
No comment. No, it's been too long.
He's got
you know,
3 beautiful ones
Maybe
sitting
this will
right over there.
Spark another.
Yeah, it's already coming back to me.
Yeah, there you go.
And it all starts with zip ties, huh?
Zip ties are your friend.
Yeah, there's just a lot of like really funny things with this car. The previous owner didn't really want to have to like put the money in to fix it, so he just kind of like glued things here and there and just like, you know, kind of makeshifted stuff. But we're gonna do it the right way and actually replace the parts. You know, we definitely want to make it a track car, but it's also going to be a street car. So you know, we don't want to be too far into track territory where this car isn't enjoyable to drive around on a daily basis around the street. So it will be a good happy medium. Like it will look really good. It will be pretty functional. The maintenance will be up to par, but also it'll be a great track car. So it should be overall just a really fun project for all of us. The thing about these older cars, like the plastic just disintegrates as you start removing stuff. Oh, cool. Nice, dude. I love that, how these windows do that. So classic. dude, we did it. We gutted the living shit out of this interior. It's a lot of stuff. I'm gonna get the rest of that little carpet out, and then I'm just gonna do a vacuum. I want it to be like as dust free as possible when I take it into the wrap shop. And then once we get to the wrap shop, we're gonna start removing all the seals and like the sills and all that stuff and replace them. So after they do the wrap, perfect when it goes back together. And then we'll figure out what I'm gonna do with this interior. I'm gonna think on it, man. I do wanna try and keep this car, you know, like a street track build, but I do also wanna make it like look decent in here and not like completely a shell. So I do think that like adding the carpet, like a new carpet back in is the way to go. However, I would just make it easy on myself when it came to the installation, and like I wouldn't have to remove everything to put it back in. But for the back, I would like to find like a DIY. This is where I have to do a little bit of research. I'd like to find a DIY to basically do like a rear section delete, because obviously like the cage will be here and everything, so it won't look terrible. But yeah, we made some really good progress. Like, this is amazing. Okay, here's everything out of the car. This is going straight in the trash. I think for now I'm gonna keep everything else in the other garage, just so I have it, just in case I need something. Like I said before, the majority of this stuff is going to be discarded. I'm gonna put the driver's seat back in, just so I can drive it to the wrap shop. We're pretty much at the point where we start putting things in that are going to remain in. So, pretty crazy. Fully gutted. Oh my God, the car's gotta be so much lighter right now. It's crazy. Interesting finds. I didn't even know this had a CD changer in it. So that's pretty crazy. It has a remote keyless entry system. Lots of stuff. Not even gonna lie, that was quite the task, but we got it done. And now we have like the perfect platform to build on. Stripped down, clean. I vacuumed everything out to the best of my abilities. But just wait, once we get that brand new OEM black carpeting in here, clean up all this stuff, start getting things back to fresh and brand new, this thing, I'm telling you guys, it's gonna be a good one. Okay, so pulled the headliner out, taillights are out, pretty much everything is off the car. Diffuser, moldings. Do have to get this guy off, and the rear one. I have a feeling these are just gonna come off in a million pieces. But most importantly, we got the entire headliner out with all of the moonroof, sunroof controls, which has gotta be over 50 pounds worth of shit. So I'm gonna weigh it tomorrow probably. Side skirts, lights, moldings, front end. This bumper, I'm gonna keep this bumper. Seems like the bumper's fine. I'm going to remove this grill down here. These, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with this. I'll figure it out, but I've got new fog lights going in. But the bumper's in decent condition, so we're just gonna keep it. I did end up buying new gaskets for the, oh dude, it's so nasty. For these. Got a new diffuser coming, all of the moldings and everything. Headliner staying out. I'm not gonna reuse this. No point, race car, don't need it. So she's pretty nasty in here right now, all that stuff. So I'm gonna remove the harness for everything. We'll lose all our dome lights and obviously the moonroof controls, but we don't need it. Don't need it. And then I have a carbon fiber piece, like a block off plate coming for that. We'll do the rear seat deletes, clean that up, new seats, roll cage. Auto Magicians right now are doing all the dents. Obviously you guys saw the new windshield It's nice. This is all the dirt that was just like falling out of the car as I was doing everything. It's gross. Here, dude, all the whole piece. It's gotta be 50, 75 pounds, something like that. It's crazy. The wrap has arrived. So I think what we're gonna do next week, we're going to wash the car and then start on prepping it for the wrap. We have a lot of just stuff we need to clean, and then we have to do a lot of sanding to get this to the proper point, but she's ready. She is ready for all of it. I'm gonna pop all this stuff out. I think I might buy new headlights. They're looking pretty rough. So we did just get the wrap in for it. So we're gonna be hanging film pretty soon. But just to give you guys an idea of kind of what we've done so far, sanded everything that we needed to sand so it is nice and smooth, ready for the wrap. We won't see any inconsistencies when the wrap is applied. Obviously, the whole front end is off the car, pulled some of the lights that we needed to remove. Ended up throwing on a stud conversion kit. This is by ECS Tuning, and I believe the actual lugs are Mishimoto, the lightweight lugs, which are pretty nice. Gonna have all this stuff linked down below for you guys. Pulled off all of the moldings, all of the clips. Gonna be replacing all that stuff. The side skirts are off the car, the mirrors are off the car. Pulled off all of the trim. Gonna be replacing all of this trim as well. The inside trim down here. It was disgusting getting that stuff off. We are doing the sunroof delete, and I have a carbon fiber plate that goes in here. And then for the inside, so obviously this is the carpet that I got from Shoe Mile, and it is gray. Originally I was gonna dye it black, but then I was like, you know what? I actually don't mind the gray that much. I think this is kind of like an unpopular opinion, but I kind of like the gray. So I'm gonna roll with it rather than going ahead and like dyeing it and doing all that. I think that the gray actually is kind of sick, and once I'm all finished and I have everything in here, it's gonna look pretty nice. So all new stuff coming for here, trim, sill pieces. Some of the stuff I already have, it's all upstairs in boxes. But I did get my Hard Motorsport lightweight door cards in. Gonna wait to do that until after we wrap. But yeah, so just a lot of miscellaneous, like boring stuff that you guys probably wouldn't have enjoyed watching. You're gonna see sand marks like everywhere. We did have to do quite a bit of sanding. We did get out the majority, I'd say like 95% of the dings. There are some really little like weird gnarly ones, and we're actually gonna use body filler on these and just Bondo over it and then clean it up, sand it down, and wrap over it so you won't see any dings whatsoever. There was really only two that we couldn't get out. This guy, which is pretty gnarly, but it'll be easy to fill that with body filler, and then this guy. Other than that, everything else is perfect. Car looks flawless. Obviously all this stuff up. Now this is really cool. I am gonna be replacing the lights back here, so we'll have brand new ones, but this is sweet. So I found a company, well actually Shoe Mile sent me this company called M3 Parts, and they make these reinforcement plates for the trunk latch on the back. Now my trunk latch was actually broken. This is a brand new OEM one, and what was happening is the latch wasn't working, so people were slamming it harder and harder to get it to lock, and it ended up cracking underneath here, like on the actual body. It ended up cracking the trunk. So I guess that's pretty common with these cars, and that's why they sell these plates that reinforce it. But now that I have a new latch on and the reinforcement, shuts like a charm. Perfect. I did find a nail in my front right tire. That's why it's flat. Doesn't really matter. We got wheels and tires coming. This is kind of interesting. I do think that this car was at one point in an accident or something happened to it. This fender doesn't really look like it belongs on this car. It just looks a little bit different than everything else. I think that this car might have been in an accident at one point. Not that it really matters for us, but oh, and then I also went ahead and got some new hood struts. I'm telling you guys, it's like those little things that are so satisfying. I did realize that looking at my headlights, this one is like super cloudy and that one's super clear. So I think I might, either I'm gonna replace both of them with like some new ones because all the tabs are broken on them and they just look kind of shitty. I was gonna try and roll with these ones, but I don't know, man. I feel like I'm putting so much time and energy into this thing. It's like you might as well go all in and get some nice new headlights. Tell me what you guys prefer. Do you guys like the LED, like the new style LED angel eyes, or should I keep it like period specific and keep them kind of old school? I'm thinking about just keeping it old school with like some nicer or bulbs or something. So yeah, things are coming along. Not even gonna lie, I have like 10 to 15 hours into this thing of prep work. It doesn't seem like we made a lot of progress, but we have done a ton of work. And really what it comes down to is if you want a good quality wrap, it's all about the prep work. That's what's really gonna give you like the best end result. But today we have something pretty exciting. So right here, this is the Macaw rear seat delete kit. So this is the entire rear seat delete kit for this car. It blocks off everything in the back so we don't have that passageway anymore and it's nice and clean. And then of course, from Keys Motorsports, we have these Sparco QRT-Rs. Now I was gonna go ahead and do like the carbon fiber ones or like the Kevlar carbons, but they're literally twice the price and they're on back order. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna get the basic ones since we can get them right now, save a little bit of cash. And here's all the mounts and everything that we needed. So this is gonna be a interesting process. I've done racing seats before, but they were on my Integra. So we'll see how this process actually goes. I don't think it's gonna be too difficult. We'll figure it out. This, on the other hand, I have no idea what I'm doing with this, but yeah, I'm sure we'll find our way through it. So that's the goal for today, you guys. Rear seat delete and Sparco install. Let's get into it. All right, so this is the full rear seat delete. I think it's 6 pieces total. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're gonna figure out exactly how it goes in. My only concern with this is that it is like a sheet metal. And so without any kind of like foam or padding, potentially run into like some sound issues. So I don't know, I'm gonna install it and kind of see how it goes in. And then from there, we might change some stuff up and add some either Dynamat or some like sound deadening foam, something like that. Wow, dude, it looks really good. Like, it fits in here super snug. You are gonna hear stuff like that. So this has me thinking that the way to do this is to put foam underneath it and like foam back here and stuff, so you don't hear all that. There's actually like some big dips in here, so we're gonna fill it with the wadding and this stuff, and then I'm gonna run a strip along the back, and underneath the strip we'll use a little bit of this adhesive sealant to make sure it sticks and doesn't slip around. And then we should be good. All right, it says next to do the quarter panels. That's these guys. Really just going off the photos that they have on their website. Looks like I'm doing it correctly. So, I put the quarters in, trying to see where these rivets are. Some people have them on the outside. Some people have them on the inside. And once we get the roll cage, we'll have to cut some stuff out to make it fit. So I'm gonna kind of like place everything in the spot that it needs to be in and then go ahead and put the screws in just to make sure we're good on fitment. So I'm gonna put that really big piece in and then we'll do like the wheel hub pieces. Can't say it's the most exciting thing to install. It's kind of a bitch. These you just tap into the top of this. Once it's screwed in, it should be pretty good. Weird because like it doesn't seem like the angles are right. Like, this is definitely the way it goes in. If you lean it up against that, that angle isn't right. And if you do it like that, that angle isn't right. It's almost like they cut it incorrectly. It doesn't make any sense. Like what? It's funny because when I look at the website here and I look at their image, it might be hard to see on the camera, but you can see like caulk or like silicone or some shit that they used. Yeah, dude. So, I mean, dude, that's, your angle's all fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is like wildly off. I mean, everything is in. It's like solid, you know, this is all the way down. These are bolted up. It's tight, the fitment's good, but these just seem to not be cut properly. There's no way. I think we'll just hold off on putting these in. Okay, here we are ready to install these Sparcos. I'm gonna show you guys a few things that we have here. So first off, these are the base mounts for the E36 M3. We have the driver's passenger side. You can tell because they have the little seatbelt flange. We, however, are not gonna be able to use this because, well, it doesn't really work with this. I either have to buy like a custom bracket to make this work, or I have to take this apart. Not quite sure, not totally worried about it right now, since the car is not really being driven at the moment, but we will figure it out. But when it comes to assembly, the way this works is you have the mount, the base mount, which obviously goes on the floor of the car, and then you have the sliders, which go on top of this, and then on top of the sliders, you mount these, and then these go to the seat, kind of like that. So I'll figure out exactly what settings I end up doing. I'm gonna like test fit it and just keep everything kind of loose and sit on it and see how I like the fitment of it, and then probably adjust from there, and I'll let you guys know where I end up at. We're gonna start with the front one being in the second hole, and then I think the back one, we're either gonna do the top one or the second one. So here's the slider for the passenger side, and then of course the mounts for that as well. Now when it comes to the actual hardware, you're gonna see I have a lot of different hardware here. Basically, it seems like these fit the best, these M8s, and you're gonna wanna use them in various sizes, and then obviously like some locking washers. I have some normal washers, and then obviously some nuts. They do make a hardware kit for this, but it is on back order. And so I just went ahead and bought my own hardware. I actually went ahead and ordered some M8s that are like these, that are black, and Allen head finish. I think those are gonna go better with the car in general. So when those get in, I will switch that out. But for the rails and everything, these should be just fine. So in terms of like the process of actually setting this up, you wanna go ahead and mount these directly to the base, and then mount these directly to the seat, and then go ahead and put the seat with the actual brackets on it onto the adjustment levers when they're mounted on here. I did find out that you will need the sliders in order to make these QRT brackets work with the seat mounts. For whatever reason, I had to have those. I couldn't just go ahead and put those brackets onto the base mounts. It wouldn't bolt up, so I had to have these guys. But either way, that's a plus because now we have full adjustability on both seats. All right, let's get into it. The gold hardware is actually kind of fucking sick. Also, something that's really cool about these seats is all of the padding and everything comes out with Velcro. So you can wash it easily if you have to, which is really nice. And then also, there's a big hole in the bottom if you want to run like harnesses, which obviously I think down the road we'll probably end up doing. Another thing that I realized with these seats versus like the Evos is these shoulder bolsters are a little bit lower and they're not as aggressive. So if you're wearing a helmet, these aren't gonna get in the way. So yeah, these seats for the price, man, like, it's just the way to go. And they're just like the classic, simple Sparco bucket seat. I think they look so good. I'm actually considering doing these in this Supra as well. All right, so now that we have these brackets on, we're gonna go ahead and throw on the sliders. So you're gonna assemble it like this. So if this is the driver's seat, obviously, just remember your seatbelt thing, and then we'll go ahead and put these guys on just like this onto here. I believe we need to mount them to the furthest holes out. We kind of look at it. Yeah, so we're gonna wanna mount them to the furthest holes out. This is all pretty self-explanatory. This one's gonna be a bitch to get to because it's like underneath there. I'm not really sure how I'm gonna do that. Let's go ahead and get those sliders on. So you just want to keep them both relatively loose at this point, and then make sure that you have everything lined up. Looks like everything is lined up. If you need to like adjust these while they're on there, just put your foot on it, pull up on the silver lever, and then you can move it in and out. You'll have to move it in and out to actually get the bolts in. So before we actually throw this onto the seat, we're gonna put the lever on so we can move these in and out, because we're gonna have to move this all the way down in order to put the bolts
into the bottom of this. And then the same thing with that side. We're gonna have to move it all the way out in order to put the bolts up. You wanna make sure that your bolts are going upwards on this part because you don't want them hitting the inside of the tracks. Obviously these bolts downwards so they don't interfere with the track. And in order to make this work, we actually have to bend this open in order to meet these two ends. What are you eating there, buddy? Oh, dude. Okay, so we're gonna pilot these guys in. I got these that I've been using, same ones that I used in the bottom that go to the actual bases. And these ones are gonna come upwards. All right, so I had Lewis hold this on while I was putting it on. It's kind of pain to do on your own, but you got these two guys on here. And then everything is like relative, it's just like hand tightened so you can move everything around because I wanna actually put it in the car and then see like how it feels and how it fits before I actually go ahead and do final fitment. And now that we have it like this, we can go ahead and pull the lever and push it all the way down, probably flip it over and put in these two up top. And then we should be good for test fitting. All right, there we go. Completed. That's how it should look once it's finished. A little bit worried about these guys down here because we still have to get a bolt onto the actual car. That worries me a little bit. I might have to actually go ahead and buy a shorter screw for these or just cut that off, whichever one I find easier. But that's an easy fix. Honestly, the fact that like I don't have the proper hardware kit has made this a little bit more difficult. I've really had to improvise on a lot of stuff here. The gold is actually kind of dope, man. I don't hate it. Imagine in the Supra, it would actually look really good because I have all those titanium gold bolts. Anyways, let's go ahead and put this in the car. So as I suspected, you'll see that my bolt that's coming out of the seat bracket is hitting the bolt that comes out of the floor for the actual mounting point. All of this is custom, really. The option that makes sense, I think, for that one bolt is to just do a super short guy. You know, one that's probably half as long as this. Because right now I'm actually using an inch long bolt in there. And we could probably do like a 1/2 inch or so. That way we won't be hitting that bolt that's coming out of the floor that we need to use. So, but for right now, that's not a big deal. I got time to do that. I'm not really worried about it. The other one over here looks good. Back there, got 3 in, plenty for us to at least sit in it and see how it feels. That's really all I wanted to do today, is I wanted to get these in and kind of figure out like my position in it. Dude, just wait. This thing is gonna be so nasty. I have all of the interior stuff upstairs. I have like the lightweight door cards. I got a new wheel coming. I'm doing something really cool with the center portion. And then we're gonna have a cage back here doing this. Dude, it's starting to look like a car. It's starting to look like a car, boys and girls. I'm so hyped. This thing feels pretty sick. I think we might have to go lower. Like, I like sitting this high up, but I think with a helmet, dude, I'm gonna hit the top. But it looks good and it feels good. The seat is nice, dude. I want these in the Supra so bad. In terms of like evenness, it feels really good. Like where it is feels perfect, but we're gonna go one lower. I feel like it's a little too high up. All right, so your boy's 6'2", just keep that in mind. But this is where we were before. We were up there on the back, and then we were up here in the front. So I dropped everything down 1 space. I think that should be enough. And if worst comes to worst, we'll go all the way down up here, but I don't think we're gonna have to. It was really close to good where I had it before. Adjusted that and then tightened all of the bolts down, made sure the bracket was straight. It says in the manual to have this facing downwards so you have more leverage to pull up, but I kind of find it to fit a little bit odd facing downwards because it's like really close to this and your hands sort of hit this when it's like that. It makes more sense in my opinion to pull it out, flip it around and have it that way because you're still going to be able to move it all the way up even with it angled up a little bit, but it's not going to hit your hand against this. So I feel like it makes a little more sense to flip this. So I'm going to do that. Yeah, see, I think that makes way more sense. So I flipped it up. You still have plenty of room to move it up and down and it's not hitting this. All right, so new fitment is good. Let's go ahead and throw it in. If that all checks out, which I assume it will, I'm gonna go ahead and put the other one together and then put them both in the car. Just imagine, like one right here and then roll cage.
harness. Dude, told you guys this thing's gonna be nasty when I'm done. So 6'2", those are the settings that I used, and I think they worked out really well. This, I feel like I'm gonna have enough room up here. Clearance looks good on all sides. I'm like far enough up to the seat. I have room to move up and down. I'm gonna go ahead and put together the other one and run the car. Look at how good these look, you guys. Oh my God, dude. I'm so hyped. So yeah, she's starting to come together. Starting to look really good, except for my my flat tire. Wah, wah, wah. But yeah, I took the headlights out. Gonna be replacing those. Just decided it's gonna be easier if I just get new ones. I did the Euro glass housing. But let's take a look, man. I'm really feeling this. Really feeling this. Interior starting to come together. The back, so I just like 3M'd the top of that on for right now, but you can see that there's a gap at the bottom. But what I'm gonna end up doing is actually cutting the angle. Just gonna shave off part of that so it slides in a little bit more form-fitting. I don't know why it fits like that, but whatever. We are gonna have to cut a hole in this piece anyways for the roll cage when I put it in, because I'm assuming the roll cage is gonna go from over here back into like the wheel well area and mount in there. So we're gonna have to be doing some customizations in there anyways. But dude, for the time being, oh, look. So sick. They're so comfortable. I can't wait to drive this car, you guys. I'm so excited to drive this car. So I have a little bit of work left here. I'm not going to film this part, but I'm going to use a little bit of this filler. We're going to go ahead, take care of this little ding, and then this little ding, and then they start wrapping tomorrow. So this thing starts changing colors tomorrow. I'm not going to tell you guys what color we're doing, but most of you probably already know. I have so much stuff coming for this car, you guys. Actually, the wheels showed up today. But yeah, you guys, damn, super hyped. She's coming along. As always, a huge shout out to the sponsors. Huge shout out to the sponsors who make this possible. These are from Keys Motorsports, you guys. So I'm gonna have everything linked down below that you need to do this on an E36 M3. I'll even put in all of the bolts that I'm using because I kind of had to like finesse some stuff together to make this all work. There is a bolt like package or like hardware kit that you can get from Sparco, but from what I understand, it's on back order. So I'll put down below everything that I used. Looks so good. In case you guys want to get these for your car, highly recommend them. I'm actually going to get I think I'm going to get the Kevlar or like the normal carbon ones for the Supra because I really, really like them. And like the weight savings is huge. They're not electronic anymore, but think about like how often you actually use the electronic controls in your car. I never use mine. I set it to where I want it and then I never touched it again, unless like someone else is driving. But these are adjustable just manually. Obviously, if you want to like go up or down, you have to like kind of set it to where you want to be. I just set the passenger one to the same one that the driver's is. And so for reference, I'm 6'2". I think I have plenty of room. Like I think I'm gonna be fine with a helmet on. And I think these are gonna be fine with a helmet on. I don't think we're gonna have any issue with that. Yeah, really like, dude, I love them. They turned out so good. I think they would look really good in the Supra. Like the Kevlar, like the yellow carbon in the Supra. Anyways, huge shout out to Keys Motorsports. Thank you guys so much for sending these out. Like I said, all the products linked down below. Thank you guys for watching. A lot of the content on the E36 up to this point has been like a little bit kind of boring, but we're getting into the good stuff now. So we're gonna go ahead and hammer through the wrap and then put on all of the new OEM parts that I have sitting upstairs. I have thousands and thousands of dollars in OEM parts. I'm literally replacing everything. It's gonna be so satisfying. This car, when we're done wrapping it, it's gonna look like a brand new car. So we have that, and then the wheels will go on, and then the car will go over to CES, and we're gonna start working on all of the performance stuff and getting the KW V3s put on, upgrading the braking, going through the engine, fixing all like the seals, the gaskets, the polyurethane bushings, the motor mounts, stuff like that. Long trek ahead, but it's gonna be worth it. I think this car is probably gonna be like one of my favorite cars that I own. I just put so much time and like sweat equity into this car, man, and we're not even close to finish. We have so much work to do. We did it. It's blue. Laguna Seca. Laguna Seca is the color that we ended up going with on the E36 M3. Now you guys, there has been a lot of work that we have done to this car up until this point. There's a lot of work that still needs to be done, but I at least wanted to give you guys like an update video of kind of where we are at, because I still have a lot of parts that are on order that just aren't here yet. As you guys know, right now it's really difficult to get parts anywhere in the country. So I just have a lot of things on order for this car that just aren't here yet. And rather than like making you guys wait any longer, I figured why not just show them at least the new color and like the setup, and we'll kind of go from there. But the color that we went with for the car is Laguna Seca, arguably one of the best BMW OEM colors ever offered, at least in my opinion. I've always wanted to do a car in this color. I don't own an E36 M3 yet, so I figured why not make the E36 M3 Laguna Seca blue. And so here she is, you guys. Let's talk a little bit about what we've done so far, who is involved, and what is coming up in the future. So let's talk about the obvious, which is the color change. Sensational Tint Wraps and Detail. They did the wrapping job. This is now Laguna Seca by Inozatec Film. However, I did have a few things painted because I felt like paint would turn out a little bit better in certain parts. The front bumper is actually paint matched to Laguna Seca. Local company here called Cars Metrics did the paint job. It is really, really good. Super, super clean. They dialed in the paint match. Yeah, I really have zero complaints with that. And then we also did paint match on the mirrors. So the mirrors match identically. These are super complicated mirrors, a lot of seams. I really didn't even want to mess with wrapping on that. I figured I'm gonna go ahead and just paint it. So that's what I did. Those turned out really, really good. We also had the paint shop, my body shop, go ahead and sand and primer both the fenders and the hood. If you guys remember how bad the condition of the previous hood was, that was why I went ahead and sanded it. And that is why it literally looks like paint. It is in fact wrapped, but that prep work really saved us a lot of work in the end when it came to wrapping it. This thing looks unbelievable. It looks absolutely flawless, brand new, OEM Laguna Seca. It's honestly incredible. Like, I can't believe I'm sitting here looking at the same car that I had a couple of months ago that was black and just like falling apart. Unreal transformation. So now going along with the wrap job, you know, you guys saw this car completely stripped down. I replaced every single trim, seal, gasket, molding that you can find on this car with brand new OEM parts. These are all brand new parts. OEM, from factory. I did not cheap out. I went all in and made sure I got all OEM parts. It was not cheap. It was a lot of money. I grossly underestimated how much that would actually cost, but I'm glad that I did it because the car, I personally feel like in the future, these cars are gonna be worth a lot of money, especially when they're in good condition. And it just feels really good to have done it correctly and like the right way and properly, and really going through the car myself and changing every little thing. Because really this car is so old that anything that you remove, it's so brittle that it just breaks. So it's like you're gonna have to replace it anyways. Rather than trying to use old cheap parts or aftermarket parts, I decided I would buy brand new OEM parts, and I'm really glad I did. So in addition to all of the side moldings being brand new, new side skirt gaskets, new trim seals. Now, like I said, I am waiting on a few things, one being the trim that goes along here. That's just something that is difficult to get right now, but I did replace all of these. The inside gasket seals. You'll see the door sills are all brand new now. I am waiting on this to come in. Obviously, you guys did see that we have the Sparkos in and the rear seat delete. My cage actually gets in next week. So one thing that this car did come with was a broken window motor. So we ended up fixing that as well and doing that yesterday, which was not the most fun task. But if your window isn't working in your E36, that's probably something that you need to replace. It's right there. You got to pull out all this. We literally pulled out the entire window in order to do it. The exhaust stuff, you're going to see that the exhaust hangs oddly low. That's because the exhaust hangers are actually broken. I have new ones at home, so I have to put those ones on this week just to make this like a little bit better, but obviously we'll do like an aftermarket exhaust system on this. The guys over at Dent Magicians helped us out with all of the like little dings and dents on the car. There were a ton of them, like all over the car, and they really came through and just fixed the whole thing up for us. We had a few that were pretty gnarly on the hood. We ended up using Bondo and filler on those just to kind of get it to a place where it was solid. But yeah, man, she looks super good. And again, this is one little trim piece that I'm waiting on still. There's just like little stuff like that all over the car that isn't quite put together yet, but it will be soon, so not a big deal. This one is also getting replaced. Comes with like the little gasket seal. So when the cage gets in, I will be having that painted. I'm not going to tell you guys what color we're doing, but that will be painted, and then we will install it, and I will film that install for you guys. Obviously, I'm missing my sunroof delete here. I have a carbon fiber one coming, also another part that has just been delayed. Going to the back, again, brand new moldings, everything, brand new diffuser. This trunk did not close before. I bought a brand new latch, and I bought a reinforcement plate so it will never crack again. Closes perfectly every time. Brand new black M3 badge, brand new BMW roundels, both front and back. Dude, she looks so good. I decided to stick with these tail, you'll notice that the bulb is out on one of them. I decided to stick with these taillights because I do like the way that they look. I have another set coming. I'll try them out and see if I like them. But as I said before, the front lights, these are all brand new. So the fog lights are brand new. The headlights are the glass European style depot headlights. They are brand new. These are also brand new. I really like the original OEM amber lights, in my opinion. I think they look really good. The previous owner put these clear ones on, and my OEM amber side markers have not arrived yet. I am gonna have OEM brand new amber side markers as well. So yes, I'm replacing literally everything with brand new OEM parts on this car. Interior will be coming along. I have a new steering wheel coming. It's gonna be made by Aza Auto Wheel. It's custom. I think you guys are really gonna like it. I have a whole new center console deal that I'm doing. I have lightweight door cards to install, new shifter, new short throw. We have so much stuff to do, you guys. This is really only the beginning. But like I said, I didn't want to keep you guys in the dark anymore. I just want to kind of like update you with where we were at. I did end up switching over to the mesh style grille. So that is OEM, brand new, BMW. This car originally had the executive package, so it had like the slits in it. And then we ended up doing a little bit of carbon fiber. This is all from Souvenir. Shout out to those guys. Carbon fiber grills. I do have like normal black ones at home, but I figured I'd just try these out and see if I like them. I don't mind them. I think they're pretty cool. They go along well with the carbon fiber lip that Souvenir supplied as well for this car. So the one last thing that we did, which actually happened today, is we did go with the Apex Arc 8s in a staggered fitment. These are 17 by 9 in the front with an offset of 30 and 17 by 9.5 in the back with an offset of 35. So the deal with a fitment like this on this car, this is a pretty aggressive fitment. I am actually having the fenders rolled tomorrow. If you want to run this size on this car and you don't roll the fenders, you are going to rub. So I am rubbing right now on the back. The way that these fenders are designed, it's pretty gnarly. Like they stick right out like that. You really need to aggressively roll these in order to tuck those. And then in the front, I'm actually going to be running, I have a whole new suspension for this car, not installed yet, but we are doing the KWV3s this weekend. And then I'm also putting on my camber plates, which will allow me to run a little bit of camber. And then also in order to clear the strut, you need to run at least a 5mm spacer. I only had 10s on stack, but as you can see, it's like it's poking out just a little bit right now. This car also needs an alignment like super duper bad. So that's going to be happening in the near future. For the tires, you guys saw that I ran the Azenis RT660s on the Supra on those silver wheels that I had. I really, really like those tires. So I went with those again on these Apex Arc 8s. And honestly, dude, I think they turned out really good. I love the way they look. I know that they handle the way I want them to, and they're a little bit cheaper than your Michelins. So that was the move for these. Also, I did get a stud conversion kit by Mishimoto. Shout out to ECS Tuning. Those guys really helped out with that. They do have locking lugs on here as well. And then, dude, of course, my little spinner center caps. But yeah, she looks amazing, you guys. I can't wait for you to see this car just out at car shows or in person and to make more content of it. So in addition to all that, we have a brand new front windshield. I didn't even want to mess with the old one. It was super beat up. Brand new seal for that. We removed all of the tint on the car, so there's no more tint whatsoever. I kind of want this one to be a fishbowl. I just think it's going to look really cool once I have all the accents like the roll cage and all that in there. The roll cage should be an interesting one. We do have to drill through the car and bolt through the bottom. That will be a fun install. I also have the lightweight wing coming for this car. I did receive one lightweight wing, but it fit terribly bad, and I ended up getting it off of like eBay or some shit. Decided to just return it and not go with it because it was pretty poorly made. So I have a line on another one that I ordered that should be really good, and then we are gonna actually just have that paint match so we don't even have to deal with wrapping it, and it should look pretty good. So you guys tell me what you think so far. I think it's honestly a super solid setup. I'm really excited to have this in Laguna Seca. This is honestly one of my favorite colors that you could order a BMW in when they were offered on the E46. And yeah, I love the way it looks. It's kind of hard to tell on camera. It looks a little bit darker, like looking through the camera right now, but it is more of like a lighter teal blue color. I've noticed that in like certain lightings, it just comes across a little bit different. But yeah, it's just a beautiful color. So the aim for this was obviously, you know, street track build. I wanted to keep it very OEM plus, and I think that that's kind of what we've hit. But like I said, this is like the very beginning, you guys. We have so much work to do. We haven't even started with any of the engine stuff. I have bushings, seals, gaskets, oil, trans fluid, all that stuff that we need to do. I have brakes at home. Obviously the KWV3s we're gonna be doing, but I'm gonna bring you guys along for the ride on all that stuff. I just kind of wanted to knock all this basic preliminary stuff out because honestly, it wasn't that exciting. It was pretty boring. Under the hood, you guys, it's actually super clean in here. This engine bay is like actually not bad for the amount of mileage and year of the car. We ended up replacing the hood struts. That's super common on these cars. They go out, so now the hood stays up by itself. And then I have a brand new cowl and window seal up there. But other than that, everything in here is mostly untouched. We will end up doing that M50 manifold and a lot of fun stuff. We're gonna get into all that. A lot of maintenance things, like the fan needs to be replaced. Honestly, for me, this car is gonna be a lot of fun when it comes to like the driving and really honing in on my driving skills. That's pretty much the point of this build. I also wanted to mention all of the sponsors who are involved. There's so many people. Sensational Tint Wraps Detail did a lot of the, like pretty much all of the wrap work, and then they did a great job. And then also Cars Metrics did a lot of the body work, a lot of the painting, ECS tuning. They supplied a lot of the just random parts. BMW, obviously, they supplied me with a lot of the OEM parts. Keys Motorsports was also a huge help. CES Motorsport is going to be a future help with this car, just like the build and getting it up to par from what it was before. If you guys remember, I mean, this car was in really bad shape when I first got it. I bought this car a couple of months ago for $5,000 at a car show, and now we've turned it into this, and it looks unbelievable. I would never sell this car because honestly, the amount of money that I'm going to be putting into it, I'm never going to get back. So this is kind of like a build for me. And I just wanted to do it my way and the right way, and I think that's kind of what we're doing. So let me know what you guys think. Laguna Seca E36 M3, super excited to have her back, super excited for more content on it. But as always, thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Peace out. Good morning. Hello all YouTube family. Today we are working on the E36 M3. What is happening, guys? Welcome back to the channel and welcome back to another video. Today we're going to be reassembling some of the interior. We're going to be throwing in a Dynon short shifter kit for the E36 M3. All right, so I've been kind of like waiting to put some of my interior pieces back together. Did go ahead and get a new shift knob, and we have all of the OEM factory stuff here. So we're going to be slowly reassembling the interior. I waited to do all of this because I wanted to put this in. So obviously I have the short throw kit from Dynan. This was supplied by ECS Tuning. Huge shout out to those guys. There are some instructions here if you'd like to follow along and learn how to do it. Looks like it fits a bunch of different cars, E46s, all the way up to M5s, lots of good stuff. But basically the way to do this, we gotta get underneath the car. We're gonna jack the car up, put it on jack stands. We gotta pop out the securing clip with like a flathead or something like that. And then we should be able to pull it out from the top. The way that I have it set up right now, this thing's a mess. But the previous owner, I'm pretty sure like glued this thing on here. I've put all my force into it and I can't get it off, and they should never be that tough to get off. So I might have to break that off when it's actually off the car. But basically we just pull off this rubber piece right here. We're just gonna go ahead and lift it out. It literally just pops right out. And then we can access some of the stuff from the top, but we are gonna have to get underneath to get to that linkage, the shift linkage, and remove that clip. And then we should be able to get it out. It shouldn't be that tough. This is obviously like a short throw kit, so it makes the throw a little bit shorter, and it's gonna create a little bit more of like a notchy feeling, which I sort of like. It's very like rubbery and loose feeling right now. This is gonna help with that a lot. Plus, this is just like part of putting the interior back together, which I really am excited to kind of see this car come back together. Once I put in my lightweight door cards and I have like my new steering wheel and the cage and everything, it's gonna start to look like a complete car. Right now, it's just sorta in shambles. I can also run a harness when I get my roll cage in, which will be dope. So that's the plan for today. Let's get moving. We're gonna go ahead and jack the car up first and start working on it. All right, got her up on jack stands. Pardon the fan noise, but guys, it's super hot, so I gotta run that damn thing. Okay, the AC dripping like crazy down there. Don't worry, it's not oil. So this boot needs to come up. There we go. A little bit harder with one hand, but that is what we're dealing with. Look at how jacked up my factory one is. Dude, it's just completely destroyed. If you can take all this stuff off beforehand, it's gonna make your life a lot easier. But unfortunately I can't. But the clip, we should be able to get that retention clip off with a long flathead screwdriver. Something like this we'll probably do. So let's get under there and see if we can find it. All right, y'all, you're gonna have to bear with me on this one. You can see just the bottom of the boot, and you can just barely see that plastic piece showing. Below that, above this giant drive shaft, is a little clip that holds the linkage in place onto the shifter. So the idea is to remove that clip and then pop out the linkage, and then we should be able to pull the piece up. So there's just the edge of that shift linkage, and there's a little C-clip on the edge of that shift linkage. So we need to pop that off. I'm gonna go ahead and do that now. All right, so to sort of give you an idea of what's going on, here's the new shifter, right? You have the shift linkage that goes through, there's a pin that goes through this, and then on the other side of that pin is this little C retaining clip. It's gonna be fastened on the other end like that. This was the tool that I used, a little pick tool to get it off, and that just seemed to work the best because I could go from underneath, grab the edge of it, and just pull, and then it popped right off. So that's that. And then once you remove that clip, you just pop out the actual pin from the linkage, and then the linkage will disconnect from the shifter. Here's the new one, obviously. Looks really, really nice. All right, so to explain the next part to you guys, I am gonna need two hands to do it, so it's gonna be difficult for you guys to see. You can see down here, my shift linkage and everything is out. But the way to get this actual shifter out is you need to rotate this plastic ring in here. So I'm gonna wedge the needle nose in there on that plastic disc, and we're gonna turn the whole shifter and the plastic ring 90 degrees, and then it should pull the complete assembly out. All right, so now that it's out, it's a little bit easier to explain, but you have those clips around there. You're literally twisting the whole thing. I think it was like 90 degrees, maybe a little bit more, and you'll feel it, it just pops right out. And then you can go ahead and remove the entire shifter. It should be a little bit easier for you because you can take off your shift knob and your boot. In my case, whoever put this on, pretty sure they like cement glued this thing to here. But that is effectively how you remove that, guys. And then it's just a matter of throwing in our new one, which, oh my God, is that gonna be satisfying. Brand new, beautiful, clean shifter. I'm looking forward to it. All right, so if you guys are doing this, just make sure that you read the instructions because everything is literally in there that you're seeing me do. Applications are different depending on which kind of car you have. Since I have an M3, you need this little ring. It's like an adapter ring. And then they do give you some extra O-rings if you need them. Once we actually install the shifter, this is gonna go right here on the bottom side, so we are gonna secure that into place. And then of course, everything will go back together just like it was. We'll have the shift linkage come through. Make sure that you clean and grease your linkage pin and the inside of this, and then go ahead and slide it back in, and then go ahead and lock it back in with your clip. When the shifter comes, it's gonna have these retaining clips right there, and then one inside under there. We need to move those up to this notch, only for the M3. So pop, we're gonna move that all the way up to there. That allows it to sink deeper into the actual gearbox area. So retaining clip in there, Check out the instructions, see it in there. So now it is fully lubed up. All the rings have been moved around. If you guys damage any of the bushings, those little like rubber washers, they give you a couple of extra ones just in case. So now we should be able to put it in the car and it should sink all the way down. And then there's a retention clip that's gonna go on the underside, and then that little retaining clip, and we should be good. This guy's literally just gonna whoop, pop in there like that. And it should be flush. Like super tight with that washer. Nothing should be moving around. I'm gonna go ahead and pop underneath the car. While I was under there, I did go ahead and clean up the actual shift linkage, and then I'm going to re-grease the actual pin that goes through the bottom of the shifter. Okay, controversial moment. Dynon tells you that you need to run this little like adapter thing. I was not able to get the entire shifter all the way through with that adapter ring. As soon as I took the adapter ring off, it went right into place. And then I could get that retention clip underneath on the bottom of the shifter secured. With that adapter ring though, there was no way that was happening. So I don't know if like, maybe it's for certain years, but they definitely say M3 adapter ring. And you would assume that that's to be used with M3s, but didn't work for me. So I just discarded that and now it works perfectly. It fit flush, went all the way in, and I could get that clip on the bottom. Tools are a funny thing. You just kind of buy them as you need them. Nothing quite like a mid-installation run to the hardware store to grab a $35 snap ring pliers. But that is what we had to do. In order to get this guy on, you are going to need this guy. If you need one, I'll have it linked down below. So you can see the blue poking through right there. That is where that snap ring is gonna go, just on the end. All right, there it is. I got it in. There's no easy way to put it, you guys. That part sucks. We are good to go underneath the car. Let's go up top, start playing around with that shifter. Good boy. Oh, dude. Never leave the grease opened on the ground. You squirt. All right, pretty much done here, boys. I called BMW, ordered this boot. It should be here tomorrow. I have a new actual like shift boot coming as well. I already have a shift knob. But let's go ahead and hop in the car. We now have everything hooked up so we can like move the gear around and see how it feels. Nice, I like it. It's good. It's a much shorter shift, that's for sure. A much shorter throw, a little bit more like of a notchy feel, but I kind of like that, to be honest with you. The stock one is just very like rubbery and has a lot of float to it. This feels like I can feel the gear better, you know? This feels a little bit better. Yeah, that's good stuff right there. Let's throw the shift knob on. Now I'm not gonna like slam this thing on yet because obviously I still have some other parts that are coming, but at least we can, you know, get a little visual representation of what we got here. Oh yeah, guys, frickin' money, dude. This thing feels great, awesome. That is a job well done, my friends. All right, what is up, guys? We are back at CES Motorsport. Like I said, we're gonna knock some stuff out today, getting the car on the lift. Let's show you what we got. So I just went with the Brembo blanks for rotors, very, very basic. These are the backs, these are the fronts. For the pads, we did StopTech Sport, StopTech Street. For the backs, this is just kind of like all they had in. I just took basically whatever they had. This isn't like a track setup, but you know, if you're going to be doing track, these are just cheap and easy to burn through, and you don't really have to spend too much money on like nice, you know, slotted rotors and all that stuff. So I just went with these. These are all from ECS Tuning. Big shout out to those guys. This is basically just going to be like my street setup, and then when we go to actual track mode, we're going to probably be doing some hawks or something a bit more aggressive with a lot more bite. I do have a couple of other things that showed up here, some bushings, differential bushings, poly bushings, a universal flex disc that I need to replace, and then a rear sway bar reinforcement kit. Probably not going to get to that today, but I am going to knock all this stuff out. Today is just going to be a fun little E36 M3 day. This isn't going to be like a DIY or anything like that. There are plenty of E36 M3 DIY videos when it comes to brakes. This is a very easy job. Should be a good one. Shout out to CES Motorsport for allowing me to use their bay today. If you guys are in the Monroe, Charlotte area, you need work done in your car, tuning, right now they're actually tuning this Supra with F80 Paul, but tuning and dyno or performance installs or really anything with BMW and a lot of Supra stuff, this is the place to come. I'll leave their information down below. Let's get into the video. All right, man, let's get to wrenching. Yeah, we really need an alignment on this thing. Got to get those camber plates in. We got a subscriber in the house. Shout out to you, bro. I just met him. He's got the Thic Whip badges on there, the American Panda badges. He's heard about this shop from the videos, and he's doing a 93 pump gas with meth tune via boot mode F80 Paul. So very cool. Love it that people come to this shop and they hear about this shop from me on our videos. That's really what we're trying to do, is really just trying to educate people and bring some value of some sort when it comes to the BMW and Supra gang. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and pull off all the wheels and get started with this brake job. But yeah, it shouldn't be too difficult. I think I'll start with the fronts. All right, man, got everything off. Super exciting. These are trashed. Dunzo. Got everything off here. Had to take off the stud conversion kit. Completely forgot about that, but we are good. So now it's just a matter of reassembly. So I'm gonna start with the fronts here. These are the fronts. I'm gonna unbox these and just start reassembling, and then pack up the pads with some grease, slap them back in there, and then we are gonna do a brake flush, fluid flush today, and a refill. First one is done. All right, I just went ahead and knocked out the backs. Don't worry, you didn't miss anything riveting or exciting. We got the new pads in, got the new rotors on, all four corners. Looking good, looking good. Looking good. So now we're gonna go ahead and bleed the brakes, and then we are going to grab some new brake fluid. The guys over at Liquid Moly are supporting this build. They've sent everything we need. I believe in here or in, oh, nope, that's my oil. Should be brake fluid in there. If not, we have some back here. So this is gonna be a complete flush, all new brake pads, all new brake rotors. It should help tremendously. Huge shout out to the guys over at CES for allowing me to use this bay today and just knock this out. I haven't done brakes in over 10 years. Let's go another 10 without doing them. How about that? There's no way around it. Brake jobs just suck and they're annoying. So, especially on like an older car where everything is just completely filthy and rusty. Anyways, let's hop into the flush and put in some new brake fluid. And we'll be on our way. Time for fluids. Going with the Liquid Moly .4. Dude, I'm really excited to like hear and just feel the difference. It's fun because like every little thing that I do to this car just makes such a big difference, because everything that's on the car is so bad and so old. So anytime we're replacing it, it just really improves the overall driving experience. Can't wait to get into a lot of these bushings, my flex disc, like a lot of these things are just destroyed on this car. And yeah, it's gonna be, man, it's gonna be such an overhaul. Such an overhaul. All right guys, you need anything done? This is the shop to come to. We just wrapped up all the brakes, wrapped up everything, torqued down all the wheels. Fun little project. Like I said, it's been a while since I've done brakes, man. That brought me back to my Honda days for sure. But she's looking good. So I'm gonna be back in here in CES next week. I'm gonna be doing all my sway bars, the sway bar upgrades by Turner Motorsports. Before I forget, big shout out to the guys over at ECS Tuning and Turner Motorsports for all of the brake parts. I'll have them all listed down below for you guys if you're interested. But yeah, we got a bunch of parts that we're gonna be doing on this car next week. I will personally be doing them in this shop. It's kinda nice to have a lift, dude, not gonna lie. But we're gonna go ahead and hop in the car, see how the braking feels. You gotta remember, man, the brakes that I had on this car were toast. The brake pads, toast. So this should make a really big difference. This car already has a braided stainless steel brake line kit. So with everything else, this should make a really big difference. Let's hop in the car. All right, you guys get to see the very first of the braking. I'm nervous, man. What if it doesn't stop? Oh, dude. Oh yeah. She's driving good now. She's driving real good now. Dude, feels like a whole new car. I never thought I'd be so excited about braking. Just like fresh, smooth, easy brakes. This thing is really coming together, man. So here we go. We've got the KW V3s. If you guys are interested in purchasing the KWs, I'll have them linked down below. These are from Keys Motorsports. So for this, I'm actually just gonna kick off with the rears first. So put the car on all 4 jack stands, pull off the wheels, go from there. Cage just showed up. That's gonna go to paint today. We're probably gonna end up taking a break here after I finish this side. So this is from Auto Power. I believe I ordered it from Evasive and it took like, I wanna say 3-4 weeks for them to build it. But yeah, you know, basic cage. Can mount up my harnesses on here. It's got the crossbar, it's all welded. They make cages in all sorts of different styles and weld-ons and like bolt-ins, all different ways, but that's what this one's gonna be. So not gonna tell you guys what color we're doing though. The color is gonna be sick. It's really gonna go well with this car, I think. So hoping end of the week we can start getting this interior back together. I also have the door cards I gotta put on, but so let me knock out the rest of this side and then I'm gonna go ahead and take that to paint and then we'll work on the rest of it. Look at the girth. KWs are much more girthy. So here's the new setup. I'm gonna toss the shock in first and then toss in the spring and we'll be good. This side is good. I basically just set the measurements for this side comparable to what I had before. I can fine tune all this stuff when I get back into it. So I'm gonna knock out the other side. Obviously same process, just the other side. Yes, sir. Oh, the joys of working on older cars. So we have the old coil here and the new one by KW. However, we do have to reuse our top hats. Problem we have here though is these are toast. The bearings are dunzo in it. The bushings are completely cracked through. It's interesting because we have the Supra and like everything just works out because everything's so new. But like with these older cars, man, like this is just how it goes. You run into roadblocks, things have to get replaced. that is this side. I'm gonna go ahead and knock out the other side. Then I'll go ahead and hook these guys back up and we will be good. Still got some torquing to do. Mostly everything is done. These are all just hand tightened right now. Still have to torque them in. When you first are putting all the bolts in, just put them in like hand tightened because you want to be able to have a lot of flexibility to like move stuff around and get bolts in there. So yeah, super exciting stuff. Yeah, suspension's never really fun. Brakes and suspension are never really that exciting. But it will be exciting once we drive it, man. It's gonna drive a lot better, that's for sure. So I'm at the point where I have everything torqued down. All this stuff is torqued down. The 3 bolts back here, 18s are torqued down. So now is when you wanna go ahead and put back in the sway bar links. Go ahead and put that one all the way in, torque it down, both sides. We will be replacing the sway bar soon. So we're gonna be revisiting this in no time. And then of course you can go ahead and do the same on this side, that one to come through. So obviously the reason that you do that is because if you have one of these being compressed and one of them not being compressed, it's gonna bind up on one side. So you don't wanna do that. It's easier if you just undo all of them at the same time and then redo them at the same time. So just a little tip. As far as like height, I really don't know like where to set these. I'm gonna have it pretty high up because I don't wanna drop it and like smash my fender. But obviously we're gonna have to make some adjustments anyways. I mean, if it's anything like my Supra is like definitely down here somewhere. So I don't know, probably something like this. We'll just shoot in the middle. And then these have little Allen key locks on them. But I'm not gonna do that just yet because we are gonna be adjusting it. So I'm gonna go ahead and torque these guys down and then throw the wheels on and drop her and we'll see what she looks like so far. Hey man, if you guys wanna go off-roading, this would be the setup. So obviously out of the box, we left a lot of room. Got about an 1.25 inches or so. I think I'm gonna bring it down 1 inch on the coil up front. And then in the back, I think I'm gonna bring it down about 1 inch in the back too. So I'm gonna start with 1 inch lower all around and then we'll see how we're sitting there. But before we like go for a drive or anything, because right now it's like really high off the ground. All right, fronts are down a little bit more. Dropped it about 3/4 of an inch. And I'm gonna leave it right there because these are gonna settle a little bit. So we've got about a finger that I can fit in there. And you'd imagine that this would settle probably a little bit more. So we're gonna be close to the tire. And until I have like the proper alignment and camber plates, I don't wanna go any lower. I think that that's plenty low. All right, you guys, so it is a new day and a new video. We left off with the car, we installed the KW coils, discovered that the top hats were trash. So I did some digging around last night. I ended up finding some adjustable camber plates that are local in my area that actually a guy is running on his E36 with KW, so I know that they'll work on this car and he's gonna sell them to me. He just has to remove them from his car and then I can go pick them up. So we're gonna save that for a later video. That means though, unfortunately, that we can't like wrap up all of the suspension stuff, but we have other things that have showed up. So this is gonna be just like a series, not really anything specific. I'm just working on the car and filming. That's it. So what we have here is the Turner Motorsports front and rear sway bars, and I'm going to install those. If you guys remember when I was installing the suspension, we had those sway bar links. We're gonna pop those off, and then we're gonna pop off the center bolts, and we can drop that sway bar, put in the new one. Brand new bushings, brand new bolts, brand new adjustable sway bar, should improve the handling, and just in general, it's gonna make the car drive much better. With the adjustability, you can set it, I believe it's 2 settings. If it's anything like my M2 was, there should be 2 different settings. You can make it so like the car is a bit more snappy and responsive or a bit more like OEM. But these are thicker than OEM. They have polyurethane and like more durable bushings in them. And yeah, so it should be good. In addition to that, I have the trim pieces that I have to install. So a little bit about, I don't know if I'm gonna film all that part because let's be honest, it's gonna be pretty boring. But basically the cage arrived, and I have a little bit of story about the cage as well, but we'll get into that later. The cage arrived, and in order to install the cage, I need to remove the seats and I need to remove parts of my rear seat delete. I'm gonna have to wait until the cage gets back from paint to like really tell where it mounts up, but I'm gonna try and install the cage myself here in my garage. I think I can do it. It's gonna require obviously some drilling and some mounting in the car and then bolts that pass through. We're just gonna have to find out like where the bolts go through. Probably remove some panels and whatnot. So I had this thought in my head, like I knew that I had to replace these trim pieces along here. And believe it or not, to get those trim pieces in, you have to remove the rear window. Now you can imagine with a cage in there, how difficult that would be to remove that rear window. When the cage is in there, that half cage, you really can't get to the back that easily. It is very difficult to work around. These seats don't really have that, they don't go that far up for you to get back there. I'm a tall guy, it's not easy to work in the back of this car once everything is in there. So I'm kind of like methodically trying to figure out how I can do this in pieces that make sense so I don't have to redo things down the road and take things out. So in my mind, this trim arrived, first of all, this trim, it's pricey. Very expensive. So the side in the box has actually showed up 2 other times bent. And if you bend this trim at all, it's done, it's toast. So I actually have these as well, and I think I'm just gonna replace those when we pull out the back window. Back window isn't too difficult to take out, but it does have to be done in order to put these in. The part that I will film is the sway bar install, and then there is one little issue that I'm running into now. The KWs are actually, they're rubbing on the back of the wheel. The adjustment perch is actually rubbing on the inside of the wheel. Compared to the eBay ones that we had on there, they were probably just a little thinner, and you could probably get by with only running the 10 mils. So unfortunately, that means that we have to go to a 12 millimeter spacer, which I now ordered yesterday. It's gonna push it out a little bit more, but running with the camber, we should be okay. There's just a lot of things to juggle with this setup, man. It's not easy. It's gonna take a little bit of time to get it right, but in the end, I know I'm confident that I can get it to where we need it to be. If I really wanted to, I could just run the 10 mil until it stopped rubbing, because at some point it's just gonna wear enough out that it'll stop rubbing. But with 12 millimeters and the camber, I know that we're gonna be good. I did drop everything down a little bit. I do actually like the ride height for where it's at right now. I think that I'll bring the back up just a little bit because it seems a lot lower in the back than it is the front. But at the same time, you know, with these cars, they tend to sit lower in the back and you don't want too much rake. But yeah, these typically, you'll see that it's a little bit lower in the back. Not the end of the world, like it doesn't rub or anything, but you just wanna make sure that it doesn't look awkward and that the rake isn't like super gnarly. Okay, I didn't wanna bore you guys with all of it, but so here are the trim pieces that I'm replacing on here. And then obviously, like I said, we need to get that out in order to replace our trim pieces here, just because of how tight the fitment is through here. And this guy will have to come down. This is new. I actually replaced all this already. That will come out. If you are doing this alone, take this T25 out first and then take the 2 10 mils out while you're holding the glass, and then you can just do it on your own and you should be fine. So this is all filthy. We're gonna clean all this stuff up. And then the pillar here, super common that these just get absolutely demolished. I'm actually just gonna spray this satin black right now while I have it out. So that'll be just a quick little easy restoration for that. So the inside will look a lot better. These guys, at some point I wanna replace them, but they're like really difficult to find. Not the biggest deal in the world considering that we are gonna be running harnesses anyways. Got the old stuff off, cleaned all this up with a blade, and then went through it with isopropyl. Here are the new ones. I'm telling you, man, popping these tags on these OEM parts feels so good. These are pretty easy to put back on, the new ones. You're gonna see a little cutout right there. Cutout for that guy right there. So there's really no way to screw it up unless you're just a big ding dong. See how it's got that cutout for it right there. So it's just adhesive. Just make sure that you clean the surface area real good and line everything up nice and neat. And then once you put on that, that will be perfect, brand new. And then once we put on that, we will go ahead and start cleaning out all of this area. You'll see that I actually already have a brand new trim piece right here, so we're good there. But we do want to clean out like all the junk in here and then all this stuff up here. And yeah, inside. And then we can start putting everything back together on this side. It's just ridiculous how good that looks. Just like a brand new car. Unbelievable. That was literally like the only eyesore on the exterior of the car. Everything else was perfect. So yeah, meets up good. I would start on this side if you're doing this. Run it that way. And a quick tip, get yourself like a little pick tool like this. If you're finding it that it's difficult to get it in, go from the back side and slide it along the inside of the lip, the inner lip of this trim. And then you kind of open it up and wedge it in there. So now we can go ahead and put that inner seal in here, which is right there. And then we can go put the window back in. What a project this has been. But look at how good this looks, man. Super clean. Like everything. Oh, I did the door handle too. Brand new door handle. Brand new door sills. Insides. All good and clean, man. This side wasn't nearly as clean as the other side. There was like a little bend in it. Might be able to bend that back a little bit with like a trim tool. Yeah, it is what it is, man. I'm happy with it. It's a lot better than what it was. That's for sure. I think that I could probably straighten these out, to be honest with you, if I used some real gentle, like 2 pieces of plastic and crimp them together. I could probably try and straighten it out. It won't get perfect, but this one just came damaged in shipping, so there really wasn't much I could do. And these are really hard to get right now, man, so I just did the best I could. Still waiting on this handle to come in. But she's coming along, you guys. Okay, so to give you guys an idea of how it's rubbing with the 10 mil spacers, I mean, it's like so minimal. I feel like, honestly, it would end up just going away after it rubbed through. But yeah, obviously you don't want to like run it like that. So I'll be safe with 12 mils. Unfortunately, 10 mils ain't gonna cut it. Same on this side. Dude, it's like tire. Like I can rub it off. That's how minimal it is. So it does rub. It's just very slight. All right, so if you guys remember when we just did the suspension, here is our trusty sway bar. And the nice thing is we get new bushings right here too with the new one. And these are toast, man. Those are dunzo. Pretty much all bushings in this car are just crap. So that's where it connects. This guy right there. And then it's just 2 bolts on each side right here. And like for the most part, man, it's pretty easy. Super accessible, right by the steering rack. Just pop out that guy right there. That guy right there, that guy right there. Same on the other side, and then it should all come down. Obviously you want to do them like all at the same time, and you don't want to do it while the car's on the ground because it can end up binding up, just like when we did the suspension. So we're gonna go ahead and knock that out, and then we will lift up the back, start working on that, see what that's like. This one should be pretty easy though. I love that Turner Motorsports and I are sharing the same love and appreciation for a blue that is seemingly very close to Laguna Seca. Therefore, this car is gonna look great underneath and on top. Okay, simple enough, we got it off. The bolts in here are a 16 on the end links, and then these are little 13 millimeters that hold up the bushings right here into place with this bracket. We're gonna reuse on this. This one's much thicker than that one. It's gonna be much more durable. So you'll notice that we have 2 holes here. This is gonna be obviously less aggressive and more aggressive. It's gonna be a little bit tighter steering when we put it all the way in. I think that I'm gonna start off with the lesser of the 2 and get the alignment based on that and see how we like it. And if I wanna go further, then we go further. But yeah, so we'll have new bushings, which is nice. And then we will reuse these. I'll clean these up so they're a little bit cleaner. But yeah, it's pretty easy. So we'll throw it right back in the way we pulled it out. Okay, time for the rear. I'll show you guys the setup here. I actually disconnected the struts just to make things a little bit easier and made some last minute
Changes to the height. I ended up going a little bit higher in the back because it's sitting pretty low. The way that the back is set up here, the rear, nothing quite like Matt Mormon's E36 build that's pristine. This one has been driven. So the way that this rear sway bar is going to work comes right into the link right here. There's no bolt there. It's literally just a pass-through and a bushing. And then we have one bolt up top here, and then it's one bolt on the other side, and that should be it. We kind of have to like finesse it through there a little bit. It's got to go over the exhaust. You kind of have to like snake it around. If I just release that bolt back there, that will actually drop the entire sway bar. It's a 13 on both sides. You have to use a wrench, come up from the bottom, and then use a ratchet on this side. So this bolt, it's a 13 bolt that passes through, and then a 13 nut on this side. So we're gonna take the socket, lay it on here, and the impact, and hit it from this side, and it should come right out. So you don't need to worry about it dropping down or anything. There's gonna be a little tab on the bottom of it that holds it in. So now that the two bolts are out on this side, I do have that bolt out on the other side. I'm gonna go knock this one out on the other side, and then we can get underneath and just lift it up from those little tabs, push up, and then kind of finesse it out through the exhaust area, like above the exhaust. It should be good. This thing sucks, dude. There's like no room to get this thing out. So that's what you're working with. Putting everything together here, I'm just kind of guessing as to what goes where. But if you look, we have this pass-through bolt now. So we're getting rid of this little peg, which is awesome because it's gonna make it a lot easier to reinstall it. I would go ahead and put these links in first, and then we'll install the sway bar and put the bolts on the underside of those links in with the sway bar in. That's gonna be easier than trying to finesse the whole thing with these links in. So I just went ahead and put these back in. It's convenient for me because I already have the spring out and I was like working back here anyways. But man, with that spring in, like this would suck. This would for sure suck. So I put the struts back in, just like threaded the bolt a little bit just so it's holding everything up at the same height on both sides. You also don't want this like just hanging here. Now that I have the bolts back in and that is all good to go right there, we can go ahead and make sure that you lube up the links that are in there. So I lubed up the link. And so now it's just a matter of putting the pass-through bolts in, like through here, and then also putting in the one bolt, the factory bolt back here. When I say that part sucks, I mean that part sucks. You've got to get that pass-through bolt with two washers on there. And yeah, I ended up using a longer bolt for the top. Little ones that come with it, these guys are just like way too difficult. I ended up going with a longer one. It just made the job a lot easier. And then you got to get those guys in. With white. So we're gonna be loading it in on this side of the car because I left more room over here. We open this up. Literally everything is out and ready for the cage. The floor mount areas are gonna be bolted right under there, tucked and flat, and then we have plenty of room. Same thing over there. And then in the wheel arch back there, and the wheel arch over here. We will have to cut away some of that sound deadening stuff that we have in there because we don't want the cage to sit on top of that. So I ended up purchasing this from Evasive, and it's made by Autopower, but the the cage actually came bent and I didn't even realize it. I don't know if you guys saw in the video originally when I was installing the suspension, you can see that one of the legs
this one was like a 90-degree angle. Like it was like that. And it shouldn't be like that. It should actually be flat like this. So when I took it over to the body shop, Cars Metrics, to have it painted, they called me and they were like, hey man, your cage is bent. Because I was filming and installing the suspension all at the same time while accepting the cage, completely missed the fact that the floor piece was actually bent. So I went over there the next morning, we put some heat on it and a hammer, and we were able to bend it right back to where it needed to be. It didn't affect the welds or anything. If it had affected the welds, it would have been a different story, but the fact that it didn't, it's not that big of a deal. We were able to fix it right away and then get it painted. So obviously here's the paint job. They did an amazing job on this paint job, by the way. And this will also allow us to run harnesses now, so that's gonna be nice in the future. And then here are the end pieces. So obviously these pieces go onto here, and then it goes back. If this proves to be too difficult to get in with everything, then I'm just gonna go ahead and put it in like piece by piece. I actually might try that first. All right, so obviously I have it like resting against the side over here right now, but I think we can definitely assemble it in the car because it has separate leg pieces that go to the wheel arches back there. So that's not a problem. We definitely wanna make sure that everything is center to the frame. So we'll have to measure that up. I think there's no question that we have to put that rear seat delete in first. Okay, so let me give you guys an idea of where we're at here. As you can see, the rear seat delete is still in. All that stuff is still in. I just unscrewed it up top so I can move everything around. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna find the right location. I think that this is it. I've been running around, sort of measuring everything, make sure all the gaps are the same. Everything is centered. It looks to be like this is the correct spot for this. So what I'm gonna do first, before we do anything, is I'm gonna put my seat in. I'll just put like one bolt in, and then I'm gonna move it around and make sure that I have enough room. As long as that seat fits and I like where it is, I think we're gonna send it. So I'm gonna keep working on this and I'll update you guys as we go along, give you a little progress report. So here it is with the seat in, and the seat is all the way back, which I don't even sit all the way back in the seat. I actually move it up a little bit, and we still got plenty of room. All right, I am married to where it is. I like it. So I'm gonna go ahead and start plotting where we need to be drilling. I was fighting that rear seat delete too much. I took it out just for the install to get the cage part in, and got all that stuff out, got the sound editing out, piloted some little holes in there, and I'm gonna put the bigger ones in a minute. I did make an outline, you can see it. We'll lay these parts up here and start figuring out where we need to drill. This was easy to move. It was just a little zip tie that was holding it in the corner here. So now we have plenty of room to get back there on that. You can see the outline for this one too. So to give you guys an idea of what I'm doing, in my holes that I've cut out in the corners, I wanted to put the cage in and actually drill through the holes of the cage while it's in here, so I know for sure, no matter what, it's gonna line up. And then I'm gonna pull all this back out again, put some of the rear seat delete back in, and then we can start running the actual bolts. Final holes have been drilled. I'm gonna do one quick vacuum cleanup, and then we are going to put in the rear seat delete, but not bolt it down, and then we are gonna bring the cage in.
I'm in sync with the earth, 10 toes deep, flower child from the turf. I never switch sides, like even when I die, I'm a ride for the squad, let her ties in the hearse. I've been on a vibe, kinda hard to describe. I'm in between, I'm good and it's fine, but I'm tired of the grind. Then I come alive in the night to realize I'm in the middle of the time of my life. I'm never so packed for the stack, never lied on the back.
Okay, wow. Yeah. That's not fun. So now it's a matter of getting our bolts in. Everything is loose right now. Now there are pieces that go right there that I will have to shave out the top of them in order to make it work, and that's fine. We can do that later. I would say we're in the home stretch here. So the holes are already through. Oink, you see them right there. Oink. See them right there. So we're just using pass-through bolts and the nuts that they gave us, and there's some plates that go on the back end. So first I'm gonna feed all of the bolts through, and then we'll go underneath the car and apply the plates with the nuts. Here are the plates, curved for the wheel arches, flat for the bottom floor, the main floor. Here are all of our bolts and nuts. So it's 6 per side. Looks like these are all 14s, 14 millimeters. All the bolts are in the hose. So now we're gonna line up our brackets here. Bink. Put those guys through there, put some nuts on them. Should be good. So there's definitely a method to this part, and it involves a hammer and a little bit of patience. You'll see that like when you line it up, it's gonna be really hard to get everything to line up perfectly. So I've just been using a hammer and moving the bolts a little bit to make them work with the plate. So I'm keeping everything relatively loose right now until I have all of the other ones in, and then we'll just go ahead and tighten them down at the same time, just so we don't make it really difficult to get the other sides on. But after we put these in, we can go ahead and finish up the rear seat delete, and we are money. I definitely broke a drill in this process. Had to go to Home Depot and buy a $100 drill. Not sick at all. I've been using a 3/8 drive for all of the holes. Seem to work out pretty good. Ladies and gentlemen, we are outfitted with a cage and a rear seat delete, and it looks really, really good. Oh my God, this car looks mental. I love it. I love it. Everything tightened down real good. Did a good job. Plates all bolted. So the cage wasn't so difficult, but the cage and juggling that with a rear seat delete in this little car is not the easiest. It's not that it's hard, it just is very tedious. A lot of like removal, install, adjust, install, stuff like that. But yeah, man, it looks really good. I did make my marks, you can see there. I'm gonna cut out that square on each panel. And then after that, we just drill the little holes in it and we screw that in to there, and then we can put the seats in and we are done. It looks so good. It looks so crazy. What is happening, guys? It is a new day, and last night I came out here and finished the cage, finished the rear seat delete, put everything back together, cleaned it. We'll talk a little bit about the install, the parts that I struggled with, what made it easier for me, and of course just show you guys everything. All right, so first just looking at the car, it looks crazy. Looks so good with the cage in there. I guess we can start off from this side. So if you go over to the driver's side, it's so crazy, dude. So sick. So you'll see the seats are in here and we've got plenty of room. This is actually all the way back, so plenty of room. This is not how I sit. I actually sit a little further up. There she goes, mounts down there. Full rear seat delete is in as well. You'll see that I got those corner pieces in, and basically I traced out where the cage meets and I trimmed them accurately, or as accurate as I could, I suppose. And then of course, same deal over here. So all the bolts are in and everything. Super clean setup, dude. Like this whole thing is, yeah. It took a lot of time to get it to this point, to get it as clean as this. I'm really glad that I took the time to do it like that. If you guys remember in the previous video when I put these little corner pieces in right here, they didn't fit, so I actually had to cut the bottom of them, like that little piece right there. I had to cut it at a more aggressive angle so it would actually fit in the back. So mine would not fit the way that they were. I had to adjust them and kind of manipulate them to work with my setup. But dude, it looks unbelievable. It looks so good. Super happy that I decided to go with white. I think that the white just sets it off, pops through the entire car, looks really good with the Laguna, matches all the Sparco badging. I have a steering wheel coming this weekend. You guys are gonna see it's a quick release. Once you guys see it, it'll make a lot more sense, but it's very, very clean. So yeah, dude, I'm so happy with it, you guys. Like, oh my God, it looks so good. It took a lot of time though, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, it was like an all-day project. The thing is, you know, you're dealing with steel and you're dealing with the frame of a car, so like,
there isn't much flexibility there. You have to be on point with your drilling, and you really have to make sure that everything lines up perfectly. Some people would just put like slits in here and then cover it with carpet. I wasn't too worried about that. For one, it's not like I'm taking the cage out, and two, it was very necessary to be able to access these holes and get those bolts in there. If it was covering it up, man, it would just made it so much worse. Honestly, like installing a cage in a smaller car like this isn't the tough part. The tough part is installing a cage in a small car like this with a rear seat delete. There's just a lot of working around other parts, and there's like a methodical order to put everything in. You'll see that the plates come through on the bottom right there and the bottom over here. And even if you take your time and bolt everything up and drill as best as you can, you're gonna have to flex things a little bit. So once I finally got all of the plates in, I would tighten them down. So I would like go around the car, tighten this one, tighten that over there, tighten this over there, tighten this over there, tighten this over there, and I would just keep doing that until it was completely tight. So it was flexing from all angles until it was just completely solid. But the end result, I mean, kind of speaks for itself, you guys. Like it's flawless. I took my sweet ass time on this, and I really wanted to make sure that I just nailed it when I did it. And I did. Yeah, I'm really proud of it, to be honest with you. The fact that I did it here in my garage, it's my first time ever putting a cage in with a rear seat delete in this car, and yeah, I'm just, I guess I'm just really proud of it because I've never done it before. So some people were talking about like clearance from here. It's not extremely tight, but also I think this is made for cars like with a sunroof. So they're probably like leaving you a little bit of room in case you have a sunroof. I obviously don't, pulled mine out. Still waiting on my sunroof delete, man. Oh, I need that so bad. I went to BMW and ordered a bunch of interior parts, so I'm gonna have the interior back together here soon. As you guys saw, we have all the new trim pieces in. I mean, the car looks brand new from this side. The door cards are something that I'm gonna work on. I'm still finishing up some stuff in here. I have like a lock thing that I have to do, and then I'm gonna work on the door cards. I might do that this weekend if I have time. But as you guys know, we got a laundry list of stuff. So this turned out really good, man. Super happy with it. This white is actually Alpine white, so it's off of the BMW paint code Alpine white. So I actually have a touch-up stick that's from my M2 that is Alpine white, and it is really, really hard to put this in and take it out, put this in, take it out, and work around it with drills and tools and not nick it. So I nicked it a couple of times. I have like touch-up paint marks. You see it right there. Nothing too crazy, like most people won't notice it, but I've just realized it's pretty much inevitable, and that's gonna happen when you're doing this. But yeah, man, it turned out really good. I can't wait to drive it to like feel. I mean, I can definitely tell just by installing it with like how stiff it is and the rigidity on both sides of the car. Like it's definitely going to change the chassis and like the way that this thing responds. Really interested to see how this drives. You know, I haven't driven the car since I've done the KWs, since I've done the Turner sways, and since I've done the cage. That's probably gonna be a video like all on its own because it's gonna be very, very drastic. So yeah, the rear seat delete is good. It's a good rear seat delete piece. You just have to be willing to adjust it yourself and use some ingenuity and manipulate some things to make it work perfectly. But if you're willing to be patient and put the time into it, you can make it happen. It's crazy. So this also means that we can run harnesses now. We'll have to put like some little harness flanges back there, but we'll be able to run some harnesses. I don't even know what kind of harnesses I'm doing. I haven't researched any of that yet, but I will look into it and figure it out. But yeah, we did a pretty good job. All right, so I got the previous owner of the E36 M3 behind me, following me to my house. He had to drop off the title for the car, but he hasn't seen it since he sold it to me, and it was in rough shape. So we're gonna get his reaction. It's a completely different car. This should be good.
Oh, yes.
A little bit different, huh?
It's clean, it's clean.
It's clean.
That is clean, bro.
Oh, go for it. He's in shock, dude.
Yo, does it look like the car you sold me a couple months ago?
I mean, I can see the spots. No, no.
Oh yeah.
This is what I'm talking about, man. This is, dude, it made it.
Absolutely,
I
bro.
feel like
happening, guys? It is a new day. The spacers have arrived, 12 millimeters. That means we can finally clear the KW suspension with these tires and wheels. We don't have the camber plates yet, but at least we can go for the first drive since I've done the suspension. I've done the sway bars, we've done the roll cage. A lot has changed and we can finally take this thing out on the road. So currently I have the 10 millimeters on, but we had to upgrade to the 12 millimeters, which should give us just enough space to run this wheel setup. Yeah. Very slight difference. That was all that was rubbing. I mean, you can see very, very little rubbing. Don't those sway bars look good though? I did get a new shift boot as well, but I have to put it onto this thing. I also ordered another set of lug nuts, and the reason I did that, it's nice that they have locking lug nuts as a part of this kit, but you can't buy these individually, and I really don't like having the locking lug nuts because I'm running around from like different shops and working on this car all the time. I keep forgetting this and losing this, and this is the key. I said, you know what, I'm just gonna buy a whole nother set, and then I'm gonna remove the locking ones from the car, so I just have normal lug nuts. I don't leave this car like out anywhere. It's either in my garage or I'm driving it, so there's no point in me having locking lug nuts. I don't like having to use this all the time when I'm working in the car. It just becomes annoying after a while. So we're getting rid of the locks. Let's go ahead and put in the other spacer. If you guys need links to any of this stuff, I'll have it linked down below, or it's on my website. On my website, you can find literally everything I've done to this car and all of my other builds, just to keep it easy for you guys. Nice. Okay, so now we can throw on the wheels. I ended up lifting the back just a little bit from what I had it before because it was pretty low before. I don't think it would have rubbed or anything, but it was sitting pretty low. So I lifted it up just a touch. That nice sway bar back there, looking good. And yeah, man, I think we're ready for a drive time. Let's put the wheels on. Let's get behind this wheel. All right, haven't even rolled it out, just dropped it down. This, I can do this. This is a good height. And obviously, you know, these are gonna settle in. This is the first time that the car's really been down on the ground with all the new stuff. But this is a good height. And once we get those camber plates, I think we're gonna be good over here. This has got just a little bit of gap in the back. It's actually very even with the front. Yeah, I can do this. I can do this. This looks really good. All right, so I'm gonna torque these wheels down and it's first drive time. First drive. This is so sick. I'm so nervous. Oh man, it drives good. It feels so good. This car. There's definitely like, you can feel the rigidity with the cage. It's way different. This, I gotta take care of this open sunroof, man. It's killing me. The wind buffeting in here is like horrible. Dude, it drives so solid. Unbelievable. The difference is unbelievable. I mean, it's like a different car. Wow. I am blown away right now. Much more firm. Dude, KWs are so good. Like, they're just unmatched. Dude broke his neck. That dude broke his neck. Are you good, bro? I love it. Oh my god. Yes! I love it, dude. It just, the car just... I'm so hyped right now, you guys. Like, I'm so hyped. I can't really go crazy until I get an alignment, like a proper alignment, but dude, this car... I'm so proud of this work we've done and where we're at. It was so hard to get this far. The interesting part is the steering wheel isn't off like it was before. The steering wheel was like really off before. And ever since I put that new sway bar on in the suspension, it seems to have corrected itself. And I don't know if I didn't like adjust the toe or anything, so I don't know, it's kind of weird. Anyway, I was planning on getting it fixed with the alignment, so it didn't really matter. But that's kind of nice. The steering wheel comes tomorrow. It's so quiet. It's such a quiet car. We gotta wake it up. Man, the suspension feels great. It's really good. Like, really good. I'm so proud of this, you guys. Like, oh, this car is finally driving decent. Decent. Took a lot just to get to this point. A lot of work. But we did it. We freaking did it. So now we just wait for the camber plates, the wheel, an alignment. For like the basic suspension stuff, we should be okay. Oh my god, dude, it handles so good. Oh my god, you guys. Unreal. It is a night and day difference. But we did like a top of the line suspension, really, really good suspension. We did the front and rear sway bars, the roll cage, just like all of the rigidity and everything has changed. The car drives completely differently. Bro, this thing is quite a spectacle. Big white roll cage in a blue car. It's like hard to miss, man. Hard to miss. Yes, dude. Yes. It's so good. It's so good. Oh my god. I'm so happy with it. Oh my god. It took so much work to get it to this point. Like, so much work. Pretty cool having the GoPro back there. So I'll have to figure out what kind of harnesses I want to get. I haven't researched any of that yet. I really don't. I got to do the door cards. I ordered a whole new center console piece from BMW this morning. That'll make a big change in the way that the car looks. It's starting to look like a complete car. Like the interior is together. I reconditioned a lot of the leather in here. It's starting to look a lot nicer, man. I really like it. cop. There's a cop back there staring hard. It's probably like, is that street legal? We just need an alignment. That's it. It needs an alignment so bad. But after the alignment, we're gonna be close. We're getting there, you guys. We're getting there. We're getting so close to this car, just driving amazing. But I'm telling you, this has by far made the biggest difference in any car that I've ever done work on or put any parts on, because it was so bad before and it was in such bad shape. And just by upgrading the suspension and doing those sway bars and then adding like the rigidity of the cage, like it's a completely different car. It feels completely different. It's unreal. And I haven't even like gotten on it, you know, like hard in the turns or anything. Just been cruising around, just feeling it out. Dude, it drives so good. It's so solid. Like everything feels so intentional and direct. I'm in love with it, man. I am in love with it. The car's been sitting in the garage for a while now, so it's dusty as heck. But I'm gonna take it out and get some photos tonight of the cage and everything. It's fucking so cool. So cool, man. First time ever doing a cage. One for the books. Not only was it the first time buying a cage and ordering a cage and painting a cage, but it was the first time installing a cage. All of it on my own. So today's Thursday. I'm going to try and get an alignment tomorrow or Saturday if I can. I'd like to get this thing just squared away ASAP. My camber plates won't be in for a while, so I kind of just have to deal with what I have for a little bit. God, this car feels so good, you guys. Like, I can't even put it into words. I know I just keep saying that, but it's like, I can't even put it into words. And no rubbing either. It's so good. You know, a lot of people ask me, like, what's the difference between the Supra and this car, or like which one is better. Can't even compare them. They're just so different. It's so nice having both of these cars because they kind of both fill like a different void. Like they're just completely different styles of cars and driving and handling and power and manual, automatic. I mean, just everything is so different. The way they look, like everything. There's literally nothing that you can compare between the two. I got a thumbs up from the dude in the M4. He was like, nice. Yeah, man. Respect your elders. Especially if they have a fucking bright white roll cage in their car. Yeah, man. Oh, God, I'm so happy. This car is so good. This car is so good. You guys, when I bought this car, it was in such bad condition, man. It was so bad. Like, you don't even know. I mean, you do know. You saw a lot of it, but it was in really, really poor shape. And it took so much work to get it to this point, dude. So much work. And we're just like beginning. I've only had it for 2 months. We haven't even gotten into like the engine yet. We're literally at the beginning of this whole thing, but like, I just knew, like, it drove so bad when I remember getting in the car after I bought it and I drove it home and I was like, wow, this car drives terribly, like really bad. And I knew it was going to be a lot of work, man. But to feel the improvements that we've already made with just a few things, oh man, it's like, it makes me so excited because I know that this car is going to be so good. This car is going to be so good. Oh wow. Dude, what? Trying to be easy on her. I'm not going too crazy, man. Holy shit. What up? I think she was looking at me, bro. I think she was looking at me, bro. I got another seat. Let's crack it. I got a seatbelt. Hop in. She was cute. Damn, it handles good, dude. It's not even like that low or anything. Oh god, I'm so freaking hyped, you guys. I'm so hyped. Door cards will go in. Center console. Steering wheel. This thing will be good. This car's so bitchin', bro. It's so good. It's so good. I mean, it's like so slow compared to my Supra, but it just is so exciting. Like, it's so fun to drive. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. I put my hand up, that solves the wind buffeting. Look at it. No more wind buffeting. Anti-wind buffeting. Oh, that sunroof delete should be in soon. Any day now. That's what they've been telling me. Man, it's a beautiful night. Beautiful night for a drive. All right. That's good enough for this little cruise, man. I'm a happy camper. Gotta take some photos. Dude, so many hours in the garage, you guys. Like, you don't even know. Lots of hours. Lots of tools. Lots of pain. Lots of sweat. Man, suspension, sway bars, brakes, roll cage. Totally different car. Totally different car. Not even the same car anymore. Unreal. This has been my little spot lately. I quite like it. I don't know why. All right. I love seeing the roll cage in the back, like behind you. So good. Wow. I'm so happy with it, you guys. Oh my god. This is my first time seeing it out of the garage with the cage too. It looks unbelievable. Dude, and I'll be honest, the ride height is like perfect. Once I get the camber plates, I'll go maybe a ½ inch lower in the front, but this is like dialed, dude. It's perfect. And it's so much more stiff. We don't rub or anything up front. Even though we're poking, we don't rub because it's so stiff. Oh my god, you guys, just look. Just look. Holy crap. I'm just like in awe of what we've built. I'm just in awe. What? We're so close to good. We're so close. Just wait. Just give me like a week. We're so close to good. Let's get that side shot from over here. This is a dream. This car has been a dream of mine since I was young, to have the E36 M3. But to have one like this, dude, never could have imagined. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Today is the day. We have goodies. We're about to make this interior a whole lot better. What is happening, guys? Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to another video. Today we are installing the Sparco steering wheel, the NRG quick release, and then the short hub adapter to make all of this stuff work in the Laguna Seca E36 M3. It is going to be a good video. Well, let me show you why it's gonna be a good video. Okay, so like you're at a car show and you're coming up to the car like, oh dude, this thing is sick. It's got a white cage, like Sparco seats. Wow, that looks so good. What, bro, like what is that? No, but for real, you guys, this car, I mean, it looks so good. Everything that we've done, all this hard work, and you get to the steering wheel and it's just like, it just doesn't really fit the interior anymore. I also finally got a shift boot for the center, so we're gonna do all that today. Man, it is gonna be a good video. Believe it or not, I actually ordered all of this off of Amazon. It was all available on Amazon and came in like 2 days. So I don't know exactly how to install this. I'm just gonna kind of figure it out. This is the adapter, I guess, to make the horn and everything work. And then this is the quick release. I feel like having a quick release for the steering wheel is probably a good idea because the way that I sit in this, I like to have it a little close up and it's pretty difficult to get out with the steering wheel in the way. So having a quick release really makes it that much easier to just pop it off, move it out of the way, get out of the car. So first of all, here is the boot that I got. It's kind of cool. It's like just a generic, I don't know what you would call it, shift boot, leather shift boot. It's got the little M stripes on it, and then I just wrapped it around my old piece that clips in. And so it also came with an e-brake boot to match. I haven't done the whole e-brake assembly stuff yet. We'll address that at another time, but let's look at this wheel, bro. So the cool thing is it's got these little horn covers and it's blue. I mean, come on. It's got black and blue. I might just do black, but let me show you guys this wheel, baby. Okay. Yes, sir. Super simple and basic. Alcantara, simple, black and white. I mean, I know you guys can see it. Like, yes, sign me up. That will work in this car. I will take it. It's got the flat bottom. It's real thin. It's a lot smaller. So I actually found a video online that shows how to put this on. It's a different wheel, but I'm pretty sure it's the same concept. There's actually like a bunch of videos on how to do this online, so we're not gonna do like a DIY today, but I'm gonna show you guys me doing it and the difference afterwards, because really, that's what we're here for. You wanna see me pull that crummy one out, and you wanna see this beautiful one go in. So that's what we're gonna do. Before I started on anything, I disconnected the battery, let that sit for 10 to 15 minutes so all the airbag stuff turns off. But right now, I'm just gonna go ahead and put the boot in. It's super easy, just like slips and clips right in, and then we'll start working on this. Hello, sir. You, go on. Dude, like, come on. That looks amazing. It looks so good. So I did order this piece from BMW, still waiting on it, and then we'll slowly assemble all the stuff back here. This e-brake, it's actually broken, so I need to figure out how to fix this. That will be fun, is what that will be. Not sure what's going on. The button is stuck in there, so yeah, I don't know. I gotta diagnose it. So the first order of business is going to be disassembling this. We're gonna have to pop off this bottom piece. I'm just gonna use a pick tool and pop it down. And then there's some wires we gotta disconnect in here. And then we got some T25s on the back of here we gotta pull off. Yeah, it's gonna be fun, but I've done a bunch of steering wheels in my day, man. And honestly, the older the car, usually the easier they are. The newer ones are kind of a pain in the butt with all the springs and everything. So I'm gonna get to it, knock it out, pull this thing out, and yeah, super excited to see the new one. This. Look at the size difference, dude. It's crazy. It's like so much smaller.
This just looked really big in that interior. This is gonna be amazing. So basically, from what I'm figuring out, this part, the inner part, clock spring, that will need to come off of there, and then it goes onto here. I think that's it. So this part you would put onto here, onto the back of this, like that. And then this part would go onto this. I think what I'm gonna do, because this does not fit onto this. Like these 3 holes don't line up with these 3 holes. These are smaller. So maybe I have like, I don't know, maybe it's just not the right one. I don't know, kind of weird. Editing John here. I had to step in and explain kind of like what's going on with this clock spring and this short hub piece. But I did a little bit of research, and from what it seems like, either like the short hub piece, it says it's for the E36 and this is supposed to work, but I don't think it works with the M3. I think what you actually need to do is get the clock spring off of like a 328 or like a base model 3 series and use that clock spring in order to retain all of the clock spring's functions. So like when you hit the turn signal and then you turn the wheel and then you turn it back and it automatically clicks up and turns off, like things like that won't work if you don't have the clock spring. Obviously we are getting rid of the airbag anyways, so that doesn't really matter. But what I'm gonna try and do is source a 328 or like a base model 3 series clock spring and see if I can make that work with this short hub and everything else. I still ended up installing the steering wheel and making it work. It's just that I don't have those functions that the clock spring retains. And so yeah, it's a bit of a learning process, but I'm going through a bunch of different videos and there's a lot of conflicting information. Just trying to figure out like what actually works. So if you have done this before and you have like a better remedy, feel free to comment down below. I don't know if there's like a different short hub that I need for the M3, but I couldn't find anything. You'll also notice that I didn't hook up my horn. That's because my horn never even worked in the first place. So that's also something that I need to like diagnose. Let's be honest, it's a project car. There's a lot of things that we need to take care of, that being one of them, and I will fix that down the road. So I think I'll do like an update video down the road when I get like the correct clock spring or the correct short hub, and then also when I figure out the horn issue, and then we'll kind of like redo it and set it up. But you will see that we do install it and it does work fine. The quick release is good and everything. I just don't have some of those functions. All right, back to the video. It's starting to look like a race car. So these are actually for your horn. Like if you want to wire up your horn and do all that, you can. My horn in this car never actually worked, but if you want to do all that, you can. Yeah, dude. It looks crazy, dude. It looks so good in this interior. Like, oh my God. Oh my God. This feels really nice too. Tiny little Alcantara wheel. God, it looks so good in this interior. I'm gonna put the little cover on and then we gotta decide, you guys, you want blue? Should we do blue or black? So this is the cover piece. And then they got like this chrome one. Hell no, not doing that. So you either do black, like that, or we do the blue. I made an executive decision. Went with the black. If the blue matched, I would say yes, but it's kind of cheesy being that it didn't match. So dude, this looks really freaking good. I mean, just Amazon, bro, like crushing it with the Amazon mods. This is awesome. Oh my God, it's so much nicer. Yes, sir. We are on to greatness with this car, you guys. It's nice, man. It's a lot more like snappy. The car feels more snappy now because it's such a small wheel. So I still got to get in alignment. That's why the steering wheel is like a little bit that way when the car is going straight. Desperately need an alignment in this car, which we will do soon. But yeah, man, this is good. This is good. No more wind buffeting. All right, I can do this. This is a lot. It's a lot better than what we had. I'm into it. It's a cool little setup, man. I've never had like a quick release steering wheel. It's very small. It makes turning feel like much more snappy, you know? This cage, dude. It's like a full-on little race car. I love it. Yeah, I'm digging this. This car desperately needs an alignment. I'm gonna try and get in next week and get that done because
She's rough, man. She's rough. She's kind of all over the road right now. This car is like a go-kart, man. Just imagine it like really fast though, like with 400 wheel or something like that. Like fast for this car, it would be crazy. Cause like everything in this car feels so fast. That dude just broke his neck on this car. The kid was like, oh, just like pointed at the car. It was really easy for me because the horn never worked, so I never like intended on using the horn anyways. But like if you have to do the horn, you have to wire a bunch of stuff up. It doesn't look too bad. There's no instructions with this stuff. You just have to like figure it out. So I was using like a collaboration of different YouTube videos to try and like piecemeal these instructions together. It was a bit of a mess, but yeah, I mean, we made it work. Other than the fact that my steering wheel is crooked while I'm going straight. Soon we will get a proper alignment, and this will be clocked dead even at 12. And then we can go ahead and, because what you don't want to do is, just because your alignment is out of whack, you don't want to take the steering wheel and like change where it's at. You want to do that actually in the alignment, because that can throw everything out of whack if you do that. You want to keep this dead center where it was before, and then actually change the alignment, which should make up for where the steering wheel is. That is the proper way to do it. But yeah, man, cool. I'm happy with it. Worked out. Nice little shift boot now. It's coming together, guys. Slowly but surely, this car is like turning into such a cool car. Thoroughly enjoying the process of building this car. It's unlike anything I've ever done before, so kind of like a ground up deal. Well, we ripped it apart and then we're, you know, slowly but surely building the thing up. So just to show you guys how it works, you basically just pull these paddles back and then it pops off the steering wheel, and then you can just throw it right back on. Really cool. Makes it so much easier too, like getting in and out of the car. So I want to give you guys an idea of what it's like when I'm driving and like how close it is, and then the effort of getting out with the steering wheel the way it is. So the bigger steering wheel, that was even more difficult, obviously, because I had less room. So getting out of these buckets, they're very deep. You have to really try. You can't just slide out. You have like the side bolster that you have to hop over. That's what makes it difficult with these wheels. Now, being that it's smaller is obviously a lot easier, but having that, being able to take that off, set it up there, set it to the side, whatever, and then hop out, you have so much more room. It's like 10 times easier without that in there. That's it. All right, so there you guys go. Got some good stuff done today. A little sunroof action, new steering wheel, little shift boot, come together. But yeah, tell me what you guys think about the new wheel. I think it fits pretty well in here, man. Sparco seats, Sparco wheel, white and black. It's kind of the theme we have going on the inside. Anyways, guys, thank you so much for watching the video. I will leave a link down in the description to everything that I used in this video if you want to do this to your M3 or 3 Series or whatever. Feel free to hit those links. But just like that, I appreciate you, love you. Thank you for watching the E36 series. I'll see you in the next one. Peace out. Good morning, everybody in YouTube world. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to another video. Today we are getting the M3 finally. We are getting a proper alignment. As you guys know, we did all of the suspension upgrades, put in those Turner sway bars. It is time to get this thing finally aligned. We are heading out to Soho Motorsports. It's actually by CES Motorsport, but they are going to be doing the alignment today. I do have a couple of little things that came in for the car. Some things that I put on, and then we'll get on the road. So I finally got all of my front under trays from BMW. It took a while to get here, but you can see through the grill, we're just hollow right down to the ground. So I wanted to get those on just to protect everything underneath. And then I did order these cool little lightweight badges. Pretty dope. I have 2 of them, and originally they are supposed to go right there, but I really like the M there, so I was like, where do I put them? So I just put one right there. And then also what I did was, I meant to do this when I put the cage in, but if you look back there, so back there, you're gonna see that I have these rubber protectant pieces. I basically bought a whole bunch of rubber edge trimming, and then I just measured out the parts that I cut for the cage, and I cut angles so it was like nice and clean, and that will protect the metal from hitting the cage and scratching the cage. Just kind of a nice little add-on detail that I think makes it just that much cleaner. It looks really good. Oh, and then also I did get my sunroof delete by Click Tuning. Obviously this is not it, that's the ghetto one from Home Depot. But it is off at paint, I'm having it painted. So I should get that back either today or tomorrow, and then we're gonna do the install on that. So yeah, we are looking good with the E36. Let's get on the road and get this thing aligned, man. Just really excited to get this thing properly aligned. It's gonna drive so much better. Let's do it. Tell you what, man, any morning in the E36 is a good morning. I just love driving this car. We're going straight right now, and as you can see, the steering wheel is a little bit cockeyed. It was actually worse when I first bought the car, but ever since I did all the suspension work, it seemed to have helped a little bit. But yeah, obviously need to get a proper alignment. This thing has just probably not been aligned in over like 5 years. It's pretty rough. It's about a 15-minute drive for us to Soho Motorsports. I don't know if you can see it. The shake is like gnarly. It's at like 60 miles an hour. Just has like wicked shake. But yeah, guys, I'm really looking forward to the next leg of this project. We are diving into like bushings and mounts, and we're doing like everything. I talked to John over at CES and Hendel, the master tech over there, and I was like, you tell me what I need and I'll order it. And we have like a list of stuff. Subframe bushings, differential, trans, motor mounts, like everything that you can think of, we are doing. So yeah, it's gonna be fun, man. And then I also have a lot of people asking about the lightweight wing. Yes, I do have the LTW wing. It's being made by a man named Michael Shaw. He's out in California. He actually makes these wings. He actually makes a lot of like Porsche stuff, but his molds are like next level, like really, really good. You pay a little bit more, but the quality's like unmatched. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. All right, we're almost at Soho. See you guys inside. Here's Soho, you guys. All right, so we have arrived at Soho, about to pull the car in. So the interesting thing to me is like this wheel, we have clearance in here, and then this wheel, and they're the same height on both sides. This wheel has a little bit of rub still. See, I'm kind of like chewing away tire. So I think what's going on is either probably the camber, like the camber is just off. It's probably more on that side and less on this side. Obviously the steering wheel is an issue. This wheel is kind of going like this. You can sort of see it. And this wheel is kind of going like this. So that's our main issue, and that's why we're getting all sorts of weird wheel rub and shaking. So this is gonna make a really big difference. If you guys need anything done by these guys, they do a lot of like Nissan, JDM, and Euro performance. And they also do corner balancing. So we're gonna come back before the track and do corner balancing here. A lot of sick cars, pretty cool builds. Make sure you check them out. I'll leave the information down below. All right, guys, so here are the previous alignment specs right here up top, and you can see how out of whack everything was. So that was the setup before. Whole lot of red, and here we are now. And if you look at those values, they are really, really good. So we're kind of capped out when it comes to the camber up front, obviously. There aren't any actual adjustments in the camber up front. Once we have the camber plates, we'll be able to change that up a little bit, but she's looking a lot better. These guys took it out for a spin, and a couple of things. For one, steering wheel is now straight. The car drives very, very good. And yeah, we can get on the road. So if you guys need anything done, make sure to hit them up, Soho Motorsports. I'll leave all their information down below. You know, they can handle alignments and performance. They do a lot of like Nissan and JDM stuff. All right, all settled up. Got the keys back. She's looking good. Steering wheel straight. This is awesome. I'm super excited. We're gonna pop over to CES. I gotta grab all my oil and then a oil filter so I can change the oil on this bad girl. Oh yes, this is, oh you guys, we've been waiting for this moment. It's just an alignment, but damn, does it make a big difference. Holy crap. So I'm going straight now. Steering wheel is perfectly straight. So we're gonna stop at CES quick, but after that, we're gonna get on the road and really see how this thing feels. He said if I am getting any wobble, then it's probably due to the tires and wheels not being balanced properly. So if that's the case, then we'll have to have them rebalanced. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Must be a good day for Laguna Seca cars. Oh my God. This thing is sick, dude. Now this is a track car. Damn, dude. So crazy. Back on the road. Gonna get up to this open stretch of road up here, see how this thing really feels. Can already tell a huge difference though, even on this little back road. I was just talking with Hendel over at CES, and he's given me some insight as to what we want to do the next time we have it aligned, and some different specs for more of a track setup. But this should be good just for now. You know, I just wanted to get the car kind of driving right. In rough shape before. Oh yes, dude. The fact that it drives straight is huge. No wobble. Oh my God, you guys. Wow. That was it. Drives so much better. What is happening, guys? Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to another video today. Surprise, we are gonna be working on the E36 M3. We've got quite a bit of work to do. I'm gonna kind of show you guys what we have going on. I don't know if this is gonna be split up into 2 days or if it's just gonna be one, but I'm gonna try and fit it all into this video. All right, so the sunroof delete is back from paint. Dude, looks super good. I had the bottom painted black to match the interior, and then obviously the Laguna Seca for the exterior. Paint matches perfect. My paint guys are on point always. I did end up getting some OEM pieces in from BMW. I still have so much stuff coming from them, you guys, but everything is delayed, especially OEM parts. So these are the front under tray pieces, but we're gonna wait to put those on because we need to do an oil change. So huge shout out to the guys over at Liquid Moly. I've always been using their oil. We're gonna use 5W40 in this bad girl. This car takes like 6 to 7 quarts. I have yet to do an oil change on this car, so I have no idea how old this oil is. But if it's like anything else that I've seen on this car, it's probably not good, so we are due. I also, from BMW, got my OEM motor mounts. Now, you know, a lot of people like to run the stronger, harder poly mounts. I don't think that's really necessary for this car. The OEM ones are fine. I would rather this car wasn't like shaking everywhere and super sturdy when I was driving it on the street. I had PowerFlex motor mounts in my E90, and that kind of taught me a good lesson about running very, very sturdy and firm motor mounts. It shakes the entire car. So I knew that I didn't really want to go down that road again. OEM ones are fine. I just wanted to replace the ones that I have with OEM mounts. But we have a whole video coming up on that, you guys. We're going to be replacing literally every bushing, every mount in this car, doing subframe reinforcement, all that good stuff. That is going to be with CES. This sunroof delete is made by Click Tuning. If you guys are interested in getting one, I'll leave the information down below. Super difficult getting any kind of sunroof delete for this car, but it fits perfectly. It's basically gonna go, obviously, right here. Fits right in there. We're gonna use some self-tapping screws as well as some black adhesive silicone sealant. This stuff is the bomb. But yeah, so we're gonna fit it in there. We're gonna tape it up, make sure it's nice and clean, and then I'm gonna go ahead and put the holes in from the bottom. These don't have any pre-drilled holes in it, so what I'm gonna have to do is put like a little bit of lubricant on the bottom where all the holes are, and then I'll place that up into it and bring it back down, and it'll leave spots where I need to drill. So I'll pre-drill everything with a tiny little bit, and then we'll go through, and I did buy some, somewhere around here, I did buy some, here they are. So I did buy a bunch of little tiny screws, and hopefully one of these sizes works out. I'm gonna have to kind of measure everything once I get this laid up in there and see the thickness that we want, make sure we don't go too deep on it. But all right, so it looks like it has enough oil in it, which is good. Oil doesn't look that great though. So this is what we're using. Huge shout out to Liquid Moly. I use the exact same oil in the Supra. I've been using Liquid Moly literally on every single one of my builds. Huge shout out to these guys for supporting the build. Let's get into it. First step, obviously, we've got to drain out the old oil, throw it into this bad girl. Should be about 6 to 7 quarts, depending on where it's at. And then obviously we'll go ahead and replace the filter, and then go ahead and replace the oil. Okay, there we go. That concludes the, the oil change. It's probably just a hair over 6 quarts of oil, but seems like she's full right where she needs to be. We will go for a drive later and see if it goes down at all. If it does, then we'll just go ahead and put a little bit more in. But we are good. Easy oil change. It's been a while since I've done that. Honestly, I usually just go to a shop and have them do it. But on this car, we are obviously doing things a little bit differently. So I figured I'd take it upon myself and get dirty once again. All right, moving this project right along. It is time to do the sunroof delete. I'm not gonna lie, I've been kind of like putting it off because I know it's gonna be quite a bit of a task, but let's just knock it out. So I just test fitted it. It fits okay. I've seen tighter fitting ones, and I was kind of hoping this one would be a little bit tighter, but it fits okay. The only way to tell which is the front or the back, there's like a little indentation on the front of it, right up here. You'll see it at the bottom of the actual piece. definitely difficult with just one person. Ideally, you would have someone hold it up in there while you do this, but it's just your boy. So what I think I'm gonna do, because I don't love the way that these came out, they just seem a bit reckless and sloppy, if I'm being honest. I'm gonna drill like one hole there and one hole over there. And we're gonna put it in and see how it lines up. I'm just gonna have to put this thing on and take it off quite a few times in order to just take my time with it and get it right. Because I don't wanna just smoke all the holes, throw it up in there and have nothing line up. The biggest thing with this part is you just wanna make sure that things actually line up. The holes in the back, you're kind of smoking those yourself, so that part doesn't really matter as long as you just don't go through the freaking roof. So I'm not too worried about those. I'm more so worried about these because the sunroof delete doesn't fit perfectly, so you have to center it yourself while it's up there. The other idea I had was to like put shims in here while I lay it in there, but even with that, I still think it's going to be kind of like all over the place. So I'm just gonna take this one slow. I'm gonna smoke a hole on this side and smoke a hole on that side, put it in there, put the screws in, and then take a look and see. And then from there I can make the adjustments to this side and this side to get it right where I wanna be, and then I can work on the rest of the holes. Okay, that's actually not too bad. The gap up here is probably just a scotch larger. So I think what I'll do is I'll widen the hole a little bit this way, and then I'll be able to move the whole thing a little bit that way. But that definitely worked out. Seems to be like centered and everything pretty well. Walk around, look at the other side. Okay, so looking at this side, I would say that the whole thing needs to come this way a little bit too. So we're gonna move the hole in and over, and this will be the only hole that we really need to like widen out a little bit to accommodate for all this, but once we get it perfect, we'll be all right. And then from there, we can just start smoking all the other holes. All right, I know what I need to do. All right, test fit number 2. I think that's about as good as we're going to get it. But yeah, I think that's about as good as we're gonna get it. It's pretty much perfect, but you know, we want to try to get it as close as possible. So I think that we're gonna send it. This material, I believe it's FRP. Pretty sure it's fiberglass, reinforced plastic, but it is soft, man. It is soft. So you have to be careful when you're working with it. You can eat away into it like real easily. So when you're drilling and whatnot, just be very careful not to go like too crazy. It does look pretty good. There's a bit of waviness to it. You know, it's like it's not perfect, but at the same time, I just kind of expected that with this setup. The body shop did as much as they could to like make it smooth and sand it out and everything, and fill in some of the like little potholes that came in it, but it's not like flawless for, you know, it being really the only one I could get right now anyway, so I honestly have no room to complain. So now it's a matter of finding the other holes and doing some drilling and then putting in the other screws, and then we move on to silicone. So I'm gonna finish with the rest of the holes. Oh, by the way, I went and got some different screws because the ones I had before were too long. Ended up getting these little guys, and they are perfect. They're like the perfect length. So those are what I'm using. And honestly, they are like the perfect size. They're super tiny. You don't need to use any washers with them or anything. All screws are in. Looks really good. Now we have to do the sealant. It's a new day. It's a new day. For the delete, we just need to do the silicone. This is all bolted in. Man, it was not easy with like the cage and everything in here. You just don't have a lot of room to get back there to really work on it. I had access to it, but it was just really, it's like you're doing weird yoga positions and trying to like get bolts in. Yeah, but nonetheless, we got it done and it looks really good. So we're just gonna go ahead and tape off all the edges today and then put in the silicone, let that dry. Okay, so this is the stuff we're gonna be using here. Black adhesive sealant. Obviously it has this nice cone shape so you can get deep up in there. Here's my beautiful tape job. Not the most exciting thing to do, but I basically just went in, like not all the way in, but just past the little corner edge, because if anything, I don't want it to bleed out on top. I want it to be further in. So I just went a little bit further inside of that edge, and I think that I think that's gonna be good. And then we'll use this bad boy to even it out. so we're not all the way through. You're gonna need a lot of this stuff to get through here. These crevices are so deep that you like really have to fill it up with a lot. This thing is like made for this. So you gotta use the angle and drag it around the angle like that. It leaves like the perfect indentation. You see what I'm saying? I'm gonna add more silicone, keep working this, work my way around. I'll bring you guys back on board when we're ready to remove the tape. Okay. It's all in there. About as smooth as I could get it. I really tried to make it consistent and smooth all the way through. Probably gonna have to do a little bit of cleanup and touch up and stuff, but so let's remove all the tape and yeah, let this cure and dry. Shouldn't take too long, probably all day. I'll just let it sit. Should be okay by tomorrow. I'd give my my job here like a 6 or 7 out of 10. Got like some little high spots, you know. It's not perfect, but for my first time ever doing it and the application, I'm okay with it. I think it's all right. I don't think it's perfect, but I think it's okay. This is honestly a lot more difficult than I thought it would be. I thought this would be a lot easier, but just like that silicone, it's so messy and it gets all over the place. You really have to take your time with it. But the nice thing is the tape worked really well. Like I didn't get any marks anywhere. So everything is really clean. It's just the inlay like isn't perfect. Like I got some little like high spots, you know? Some of it is like super, super clean and good, but then some of it's kind of like chunky. So I don't know if I can like fix that in the end at all. I don't think I can, because like once it's hardened, like that's kind of what you get. But yeah, I'd say for my first time ever doing it, not too bad. I think it's gonna serve the purpose, which is keep water out, you know, there's no holes in it. Once this stuff seals up, we should be okay. But if you guys have any other suggestions about like how to smooth it out, you know, these high spots after it already dries, feel free to drop it down below. You know, a lot of this stuff with this entire car, like this is my first time doing a lot of this stuff, so I'm just learning as I go, trying to pick up as much knowledge and research as I can off of the internet and like YouTube and other people that I know who have done this. But for the most part, man, it's my first time and I'm just flying blind and trying things out. Because I mean, that's how you learn really. And even if you fail, at least you learned from failing. So I wouldn't say this is a fail, but I certainly think that, you know, if I had done this a couple more times, I was finding out better methods and better ways to do it as I went along. I think that overall, I think this is a pretty decent sunroof delete. I wouldn't say it's fantastic. I've seen better versions, and what I mean by that is the mold seems a little bit short, if I'm being honest, because really like your holes are right at the end of where this delete is, and ideally you would need it to come up a little bit further so you could drill through. Like I'm like right on the edge of it, and mine is perfectly center. So if I look at the mold, like the only way that it would make sense that I could actually put these holes like through parts that would grab more of the sunroof delete would be to move the whole thing up. But if I did that, the gaps would be like really, really odd. So I think that this is okay. I mean, I've seen better ones, but you know, in my situation, I was fighting time, and I really didn't have the time to just like wait for another one to come in. This was pretty much my only option. So I'm just being transparent. If you guys are looking for a sunroof delete and you want it to be perfect, this probably is not the one for you. I'm just being 100% honest with you. I think it's okay. It'll get the job done. But I've seen better ones that fill this gap a lot better. Like they seem to fit a little bit better. It seems that the gaps are a little bit large and the mold is just a little bit short. If anything, the mold should have been bigger. So it kind of just seems like the whole thing is shrunken down a little bit. That's my honest review on it. If you guys are interested in it, I'll leave it linked down below. I think it's a decent piece for what we're doing, you know. Honestly, you guys, like I know a lot of you have said like, oh, it's too nice to be a track car. You know, it's you're not gonna track it because it's in such good condition. It looks like it's in perfect condition on camera, but it's really not. Like there are definitely inconsistencies in this car. It's not too nice to the point where I'm gonna feel bad to track it. I'm 100% tracking this car. I don't really care if people like cringe at that or like they get mad at me because it's so clean. Like it is what it is. I bought this car to track it. It just so happens that I like making my cars look good as well. So yeah, sorry in advance. I mean, there's still like little dings in it, you know, like nothing is perfect. This whole rear, like, I don't know if you guys can see it. It's probably hard to see. There, you can kind of see it right there. Do you see how this whole area is kind of like dented in? This whole piece is like dented in. At some point it must have gotten hit right there. I don't know. I mean, we could probably like fix it if we really wanted to. Those are the types of things that I really just didn't worry about. because I know at the end of the day I'm going to track this car and it's going to get beat on. And a lot of the stuff is probably going to get pretty worn out. Trim mold that I got from BMW, like this side really isn't perfect. It's pretty beat up. I'm not in the phase of returning this car to OEM stock perfect. So just keep that in mind, you know, when you guys see it online or you see in the videos, it's like, damn, it looks so good. But like in real life, dude, there's inconsistencies. Like it's not the perfect car. So I have no problem tracking this car, I really don't. I think I'm gonna get more value out of actually like bringing this car onto a track and becoming a better driver than just like returning it to perfect OEM form. Go to Obsessed Garage if you want that, I guess is what I'm saying. He's got like a very low mileage E36 M3 that he's returning to like literally pristine condition, but that's just not how I roll, man. Like I like to drive my cars. My Supra, I mean, dude, I drive the hell out of that car. The front bumper needs to be repainted on the Supra because it's like, it's very pitted and like, I drive the car. Like, I'm sorry, you know? So I just wanted to be clear about that because, you know, so I think some people come to this channel expect everything to be like 100% perfect, and that's definitely not my MO. You know, I think that like Obsessed Garage would probably be a little more your thing if you were looking for that. I just don't think it's worth it like stressing over cars like that. These are built to be driven. I don't understand the point of building them to just not drive them and just like let someone else drive them. So that's enough of that rant. But yeah, so this worked out pretty cool. Sunroof delete, finally done. First and foremost, found out that the reason that we're getting all of this wheel shake is actually from my steering rack. I did have all the wheels and tires rebalanced and I still had a little shake going on. Put the front of the car back up in the air and then shook this side and there was a lot of play in it. Looked at where that play was coming from and it was in fact the steering rack. Not a big deal because I was already planning on upgrading to the ZHP steering rack. So this is from the Rack Doctor. They basically like refurbish steering racks for BMWs. And this is of course the ZHP steering rack for the E36 M3. A lot of people do this modification. It is considered an upgrade from the factory steering rack in this car. And since mine was already toast, it made perfect sense for me to just go ahead and do this. These guys had this shipped out to me within 48 hours, which is crazy. I did not expect to get it that fast. I thought it would take at least like a month to get this thing, but we are not working on this today. That'll be a future video. One of the things we are working on, I did get my harnesses. That's gonna be a separate video. We gotta go through that. There's a lot of stuff going on here today, guys. But we are gonna be working on this intake that I received from Keys Motorsports. Just a very simple cone and pipe setup for the E36 M3. I didn't want anything too crazy. It looks like it does have some sort of heat shield in here too, but we'll dive into that today, install that. And then I also have an AFE rear section with black tips. Now this is obviously just a catback, so I do think that we'll probably go through like a few different styles of exhaust setups for this car. This is one of those things where if you don't love the tone, you just kind of change out different parts until you find the desired tone. But I did order the track pipes from Bimmercode. I don't know if I'm gonna be doing anything with the headers quite yet. Kind of want to see how it sounds and then go from there. But I'm fairly certain at some point we will do something with the headers as well. And we might even switch up the rear section in the future, who knows. But Keys had this in stock, so I just went for it. AFE rear section, it's a basic axle back exhaust, I guess. It's got everything you need, your clamps, your pipes. Hopefully, you know, this exhaust probably hasn't been touched in a long time. So I'm expecting that we'll probably have to use some PB blaster. We might break some bolts. Shout out to Keys Motorsports for sending this out. And also for sending out the intake. Super hyped to put that in. As soon as we do this, I'm gonna start recording some POV videos in 4K. No talking, no shenanigans. We're just going straight to driving. I'm gonna strap it onto my forehead and I'll probably put another one like in the cage area for like a second angle, but we're just gonna do some driving videos so you guys can enjoy the E36 M3 with me. I'll go find some good roads out here in North Carolina and just drive. All right, so this is some other stuff that we have coming in. Now this is part of a larger order, but I will run through some of this because it will be important for future videos. E36 solid aluminum subframe bushings, monoball rear trailing arm bushings, all from Turner. This is I think this is a differential mount, I want to say. These are actually new LED license plate lights. I'm missing one, so I just figured why not just get the LED ones. This is the performance polyurethane differential mount. This is the pin for it. This is the rear sway bar reinforcement kit. These are the polyurethane transmission mount sets. These are the OEM motor mounts that I ordered. So we do have a lot of bushings and mounts that are gonna be drastically changing this car. And it doesn't look like a lot of stuff, but I'm telling you right now, these alone are going to make a big difference. I do have more parts coming for this whole thing that we're doing, drastically changing the way that this car drives. All of the bushings and mounts are bad in this car. They were upgraded at some point. You can tell they're like different colors, but they're just old. And so I just want to refresh everything and start fresh
with the stuff that I prefer. So that's what we're gonna end up doing at some point. Just kind of like keeping you guys in the loop as stuff comes in, because honestly, it's hard to keep track of it all. Okay, so this is the differential support bracket. It also happens to be in light color blue, just like all of the freaking sway bars in the car, which is, dude, pretty sick. This thing's gonna actually look pretty badass from the bottom. So that is just a few of the things that have come in so far that, as you guys, this could really change the way that this car drives, especially with the new steering rack that we're putting in. Super excited for all that. That's gonna be in a future video, and we'll probably include the steering rack as part of that video. Who knows? We'll figure it out when we get there. I would also like to point out the fact that I got my center console piece in. I do have the rest of the parts for this in the other garage, but look at how, dude, just that one piece made it look like a real full interior. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? Yeah. It's really coming together, guys. Let's talk about the exhaust. I think I'm gonna start on this today. Old girl is, yeah, man, I've already had to replace the mounts, the exhaust hangers, because they had rusted through, so we have new ones on there. But yeah, I mean, this should be pretty self-explanatory. It's a rear section all the way up to the catalytic converters. It should just bolt right up. It does come with everything we need to make this work. So I'm just going to get right into it. I'm going to jack the car up. I'm going to start removing the old one, and we'll see if we run into any issues. Might just lay this one out so I can kind of see how it forms first, but yeah, it should be good. Let's get into it. Wow, 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 super fun. Super fun. So that is what we're going to be disconnecting right here. Those are catalytic converters right there. So we're going to be removing all of this back here to the muffler. Nice part is it's one piece all the way through, so that should be pretty easy to remove. There are a couple of hangers right here. Those are the ones I just replaced because the whole exhaust was like hanging super low. So good thing we replaced that, because putting a new fancy girl on and she's gotta look good. So I'm gonna get to it. Actually going to, just by looking at those, I can tell that we gonna need some PB Blaster. Them joints is filthy. Look at the size of this thing that landed on my freaking leg, dude. It's like a big hornet. Dude, it's huge. It's bigger than a quarter. That thing landed on my freaking leg. This dude came in the wrong garage today. It's super weird because on vacation, I literally got bit by a wasp. And that motherfucker landed exactly where I got bit. And I looked up and he's like a gigantic bee. I don't know what kind of bee that was, but no way. Not today. It's not happening. That's your new home. You live in a vacuum now. All right, where was I? Got him. For these ones, 13 mil and a 12 mil. Kind of a weird position, but you'll get it. Okay, so we got the beautiful muffler off. So this is going from a 2-inch, like the stock pipes that the cats come out of are 2-inch to a 2.5-inch. So in order to do that, I'm gonna have to use these guys. See how they allow us to go from little guy to big guy. So we are gonna use that. There was like a little gasket that came off of one side. And then try and reuse all these. I don't know if you're gonna be as lucky as me, but preferably I'd like to get new ones, but we'll do that when we get track pipes. So I think what I'm gonna do now that I have this out, I'm just gonna assemble the new exhaust, lay it out so it's as close as possible to this. I'm gonna leave all this loose. I'm gonna work on this part. As you can see, we're using the factory rubber mount on this side, and then we're using the actual metal piece and the rubber mount on this side. I left all this stuff loose. All this is loose. as you can see. So now I'm gonna start working on this side. So for these guys, I went ahead and tightened all these down. This is the original 13 mil and 12 mil. And then I just kind of twisted these to the point where they were both, all four, accessible. This is the one with the crush washer. So you just have to make sure, look on both sides while you're tightening it to make sure that that crush washer is seated properly. This one just butts right up. You don't need to worry about a crush washer on that one. Now that we have this all tightened up back here and the muffler tightened up, I'm gonna go ahead and tighten up the midsection piece, which is just these guys, the normal clamps on both sides. And this all kind of just like fell into place as I was working on it. This part down here was pretty tight to get in. I had to really pull backwards. But if you have a jack holding it up, it's a lot easier. So yeah, that's where we're at. It looks good. There's no rubbing or anything. These are lined up really solid. I like where the tips lay out. It looks like it's a good placement. I'll show you that later. But yeah, nothing is hitting. Everything looks like it clears well. It fit really good. So I'm just gonna go ahead and finish up tightening the rest of the bolts, and then I'm gonna start up the car while it's up in the air, just to make sure that we're not leaking under here. Okay, we are all tightened up and good. It's got the branding on it, but you know, I'll probably end up just painting those all black or something down the road. I love it, man. All blacked out. Looks really nice. Let me do the leak test, make sure we're good, and then I'll drop her down. We'll go ahead and do the intake. This sounds good. Okay. That was successful. Moving on to the intake. Knock that out real quick. Shouldn't be too difficult. One pull on the old school BMWs. Nothing like the new ones where you double pull it. Behold, our stock intake system. Undo these guys, these clamps from the throttle body. Pop this off. What up? All right, had a fan roll up. Nice to meet you, bro. You know, when you live at a place like this and you, my garage is always open and I'm always working in here, so people just roll up, which is fine. I'm cool with it. Like, it's not a big deal. But yeah, nice to meet you, bro. Like your car. All right, so obviously intake system, throttle body, we're gonna go ahead and pull it off from here. I don't think we need to undo any of that. This looks all pretty straightforward. Air duct system right here, coming through here. So this is gonna come out of here. I don't know if we retain that on the new one. Got a 10 mil, looks like, right here. That will come off. So yeah, we're basically just pulling out the air box, pulling off this plastic piece, pulling off this sensor, and I think that that will pretty much relieve the entire intake. Now, you guys remember I am doing the M50 manifold swap, so I will be doing that soon as well, but I don't know how long that's gonna take to get here. I also got the installation kit, so it makes everything 10 times easier. I do also want to replace this strut bar. I'm not really a big fan of it. I saw one at a car show the other day on that Dakar yellow E36 M3. If you guys know who makes that one, I'm gonna put a picture of it right here. If you guys know who makes that strut bar that was on that Dakar yellow E36 M3, let me know. Comment down below because I want that one. I don't really like this one, so yeah. All right, anyways, let's pull this out. Let's see what we got inside the box here. Okay, so I just started going for it, but basically you're just putting on the rubber pieces here and here. Put on these guys, there and there. Instructions beautifully noted on everything for you. There's the piping, there's the cone. Don't love that, might take it off. Sorry, engine, love you guys, but not a huge fan of branding. Anyways, a couple of heat shields here. See how those look. Dude, your boy though, I like to just run cone, to be honest with you. I don't know how long all this stuff is gonna stay. All you heat soakers, don't freak out on me. All right, done with this. So I put this piece back on. This has to stay there. Comes out of here. You got your plug right here for this sensor. And then you put the rubber engine grommet thing, the silicone part right here. And then this is the box, right? Hooks up to all the factory stuff. And that's as far as I got. Instructions are pretty clear. I mean, it tells you exactly what is going where. This is actually the top piece. Next, we'll put the filter on that and then put that into there and then secure that down with that. I'll be real, man, I kind of like it without that cover. I don't know. Do these cars suffer from a lot of heat soak? I really don't know. But I would 100% prefer to run it without the cover. I will put the cover on, but I think it's gonna be better without the cover, but we'll put it on. All right, dude. I'm quite hyped on this. This looks pretty good. So what do you guys think? Are you team cover or no cover? I haven't decided yet. I will say it looks very clean with this cover on there. And I will also say that in general, the way that this intake fits and the way that it's made is very good. It's impressive the way that it all fits in here and how tight it is. It's very solid. I've seen intakes that move a lot, you know, they have like too many weird rubber grommets, but this thing is rock tight. So, yeah, man, wow. Okay, so we got ourselves an intake and we got ourselves a little axle back. You know, it's gotta be 150 wheel plus whatever we were. So probably making about 500 wheel right now. Cap, relax. Everybody calm down. This car probably makes 240 horsepower. I honestly don't even know how much it makes. I have no idea. But yeah, intake probably won't add anything. Maybe 3, 4, 5 horsepower if you're lucky. But obviously, dude, it looks way cooler and sounds way cooler, so that's why we do it. Also, for the axle back, I don't think it's gonna do much for us, but hey, it's gonna sound good. Okay, but when I do the track pipes and when I do the headers and I do the M50 manifold and then I get it tuned, I guarantee you, we will make a little power. I'm not looking to make like huge power with this car. And a lot of people are asking me like, are you gonna turbocharge it? No, I'm not gonna turbocharge it. I think if I were to do any kind of induction in this car, I would do a supercharger to retain that NA sound, NA feeling, linear feeling of the car. I don't wanna take away from that. And I really don't think that that's necessary. Like we have a Supra in the other garage that makes really good power, turbo. I don't need to have 2 turbo vehicles. And I also don't think for track, that you want a super high horsepower turbo car. So if I were to do some sort of induction on this car, it would be a supercharger and I would build the motor before I did the supercharger, which might happen this winter. I might actually pull the engine, build it, and then do a supercharger. And then from there on out, it would be a completely different kind of build than what we're doing right now. But for what we're doing right now, we're just trying to do some basic bolt-ons. We're gonna tune it so it drives good, sounds good. And yeah, man, I'm super happy with it. Like so far, dude, this car is, it's been like 2 months. I've actually only had my hands on this car for like a month. It's been at the wrap shop for a month beforehand. And so I've really only been wrenching on this car for like a few weeks, to be honest with you. Huge shout out to Keys Motorsports for sending both of these out. Very happy with them. Very happy with both of the products. They fit really good. They look good. I hope they sound good. Right now, it's raining out, so we're gonna wait until tomorrow. I'm gonna come in here and we're gonna fire this thing up first thing in the morning when we go get our coffee, and we are gonna hear what she sounds like. So you guys, I will see you tomorrow morning. Sleep tight. Well, it's gonna be like seconds for you, but I'm gonna sleep tight. I'll see you in the morning. All right, it is a new day. Today, we get to hear what this girl sounds like. I heard it briefly, started it up just to do a quick leak test, make sure nothing was leaking. But we're just gonna go for a quick drive, grab some coffee, about 7:30 in the morning, and we'll cap off this video. And then we will do some future videos with really, really good sound and a bunch of different angles and driving footage and all that. But I did wanna cap this video off and kinda let you guys have a little taste of how she sounds. Dude, this thing sounds good. Rumbly and deep. Oh, buddy, I'm super excited to drive it. All right, it's about to start raining, so we got like no time. Oh, dude, it sounds so good. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. You guys, it sounds so good. Oh my God. It's got like a really deep tone to it. So far, haven't like gotten high on the revs or anything, but it's got a really nice deep tone to it, man. It's good. So excited. This car is really coming together. Oh yeah, dude. I haven't like gotten on it or anything, gotta let her warm up a little bit, but oh, yes. I think today I'll probably work on the door cards, get that knocked out, but it sounds so good.
I can't really hear the intake much, but then again, I haven't really like gotten on it or anything. The exhaust sounds awesome. For just an axleback? Bro, this sounds good. Oh God, it sounds good. It sounds so nice. Oh my God! Yes! Dude! It's amazing how just an exhaust makes the car so much more exciting to drive. Oh, it's starting to rain on me, man. No! Putting that sunroof delete into work already. God, it's got such a good, like, deep tone to it though. I'm gonna grab this coffee and then we'll stop somewhere out here and give you guys a couple of revs. But yeah, like I said, there's gonna be a future video where we get like real sound clips and yeah, some good stuff for you guys. Well, I'll be damned. Look at how perfect that fits in there. It's like it was meant to be. All right, found a little spot. It's got such a good, like, dark, deep tone to it. I'm really curious to see what the track pipes end up doing to it. But yeah, it sounds really, really good. So remember, we have the intake covered up and the boxes on it and everything. I think if we took it off, the intake would probably be louder, like I was talking before, but I'm not really concerned about like hearing the intake. This sounds amazing though. This is such a good, clean tone. So I'm gonna give you guys a couple of revs out here so you can really hear it. We are back in the garage. So to show you guys a little bit of the stuff I did yesterday, put everything back together. I finally fixed my e-brake. E-brake was broken before. I fixed that. And then this guy, yeah, I know it doesn't really match everything because this car used to have wood interior. I might like wrap this or just paint it black. Haven't really decided on that. But we are back in working order, man. This is all brand new back here. And then this is all like previous stuff. So shift boot matches the e-brake boot. Looks pretty good. Very happy with it so far. Did a couple of things on the exterior too that we can talk about. I found out yesterday that a very common problem with the E36 M3s are that the tail lights have failures and the license plate lights have failures. There's a lot of like finicky light issues back here and I figured out why. So I had swapped out like a bunch of fuses and I was going through replacing all the bulbs. I probably did that multiple times before I realized that that was not the issue. It was actually the wiring harness. So let me explain. You can turn this on now. You'll see that everything works properly. I also installed LED license plate lights from ECS Tuning. They're super bright, dude. They look so good on the back of this car. But let me explain what happens with these lights. If you guys get like a tail light malfunction or license plate malfunction, let me explain why that might be, or at least it was in my case. So the harness that comes from the license plate lights back here goes all the way down into this part of the harness. Now this harness goes all the way through the car, all the way up to the front. So what happens is, as these cars get older, these wires become brittle and hard, and if you bend them, they break. They don't have much flexibility to them. You'll see that I have a bunch of Tessa tape on here because I actually cut all of this off and discovered that what happens is, at this point in the harness where it bends, these wires just end up snapping. So people will end up getting failures and lights won't work, and they'll be like, why? All this stuff is happening. It's actually the wires coming completely disconnected. In most cases, it's just a couple of wires, like a ground wire or something that becomes disconnected. In my case, they were almost all completely cut. So I had to re-splice everything back together, use some electrical tape, use some Tessa tape, and now everything works again. So if you are having that issue in your E36, this is probably why. All you gotta do is make a little slit in here, and you can kind of feel like where the wires just came apart. Dude, these lights look really good. Super bright. I do have a personalized plate coming. Finally got this thing registered. So yeah, man. But that is not what we are focusing on today in this video, you guys. Today we are focusing on these guys. Now these are the hard motorsport lightweight door cards. So if we look at what we got going on right now, obviously not the prettiest situation, but I watched a few videos on this and it seems pretty straightforward. There are some things that we're gonna have to kind of tinker with a little bit. You know, in most cases people are using rivets. I don't want to use rivets. I'm gonna kind of find and finesse my own little way to do this. But obviously this is gonna really complete the interior, you guys. Like, my interior is pretty much all back together except for the door cards, and it looks really, really bad. But furthermore, there's a lot of that going on, a lot of rattling. And that's something that I want to address before I just go ahead and throw in another door card, because it's still gonna do that. I'm gonna do my best to kind of relieve some of that rattling. In my head, the way to do this, I think I'm gonna end up using some Tessa tape. And if you guys don't know what Tessa tape is, it's basically like this stuff that you see all over the car. It kind of has like a fabric texture to it. And what I'm gonna do is, at every contact point where we see metal on metal, or it gets close to the car, I'm gonna wrap it in Tessa tape. And that will just add a little bit of cushioning so there isn't so much noise. You know, I've never installed these before. I did watch a couple of videos and it seems like it's relatively straightforward. You know, obviously there's gonna be a lot of modification that needs to go on to make this work. So let me show you what I bought from ECS Tuning. All right, so obviously here are the door cards. So I like these ones more than the other ones that are out there offered by different companies, because these actually have like contours to them. They're just a simple plastic panel, but at least they look somewhat like a real door card. They just have a little bit more of like that design element and functionality to them. I didn't want to like completely go race car where it's just like an aluminum sheet. I wanted to have somewhat of an enjoyable interior, so that is why I decided to go with these ones. I think they look really good. I think our challenge is going to be installing these and making them work without having a lot of rattling, because of the fact that they are plastic. I don't want them moving around, and I have some solutions for that, and we will talk about it. But obviously, here are the door cards. We'll have to do a little bit of drilling and stuff, you know, for like where the lock piece comes up. These are actually pull straps to open and close the door. So you can actually retrofit these in, so you don't have to use the actual handle. It just then becomes a strap that opens the door. And then this is all of the other hardware that comes with the door cards. It's got, you know, it's got your rivets in here, but again, I'm not using rivets. I'm gonna do mine a little bit differently. It's got some rubber seals, and then it's got the actual handles that you will close the door with, because if you see, you're not gonna be able to actually like close the door with anything other than like the handle that you use to open the door, but you don't want to use that because then the door will be open every time you guys get them. So we have to make some cuts for, you know, like where the actual pull straps go through, but the big ticket to putting these on is these guys. So you're gonna have part of this that's going to be attached to the door, so you're gonna drill into the door, and then this edge is gonna grab into the actual door card. Now you're gonna have a series of those around the car to make it very secure, obviously. I'll be honest, I'm not entirely sure where this is supposed to go, because it's not really enough to cover the entire door, but I'll have to look. I mean, they've got some instructions in here. It's rather limited. My idea that I had was to buy something like this, obviously a lot more of it, and cover the entire circumference of the door card. Just because this is plastic and likely it's just gonna be laying against the metal, obviously that's gonna create rattles. If we had some rubber in there, could probably eliminate some of that. All right, you guys, this is gonna be linked down below if you wanna buy a set for your E36. They got them for E46s, all kinds of cars. Really good reviews on them, so I'm assuming that, you know, if we just do a good install, we'll be all right. And so you guys, I'm not gonna be using the rivets. I don't wanna use rivets because I'm going to be taking this on and off, and I don't wanna have to deal with putting rivets on and removing rivets. So my thought here is that we're gonna use these self-tapping screws, obviously, to go into the metal, and then for the part that actually grabs onto the plastic, we'll drill through the door card, obviously, so a screw can pass through, and I'll go to the hardware store and get some new little clips that can grab a screw. That's what I'll do. I'll clip that onto the actual tab like that, a little bit smaller so it fits better, and then I'll use a screw just like this that passes through the plastic into that clip and holds it on. I think that this makes a little bit more sense than going all in with rivets, but if you're just going for like the permanent setup and you know you're not gonna remove it, by all means, go for it. Okay, so I haven't put the passenger one on yet because we're gonna chat real quick, and then I'm gonna show you guys what we've done. But here is the door, and I'm ready to install the door card. You can see I ended up using some Testa tape along here, right there, because I feel like that's a contact point. And then over here, I feel like those are 2 contact points, and that will remove a lot of that rattle. You don't hear it anymore. It's just deadened by this Testa tape. So that is all good. I found out that the RS door pull thing, latch thingies that I have, they're made by Redline, but I don't think they're the right ones. To keep it simple, without having to show you guys a bunch of stuff, I took all this off and I tried to put it on, and it turns out that the housing for this car doesn't make sense for the application that they sent me. It simply doesn't fit in there. And even if you cut all of this out, there'd be no way to hold the actual latch piece onto the door that moves this. So I don't think that that kit was made for this car. Maybe I ordered the wrong one. Maybe they sent the wrong one. Who knows? I'm gonna see if there's a workaround for that later. This went fine. This is just the door pull to end up closing the door. Now, I did at first want to put it somewhere over here, kind of like how the M4 GTS door has it, like right there. I thought that could be cool, but you need to be able to access the backside because it has a bolt in it. And as you can see, there's really no way for you to get back here and access a bolt if you were to put it in. It would be cool, I think, in that location, kind of like an M4 GTS, but at the same time, you're gonna want leverage to pull the whole door. It's gonna be a lot easier to pull the door closed over here than over there. This is closer to you, but this has more leverage to close the whole door. So I just went with this. From the way that I'm figuring it out, the easiest way to do this is to put this on. I put it up to where I thought it looked good. I basically just lined this up with that because I know at the end of the day, this should be the center point for the hole that houses the door handle. So once I did that, I actually used tape and I taped up the door card onto the window just to put it right into place. And then I went along the circumference of the door with a Sharpie. I used that Sharpie to trace out the entire door all the way around. So then I knew exactly where it was gonna lay. And now we get into the part that I think could be better. These guys are supplied to you by Hard Motorsports. They only give you 8 of these. In my opinion, I think it would be nice to have more. The only reason I say that is because you don't have any up here, so you're relying on like these guys to hold it up. I don't know how I feel about that yet. So right now I'm limited to using 4 of these per side. I just went right here. I looked and made sure that, you know, I wasn't hitting anything back here. Same deal down here, right here, and right here. And as you can see, I went and got these little guys that allow me to run a screw through and they'll grab onto this side. So with the outline of the door card on the door, I kind of knew where to place these. And for this strap as well, I had to measure out where to cut. Ended up using a Dremel and just going through right there. That seemed to make the most sense. It pulls through. It actually looks like super clean when the door's together. It's gonna look a lot cleaner without this actual OEM door handle. The OEM door handle just doesn't seem to fit as well in this. It's a bit too recessed, and you guys will see what I'm saying when I put it on. Not a big deal. I feel like they make one for this car, but the one that they sent me is not the right one. It's actually made by Redline, and the one that belongs to the Hard Motorsports door kit is made by Hard Motorsports. So I don't know if either I sent them the wrong thing to send me or they picked the wrong thing. I will find a way to get this good and get it figured out down the road, but obviously, you know, for this application, I don't want to have to wait on that, so we're just gonna go ahead and send it. So that's kind of how I have it set up. I think this little Testa tape deal is gonna make a big difference, putting that on here. You can even see like the contact points where it was rubbing and making a lot of chatter. That is greatly gonna reduce a lot of that. I think in there is gonna make a big difference too, because you know, it's metal on metal. It's just loose. A lot of that stuff is loose. Other than that, I think it's gonna be good. So I'm gonna go ahead and put this on and kind of show you guys what we have so far. I didn't make any modifications to this other than my
this little pull handle spot right here for the rope to go through. We will have to now put in like the holes where these little brackets are. And the way to do that is I'm gonna put it right back on the door, I'm gonna hang it with tape again, and then I'm gonna go and just look on the sides and figure out where each one is, make a little spot on the plastic, drill it through, and then smoke little screws through there, and we should be good. Okay, so here is where we are at right now, and this is going to be a work in progress. I'm just telling you right now because there's going to be things that I need to go out and get or order in order to make this as good as I want it to be. All right, so we got the brackets screwed in here. You can see right there, and then I got my guy over here. Now remember, they only give me 4 per side to work with. In my opinion, you need like 8 per side. In order to make this really, really good, I think you need a lot more. So this is this is all good. This comes through right. It's held up nice right here. There's no rattles. It's not like moving too much. Now the issue, you're gonna have a gap along here because what I want to be able to do is close this, right? I want that to be like that, but naturally it sits like that. So you have this like almost a 1/4 inch, 1/16 inch gap running along here. And so in my mind, the only way to fix that gap is to have, you know, you're gonna need a bracket probably down in here, and then find a way to make some brackets work down in there. Like, you know, one there and like one here, and maybe one over here on the corner. If we could do that, then this would all sit perfectly and this would be money. So that's really all we need. I'm gonna go to Home Depot and find more of these guys. But this is how it looks. I mean, dude, it's not bad. This is what I was talking about with like the door handle. Like this is pretty recessed in. And yeah, I don't really know like what you're supposed to do about that. I don't know if you're supposed to run like a spacer thing to like push this out, but if you did that, part of this clips in to the actual door. So if you ran a spacer, only one side would be functionally in and it would move all over the place. It's just a weird setup. Like I'll probably take some of that rubber gasket and just like lay it around here just to cover up some of this bullshit. But now keep in mind, you know, like these are meant for cars that are just being raced. I don't think they're supposed to like aesthetically look amazing. Like the point is to just reduce the weight, but for what it is, it's not bad. I think it just takes a lot of customization to like get it really, really good. This won't bother me as much when I go ahead and get the actual functional like pull tabs, because then we'll have a gasket around here. It'll kind of be covered up a little bit more, and all you'll have is a rope coming out of here. Right now it just looks weird because you have to dig your hand in here and get this handle, which you can still do. Like it's still not a problem, but it just looks a little weird. So that's kind of the situation. It's the wonders of working on cars when you're modifying stuff like this. It's just always going to be, and I knew that this project was going to be like this. I knew it, and that's why I put it off. I was like, oh, it's going to be a pain in the ass. But we'll get there. It's coming along, man. Love this though. This is sick. Love having that. Really cool. All right, I'm gonna head to the hardware store. I'm really finessing this whole thing. So I'm taking these brackets, using these guys that we're using before, and you'll see what I'm doing here. I'm basically creating L brackets for the top. Now I'm gonna try 3. I did smoke holes for more than 3, but I'm trying to conserve because I don't have many parts left, and I think I can get away with this. So I have total 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on each part, and I think that this is gonna be enough for us to get away with doing this. The only downside is that we're gonna have to have screws up top. So I'm gonna have to find some black screws, and this is like perfect. It lines up perfectly. It's gonna hold it flat, and yeah, hopefully it works, man. I don't know. All right, so now it's time to line everything back up and put it back on the car. So this is really the only way that I can do it with these brackets. We have this guy on this side going all the way in, one over here that is out here, and then one right here that is also out. And I'm using the rubber gasket as well. That should help eliminate some of the space. So this is the best I can get it for now. All right, so I know that this doesn't look amazing right now. I know that. It's because there's 2 big ass silver bolts sticking out of the top. But I do promise that it will look better once I use black bolts. It'll look a little bit better. It's not gonna look great, but this was kind of the best that I could get this to work out. The most important thing though is this thing is like rock solid on here. Like, it is not going anywhere. It's right where it needs to be. That's the biggest thing. It doesn't look the greatest, but it will look a little bit better once I have black. I'm gonna go get some nice, like, flat black finished bolts on here, and I think it's gonna look a lot better. It kind of sucks that I had to do it this way, that I had to like drill into the top just to make that work because of the way that the brackets are. I tried so many different methods, like putting these together, using just these guys, like these top ones, but there really is like no way to make it work unless you like custom made something. These brackets I had to use like that, but the problem is when you use these brackets, they're too long, so it pushes it out. And those were the only two that I could get. I didn't want to go this far because I really couldn't get a bracket on here without it pushing out too far. And then it just looked really weird. So I think that this is the best that we're gonna get it up top. I was able to get this one all the way in, but I think what I'm gonna do on the other side, rather than having like 3 random ones in like that, I'm going to do one here with the hole being out here, so not trying to stretch it all the way in. And then I'll have one like over here or something, and then one like over here. Because these ones look a little odd, being that they're just like not symmetrical. I might even like down the road take this one out and just put one in like right here. Just plug that hole and leave it blank. So yeah, it's okay, you know. I feel like first time doing it, like I'm all right with it. It's not terrible. I think it'll be all right once I have black bolts. Give it like, just because I'm like missing stuff and I really had to like try and finesse everything, I give the job a 6 out of 10, and that's me being pretty picky. But as far as like functionality is concerned, dude, it's great. It's perfect. It's all we need. The picky side of me, the obsessed garage Matt Mormon side of me, says it'll give it like a 6. My LTW wing just came in, and I have to mount it and drill the holes so I can send it off to paint. So when we resume this video, it's either gonna be later today or this weekend when I have more time to finish up the other side. But so far, we're looking good. I'm happy with this. I'm gonna go to Home Depot and get some better screws for this. And yeah, stay tuned. All right, moving along to the other door here. Got my handle there. Did all my Tessa tape work. Same spots that I did with the other side. Should be good. Also, when I shut the door on that side, it's super solid now, which is just a satisfying feeling, because when I shut the door over here, it's like, everything just moves around. Everything just feels more like a car. It just feels more like a complete car. Official test fit, pretty good. Not too bad. Back from paint, time to finish this up. That's where I left off, so we got all of our flanges smoked here and in. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. Your boy is a professional on this side. Look at how good that is. No gaps up top. This side seemed to fit a lot better than the other side. No gaps. We got the seal coming across here. Really, really clean all the way up to the edge. Everything in, door strap, handles accessible. This side looks really good. Also, when I close it, it's like really firm. It's like a nice, clean, firm close. Whereas before, everything was just shaking inside of there. This side, this is like, you know, well, this is the first side I did, and you can tell. So I did change out the screws to black, but we have a little bit of a gap up top. So I think I am gonna try and redo this side at some point. All I need to do is take my brackets that are in here and move them down a little bit, and that'll allow me to move this all in. And then I'll move the location of this one to right here, so they're all even across. And then that way it won't look so goofy. It's not terrible, like looks fine, you know, most people wouldn't really care, but if you're being picky enough, it doesn't look the best, this side at least. Not the most proud of this side. I'm really proud of this side. I think this side turned out really good. I'm super happy with it. Like, dude, it looks really freaking clean, man. So the deal with these, I have the wrong kit, and the best way to tell, the easiest way to tell, you look at the way that these handles are shaped, and then you look at the way that my handles are shaped. They're quite different. These are super wide, and these are super stubby. And you see these two little pins, bottom and top right there? Those little pins allow you to hook the strap to the lever. So you would remove this, and that little piece that they give you would go in there, utilizing those two pins, and then it would be held in there and you could use the strap to open it. Mine doesn't have 2 of those pins. It's a lot smaller, as you can see. So this handle stops here, and you would have to Dremel this out, but then there would be no way to hold the actual mechanism in there. It's tough to explain, but basically this isn't the right kit. This is one made by Redline. It says RS door pulls, and I think that that's why it got confused, because the other one is called RS door pulls, but it's made by Hard Motorsports, which is what these are made by. Who knows? Maybe they pulled the wrong ones. Who knows? I really don't know what happened. But either way, I'll get it fixed and I'll find the right ones. And then once we do that, this will look really good because you won't have all this here. It'll just be like the strap that comes through. So that's the deal, man. It turned out pretty good. First time ever doing it. I would give myself, man, this side, I'm really happy with this side. Like first time ever doing it on this side, and I'd give myself like an 8 or 9 out of 10. This is completely solid and like a really good job in my opinion. It looks as good as like factory. That side, I would say probably closer to like a 6 or 7 out of 10. And that's just me learning because I didn't know what I was doing. All right, man, y'all ready for this? First of all, check out how beautiful this steering wheel cover is. This is how it came. Very impressive, presentation on point. Go ahead and loosen this here. And check this out. All right, check it out, you guys. So this is, like I said, very OE plus, period specific. It's got the flat bottom. It's got all Alcantara. The entire wheel is Alcantara. Got my M badge down here. It's got my BMW logo here. This is a complete wheel. Clock spring, literally everything. So this shows up, I can put this directly into the car. I don't have to mess with anything. It's gonna be like the easiest install ever. Literally just get to swap my wheel out for this wheel. Dude, I absolutely love it. It's a little bit thicker than the factory one. And the size of it is really going to make a big difference when I'm just driving this car like around town at a car shows or whatever. With that tiny little steering wheel, you feel everything. This is going to alleviate and absorb some of those vibrations that you feel on the road just because it's a little bit bigger. It's a little bit softer. So this will be like my nice steering wheel. This will be the wheel that, like I said, I don't really take this to the track, but I use this when I'm around here or I'm going to the store or I'm just taking the car out to like the car shows or hanging with buddies. I'd say 80-90% of the time I'll probably rock this wheel. Obviously the quality of this wheel is a lot higher than the Sparco wheel. The Sparco wheel is a cheap wheel. It's like a $150 wheel. This is a fully customized wheel tailored to me and how I wanted this to look. And I just really love how it's so period specific to the car. Like we didn't do anything too crazy. It doesn't have a bunch of carbon on it. You know, it works with the car. But yeah, dude, I think it's gonna look so good in here. I'm so excited. All right, so we're gonna pop off the old one. If you guys obviously have your factory wheel still on, it's gonna be a little bit different of a situation for you, but for me, it's gonna be pretty simple. I'm just gonna pop off these Allens here and then pull out the actual, I think it's a 16 mil that holds the actual steering wheel on. Take all that off and then I can go ahead and throw this guy on. I'm not gonna lie. That is nice. All right, you guys ready for it? Let's check it out. These kids are freaking out. It's an E36, bro, not an E30.
Yeah. That is sick. E36 what?
Is it E36 M3?
That's my great car.
Is it really? You want me to pull it out so you can see it?
Yeah.
All right. Dude.
It's awesome.
You like it?
Yeah.
I just put a new steering wheel on. Do you like the steering wheel?
Dude, that's sick.
You want to sit in it?
You swear?
Yeah, go for it.
I'm a little short for it.
Small for it, man.
Yeah, it's sick. Thank you, man.
Yeah, man, anytime. That's the youth of our community, folks. Got to be good to them. They look up to us. So, the kid approved. Let's go for a little drive and see how this thing is. All right. About to go for a drive. Dude, this thing feels, horn works. This thing feels really, really nice.
Like really nice. The Sparkle one's cool. I like the Sparkle one, but this just feels better for like daily driving. Like if I were about to drive this car for like 3 hours to the mountains, I wouldn't want to rock that Sparkle one. It's you just feel every single thing from the road in that thing because it's so small. But this one it just feels more OEM, you know? And the MTech 2 is just like a beautiful piece that is from the E36 era. So it just fits this car and the vibe so well. So first time driving with it. Also really cool that those kids, man, I love that. I love that when kids come up and they're just really into like an old car. I don't know, man, like you could just see, oh, this feels nice. You could just see like with the way that he responded to the car, like that made his day, you know? And like he just sat in it, that's it. But it literally made that kid's day. And if we ever have the opportunity to do that for someone like that, like a younger enthusiast, dude, do it. Like that's just such a big deal to them that, yeah. So really happy that they came up and I was able to do that for him and just make his day and put a smile on his face, man. Because that's like the future of our community. Like that's the future enthusiast of our community. So important. Okay, right off the bat, love it. Turning is so much easier with this wheel, dude. Like, that's another thing about that little wheel. It's like really tough to turn the wheel. Oh, this is nice. Yeah, this is really nice. Oh, dude. Yeah, bro. This car and this wheel is it's spot on. So there's definitely going to be people that prefer a Sparco over this one. I think it really just comes down to kind of driver are you, kind of build do you want to build, you know? But having both is really like, that's the best. This is freaking nice, dude. I would much rather daily drive this car, or just like drive this car around town with this wheel. This is much better. And the design looks so good. Like, dude, it's so clean. Flat bottom. Alcantara. So I read a lot of comments online about people with Alcantara and like they're afraid to run it because of dirt and stuff like that. They will get dirty. If you just inherently have like dirty hands all the time, yeah, I mean, your Alcantara is going to get dirty. But then again, so would your leather steering wheel. You know what I mean? You just have to take care of it, wash your hands, clean it every now and then. When I had my M Performance wheel in the M2, that was obviously Alcantara all the way around. I would clean it like once a month with some Sonax and just scrub it in and then wipe it off, and it was perfect. I mean, it never looked bad. It never frayed. It never like came apart. Yeah, so just, I guess, basic common sense, right? Dude, this is great. Man, this car is so close to being really, really good. Like, it's come a long way in the past month that I've had it on my hands, but we just need to get these bushings taken care of. We just need to get the steering rack in, and this car is gonna be next level. At that point, I think that we're ready to track it. Dude, I just love driving this car, man. Like, oh, it's so good. Every time I get in this car and I drive it, I'm like all smiles. It's so good. The MTech 2 steering wheel actually doesn't have an airbag. Kind of like the Sparco one, like you just basically get rid of that airbag. So that is something to note, but obviously, you know, with the way that this car is, the clock spring works. Okay, cool. So that's good. As soon as I have the turn signal on and then come back around, it ends up turning off, which is good because that's what we want. A good setup. We got this guy back here. He's probably like, what is this guy doing? Cop broke his neck. Didn't pull me over, but he broke his neck. So that's how you know you're doing it right. So yeah, man. This worked out really good. Like, it's obviously a super easy install. Like, literally just one bolt, pop it off. If you have to take off the other one, the factory one, it's two T25s. I believe they're either T25s or T30s from the back. You just pop those off and then pull off the airbag. Super simple. But obviously, since I didn't have the airbag, it was like really easy. This just pops right off and you just throw on that main bolt and you're good to go. But I think that like from a driving perspective, dude, this is the way to go. If you're doing just like daily driving, obviously you could track with this wheel too, but in my opinion, like this was a really nice wheel. Like I really like this wheel. I wouldn't want to, because there's a lot of hard gripping on the track, ripping the steering wheel around. I personally wouldn't want to track with this wheel. I like the fact that I have the Sparco that I can track with. It's quick release, kind of beat it up a little bit. You know, that's like $150 steering wheel, like whereas this one probably costs a bit more. But the nice part is, you know, you can outfit these steering wheels through Aza Auto Wheel any way you want. If you guys want Alcantara, do it. If you want leather, do it. If you want stitching, the colored stitching, you can do it. If you want a center stripe, you can do it. Carbon fiber, you can do it. Obviously, for this application, like I wouldn't put carbon fiber on here. It would be a little bit weird. But I do like having this wheel as like the daily driving wheel because I can retain my clock spring. You guys remember I had that weird clock spring issue not fitting with the E36 hub adapter for the Sparco wheel. Whatever that is, there is a workaround. You got to put on like a 328 or 325 clock spring in order to make it adapt to the Sparco wheel on the M3. So you can make that work, but it's just nice to be able to have all the functions with this wheel, you know what I mean? Like a little more of like an OEM setup, but it's good, man. It's not completely OEM, you know, it's a little bit thicker. It's got the Alcantara, it's got the M stitching, it's got the M badge, it's got the flat bottom. Like these are all things that I really wanted on the wheel. And when I was talking to Aza Auto Wheel, they had some suggestions, and then from there we just kind of decided what we were gonna do. You know, originally I was gonna put a stripe on it, but I'm not a big fan of the stripes, man. I don't know, they just look kind of weird to me, so I decided to opt out for that. I stuck with the M colored stitching and then obviously all the Alcantara and the flat bottom and a little bit thicker. It just all around like feels like a much better wheel. So if you guys are looking for a custom wheel for like any of your cars, I'll leave their information down below. Fantastic company. I have a reputation with them for quite a while now. I've been working with them for a long time. They're just, dude, they're just the best in the game when it comes to custom wheels. This car is just everything, bro. Yeah, man, this is just awesome. I'm telling you guys, like, I try to drive this car as much as I possibly can because I just love it. Like, oh, there's just something about it, man. Like, they just made cars totally differently in the 90s. And, like, this was, dude, when this car came out, could you imagine, like, this was the top of the class, dude. Like, you had an E36 M3. Like, this was the sports car to have in the 90s. It's just cool to be able to see how far along it's come and, like, how it's changed so much. Like, having the Supra and having this, it's just, it's literally the best of both worlds. Like, it's complete opposites. Nothing is the same, and the crowds that appreciate them are totally different. Like you saw with those kids that stopped by that were just like going nuts over this car, and I've noticed that younger kids love these older cars. I don't know what it is, like it's just a different day and age, man. But it's cool to see that people have a lot of love and appreciation for like the classics, you know? Like take TikTok, for example. I post TikToks of my Supra, and you know, people don't really care about that. Like they see it around all the time online. But if I post the E36 on a TikTok, they f***ing love it. They eat this car up. And I also think it's the fact that like we got this car, you know, for $5,000. It was in really bad shape, and like the makeover, the transformation over the past month or 2 months has been very dramatic. This has been one of the most fulfilling projects I've ever done, and it really taught me a lesson that, you know, just because you can go out there and buy a new car and work on it doesn't always mean it's going to be the most gratifying thing. Sometimes getting your hands dirty and finding a real project that you need to work on from scratch and rebuild, it just, there's something a little bit more fulfilling about that. you got more skin in the game, you know? So don't be surprised if you see more of these type of builds on this channel, because there's just a certain sweat equity that you put into these cars, and it just feels amazing to see your work finally like coming to life, you know? I'm gonna have to pull that bulb on the airbag light. I am obsessed with it. Looks so good in this car. All right, so we just had a fresh wash this morning. It's looking good. Oh, dude, I'm so excited. It looks so good. Oh my God. They did such a good job on the paint, man. Like, that body shop is just the best. I think for this application, what we're gonna do, kind of like I did with the Supra, go ahead and take our install bolts, run a little bit of that Loctite, and just send it. And if I have any issues down the road, we can make some adjustments, but honestly, I think that's gonna be okay. So without further ado, let's go ahead and put this thing on. This is also gonna be much easier if you have a friend help you. The fact that I'm doing it alone is kind of a pain in the butt. All right, you guys, so we are up on the parking deck. Here is the car with the wing on it. Looks absolutely insane. Dude, Mashaw killed it. Cars Metrics killed it. Paint match is really good. Application was obviously easy because we did the prep work, but I am gonna leave a link down in the description to Mashaw and this wing if you wanna check it out. In my opinion, this is the better way to go. I did end up buying an eBay wing like months ago when I first got the car. It arrived and it was just really, really bad fitment. And so I decided, you know what? I've already put so much time and so much effort into this car. Why cheap out on the wing when that's obviously a really good looking part on this car? So I'll give you the full run around, show you guys fitment and everything. But dude, look at how crazy this car looks now. It just like offsets the car perfectly. It looks so good on the E36 M3. I'm really, really happy with the way this turned out. So as you guys know, I do have the newer E36 M3 side skirts that have like the X in the middle. Those are coming, and then I also have the LTW front lip coming, which is just a little bit more aggressive than this one. And I think that that is really going to complete everything. Like, this car is going to look absolutely perfect once those are on. But dude, I'm so happy with where this car is at and how far we've come so far. Just look at how crazy. It just looks like a race car. The cage, seats, wing. Laguna just looks amazing on this car. So here's the wing and the paint match. I mean, it's literally perfect. There's I have nothing to complain about. Usually I can find something, but no, it's on point. fitment all the way through. Money, no gaps. So on the eBay one, this part would sag down a lot, and then in here, this would come up, and it would literally like catch air. This, obviously, no sagging and completely flush. Mashaw's motto is basically OEM fitment, really good quality. And like I said, I paid a little bit more, but I'm happy that I did because I think it just looks so good. And I really didn't want to cheap out on this like final piece to the exterior of the car. You can also remove these spacers if you want and give it more of like a GT look rather than like the LTW look. I like the LTW look. It's like super hectic on this car. And I feel like this car, with the way that it looks, it just looks really hectic and it kind of fits that like style of it. But I knew when I got this car that I was going to end up doing this wing at some point, and finally we got it on. So I can't stop looking at it. It looks insane. So the other things that you guys saw recently, obviously the new steering wheel, in love with the new steering wheel. And then I also got custom floor mats from Coco Mats. They did a two-tone, so it's black and it's basically a blue that matches the Laguna, which is super dope because you can't find floor mats anywhere for these cars. It's so hard to find floor mats for this car. I was originally looking for OEM E36 floor mats and then also E46 floor mats just to make them work. And I literally could not find anything, even used. So ended up going with Coco Mats, and honestly turned out really good. Both of them fit really well. They give you like these cardboard cutouts and you end up just cutting the cardboard to like fit your floor. And then you can customize them however you want, but both of them turned out really good. And it's pretty cool, man. Laguna Seca in black. It's crazy to think that like just a couple of months ago, this car was just in the condition that it was in, pretty much undrivable. The interior was completely in shambles, and now it's this. I'm at a loss for words, honestly. I did actually order the OEM taillights for this car. I'm kind of torn. Like, I don't mind the white and red ones, but I do want to see it with the OEM amber ones on here. I feel like it's just a little bit more like period specific and it just looks a little more OEM. But I also don't hate these ones, so I'm not sure where I'm going to end up. All right, guys, so that is it. The LTW wing. Hope you guys dig it. If you guys are interested, I'll leave a link down in the description to Mashaw's website. You can go ahead and order it there. I highly recommend if you are gonna buy one, don't cheap out. I've seen a lot of the cheaper ones. They just look really, really bad. And this one just looks absolutely stunning. Anyways, guys, let's wrap this one up. Thanks so much for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Peace out. Steering wheel's got the shakes, my friends. She has got the shakes. Oh, what a surprise. Gigantic truck as I get on the freeway. Oh, what a surprise. Construction everywhere. Oh, what a surprise. There goes my front bumper. Good morning. Lost a little weight in the face today. Good morning, guys. We are heading to CES Motorsports to install the Rack Doctor's ZHP rack, which is a common upgrade for the E36s. There's a lot of issues going on underneath the car, and part of it is I'm having issues with the steering rack, which is creating like a violent shake in my steering wheel. It's actually like pretty unsafe to drive this car, not gonna lie. That's why I really haven't been driving it much. The front left wheel, there's actually like shake in the wheel, and so yeah, it's dicey. So this will actually make a really big difference for me in particular. Not only will the car drive better and respond better and handle better, but also, well, it won't be as sketchy. Basically, this is from Rack Doctors, and I got it in like 48 hours, dude. I ordered it, and it came literally in 48 hours, which is crazy. But this is the ZHP rack, and I selected every option, every upgrade or additional piece that I could get for the rack on their website. So I just like spec'd it up. Like, whatever you got, give it to me, because I'm probably gonna need it. It's just like violently shaking. I don't know how well you can tell on camera. You guys are excited to check out my rack, aren't you? Look at him go, hastily. It's a pretty big rack. Can't wait to see his face when he sees my rack. Oh, dude, like, do it one more time, it's perfect thumbnail. Dude, I had it in 48 hours. From the moment I ordered it to 48 hours later, I had it. It's crazy how fast that was. So on my car right now, the driver's side, literally you can move this out and like shake it. This, like, you'll see when we put the car up on the lift, you can take the wheel and like move it. All right, so we decided to go ahead and just do the motor mounts right now because we have them in the trunk. And looking at the car, the motor mounts are in really bad condition. And it's basically making the steering rack rub on the oil pan, which is not good. So I have motor mounts right here. We'll just knock it out while we're doing it. So with the steering rack, we have inners and outers, which is nice, that came with everything. I think the only thing we really need to swap over are the lines. And then other than that, it should be pretty self-explanatory, but it's going to make a big difference because if you look at this moves, there's a lot of shake to it. And the reason is because that inner tie rod, there's a piece in there that's broken, a piece that's inside of here. So the car will obviously drive a lot better. And yeah, I'll show you guys what the motor mounts look like too. I just did OEM motor mounts. It's really all you need for this, but I'll leave all the stuff linked down below for you guys to the rack and then the motor mounts that we're doing. It's gonna make a really big difference, man. This car, it drives really well, but there's a lot of like sloppiness because all of the bushings and mounts, it's just old, dude. Everything just goes old after a while. So we have like hardly any power steering fluid in the car, and it's like gray, like everything. It's like liquid moly oil, which honestly explains a lot because it's like super hard to turn the wheel in this car. It feels like I almost don't even have power steering.
Power steering fluid should be like that red.
Yeah. And ours is definitely like a, well, you can't really see it, but
Like gray.
yeah, it's literally like a fucking mud. So yeah, we'll change that. So honestly, like everything that we're doing today is going to make a really big difference in the way that the car drives. The motor mounts alone will make a really big difference. So this is what's creating all of that wobble. So this line is hitting the oil pan because the motor mounts are so just old and worn out. The shop super coming in. Some diff work. Look at that beautiful KW. Whoever installed it did a really good job. Oh wait, oh that's me. You want to do that too? I have that. Here, I got that too, look. Let's do that. Just here. Throw it in there. Really?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Oh, sweet. So we're doing a lot of stuff today. Wow, we're going to have a full day then. We're going to do everything. We're going to do trans service too because, yeah, she needs it.
Can you?
Let's do.
Pop these guys out.
On there.
Yeah, wow. Dude, what? It's supposed to be that tight? Hell no. Yeah, it's a nut up top and a bolt that goes through, right?
I usually like breaking the nut off the bird.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm trying to get these 16s off. So these two 16s actually hold the steering rack on. Yeah, and then you pop these tie rods off and the whole thing should come out. And then you have the lines, the feed lines that you need to remove. So we're gonna do a few things today. We're gonna do the motor mounts, we're gonna do the steering rack, we're gonna do this guy, what is it, a Geeby? What is it, Geeby? Guibo. We're gonna do the Guibo. We're gonna do the Guibo because if you look at mine, it's got like a giant tear in it. Kind of hard to see. Mine has a nice big tear in it. So we're just gonna do that today, and then we're gonna do the trans mounts. I believe these are the trans mounts. Yes, do the transmission mounts, and then we're gonna do a transmission flush and service. And yeah, that should get us to at least a good point. to where this thing is driving a lot better. Obviously we have like major work that we need to do on the car, and we're gonna bring the car here and basically take a week to knock that out. I can show you guys the list that we put together. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff. So the car will be here for about a week, and this is everything that I need to do in order to get this car onto a track. So we have our work cut out for us, but it's going to be a completely different car, and it'll be rock solid after we do all this. Once we take care of all this stuff, and then the stuff that we're doing today, this car is going to be, it's going to be really good. We will have to, at some point, get an alignment after we do this, because we are essentially changing the way that this car is aligned by removing everything and putting on the new one. But yeah, this is actually going to make a really big difference for us. You can see all the stuff that I've ordered so far. Rear trailing arm bushings, monoball, rear diff front mount bushing pack, solid subframe bushings, trans bushings, performance polyurethane differential, bolt-in bushing. This is a differential plate, support bracket plate. This is the rear sway bar reinforcement kit. This is the performance polyurethane differential. Dude, I literally have so much stuff, you guys. Oh, I think I'm gonna do the rear diffuser that you guys were telling me to do, like the fancy wide one. They have like an LTW version that's pretty like low key. I might do that. Hey, nice. Yeah, let's see what that fucking thing looks like. Oh my God. So we have to pull off this stuff, right?
Yeah, it's just held onto these bolts.
So this is where my issues were happening. See, this is completely broken, that's completely rusted out, and that's why we literally could not get a good alignment out of the car. Yeah, these are all jacked up too, so all that will be new. Oh, it's gonna make such a big difference. So now we are attacking the motor mounts. What is that, like 2 feet? Foot and a half, foot, something like that? All right, so we got the first one. First mount out, check this out, dude. This thing's bad. Damn, buddy. Toast. Toast. Here's our new one. It looks so nice and new. It's also Laguna Seca, you know? Just kidding. Yeah, she was sandwiched. Crazy. So this is going to make a really big difference in the car. The way that it drives, the way that it handles. Do you see how they painted them Laguna Seca? There's like a little Laguna Seca stripe on it. Yeah, that's for my car specifically. There's the second one. That one's really bad. Wow.
Yeah,
Look at how much more flat it is.
compare it to that one.
Yep.
Still flat.
Damn. In with the new. Yeah. Brake cleaner does wonders. Steering rack's about to go in. I want to show you guys this. I don't know if I've shown you guys this car here before, but this is John's, the owner of CES. This is one of his M3. Yes, he has like multiple M3s, E36s. He loves the E36 chassis, as do I. But this is his Nardo wide body, molded wide body E36 M3. Dude, it's crazy. For one, it's super clean. Obviously still very much so in the build phase. Pretty sure that this is a turbo S52 build. Pretty sure. Most of his E36 M3s have turbo kits on them. But dude, look at how crazy this thing is. So this year, I think we're gonna try and get him to finish this build, or at least get back onto it. It's been sitting for a while. But this thing, could you just imagine how sick this thing would be completed? Like, oh my God. When I was looking for an E36 M3, I tried to buy it off him. He said, no way. I mean, it would be like ridiculously expensive because he spent already so much money just getting it to this point, but look at how cool it looks, man. God, so good. And you can just see, it's hard to tell on camera, but you can just see how girthy these back ends are compared to like mine over there. I mean, dude, it's so big. It comes out, I don't know, 2 inches, probably 2-3 inches. It's just crazy. Yeah, pretty wicked. He's got a lot of E36 M3 builds. He's got this one over here. This one's already turbocharged for sure. And then he's got his outside too, it's turbocharged. Old trans mounts out. They look like ass. Like Weebo.
Weebo.
Like Weebo. Like Weebo. It's cracked all the way through.
Oh, I've blown one into pieces with the turbo cars.
Really?
Oh yeah.
I've never seen one that bad.
thing's cracked all the way through.
We've done them to
Even
where
on the
we've
other
actually
side.
like taken a chunk out and all the threads are like flapping around.
Really?
Actually, I've never seen it that bad.
Yeah.
And if that breaks, then that just keeps spinning and fucks everything else up.
Oh yeah. You hear it. Glug, 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 glug.
So these are cracked all the way through. This one is just straight up missing a chunk out of it. And then this is our new one. Crazy. Wow. That's bad.
Feel different to them too. Oops.
Why, do they feel different?
It's just dry.
Yeah. Oh yeah, wow. That's crazy. Alright, here are the old trans mounts that are in there. They're aftermarket, but they're not very good. Super soft, dude. Super soft. So we're doing poly for these. I don't know. Might be too firm, but they're easy to swap out. So maybe might end up changing that down the road. I think these are it right here. Yeah, transmission mount. Cleaned up the trans. Look how nice and new it looks. So we've decided to also upgrade the gear shift rod joint. This is the selector rod, goes right into this guy, and this is going to make a really big difference when you are shifting gears. You won't get so much slosh back and forth. Selector rod that goes right into that guy, and that is this piece. So we're going to have a new one. It's got a little bushing in here. It's going to make a big difference. There isn't even a bushing in there anymore.
Yeah, it's gone. I
It's
don't even
just
know if those
gone.
come with a bushing. I think it's just it presses up against metal. I'm not sure.
That's crazy.
I could be wrong. Don't quote me on that.
Let me see the new one. Put the new one in there. Show me the new one. And the old one. Look at the difference. That's crazy. That is going to make a big difference. All right. We've got just about everything in here. New trans mounts, new Gibo, rod selector, pin back there is new with the bushing in it. That's going to make a big difference with shifting. All of this is basically new right here. We cleaned up a lot of the stuff underneath. And then we did the new steering rack. And then we did the motor mounts. OEM, of course. Tie rods are new. They came with the steering rack. So now we're going to do a transmission flush, new fluids in the trans, and then we have to put in new power steering fluid. The power steering fluid reservoir only had like half, it was only like half full, and it was like black. It was so bad. Trans fluid was black before, going in red. Nice. All right, we just wrapped up here at the shop. She's ready to go, man. Fresh fluids. We did so much work today to this car, you guys, and you don't understand how much it's actually going to change the way that this car drives. I really haven't been able to drive this car. Like, I've been able to cruise in it, but not like drive it. And now we're going to drive it. So you see these, you know what's going in the car. It's about to be some fun driving footage on the way home. Dude, she is a new car, I'm telling you guys. Oh, so excited. So you guys need work done. E36 M3, Supras, BMWs, whatever you need, make sure you hit these guys up. CES Motorsport, man, they are the ones. We did a lot of work today. For one day's work, I came in here thinking it would be just a steering rack. We just did a lot of work. So shout out to these guys. Let's hop into some driving footage. We do need like an actual alignment done on the car. That is for sure. But oh, dude, this is so good. This is so good. Because you guys have seen me do a couple of driving videos, but we weren't really driving. We were just cruising. We couldn't really drive this car much. Today is a different story. Wow, the turning radius is much different with this ZHP rack. A lot tighter. Feels more precise. Mounts are solid, man. She's so solid. No more like sloppiness.
So right here, the steering wheel would be shaking violently. Obviously it's not. I do need an alignment because we just messed with the steering rack, but we'll go ahead and take care of that when the camera plates come in. But man, does she drive so good and solid. This rack is unreal. It's totally different, dude. If you guys have an E36, you need to do that ZHP rack. That's crazy. This car feels so good. Oh my god. This is like ridiculous. I can't believe how good it feels. Yes, sir! We are in action, boys and girls. Yes! Yes! Finally, we can drive this fucking car. Fuck yeah, dude. Oh, it's so good, guys. It's so good. So obviously we have a little bit of work left to do, but we're getting, dude, we are close. We're talking track dates, late September, so a couple weeks. We're almost there, guys. We're almost there. That gear selector rod bushing and bearing thing that we replaced, that's like the actual name for it, makes a big difference. It tightened up everything in the gearbox. This feels way better. That was like a last minute thing that Hendel was like, ooh, we should replace this. And he's right. That made a big difference. This car, dude, I cannot believe what this car has become. I just can't believe it. It just blows my fucking mind. This car's so good, you guys. It's so good. It's come so far. Man, I don't know what else to say other than wow. It's just it just never ceases to amaze me, you guys. Like, every little thing that we do to this car just makes such a big impact, and this by far has made the biggest impact of everything that we've done so far. What we did today made the biggest impact because it allowed me to actually drive the car. And like before, there were like major safety concerns about driving with that old steering rack that was broken. This it's just incredible. It just makes me so proud, man. Like, we've come so far, you guys, with this car, and it's just the beginning. All right, so we'll go ahead and wrap this one up. I want to thank everyone over at CES Motorsport for doing all of the work today. Cademan, John, Hendel, everyone over there just did a fantastic job. Yeah, I'm just really glad we can knock all that stuff out in one day, man. Like, it made a big difference. So if you guys need work done, make sure you hit them up. I'll have them linked down below. So we're in the last leg. I got to order a bunch of parts that you guys saw on that list, and then install them. The car will probably be at the shop, at their shop, for about a week because we have to do some major work. Drop the trans, drop the subframe, reinforce the rear subframe, some stuff we got to do. So I would suspect that by the end of September, we will be tracking. That's what I think. That's what Hendel thinks. That's what John thinks. Get ready, guys. It's going to be fun. Anyways, I appreciate you guys so much for watching. See you in the next one. Peace. All right, it's time to throw on some new side skirts. Just got these back from the paint shop. Look amazing per usual. So these are considered the twisty side skirts for the M3, E36 M3. They just have a little bit of a more aggressive design right here. So on my car, this actually was a luxury package edition. And on the luxury package, you don't get these side skirts, and the grille is a little bit different. It has like that plastic slit grille. So I changed out the front grille to the normal M3, and then I just have to change out the side skirts. These are my current ones, and they're just kind of like plain. They just look like base factory side skirts, nothing really special to them. These ones are actually wrapped, so I wanted to go ahead and paint the new ones. And these obviously just look a little bit more aggressive than the ones I currently have. So these ones are actually made by Souvenir. If you guys are interested in a set, I'll have it linked down below. Go ahead and hit them up, grab a set of these. This should be a really easy install. There's basically just a bunch of like pop-in clips on the side here. There's this gasket seal piece right here, but they give you all new stuff with the new side skirts. There's also a couple of push pins underneath that we need to drop. And then we'll just remove the whole side skirt, pop it back into place, and we should be on our way. So here they are side by side, so you can really see the difference. The design difference right there. It's like there's an X right here, and then these are just flat all the way through. So these just have a bit more aggression to them, a little bit more design element to them. Excited to have these on. They look a lot better. So this is kind of how you assemble them. You'll see this gasket here that's got adhesive on it. So we got to lay the new gasket that comes with these on the new side skirts, which is pretty easy. And then we will need to pull these off. These are actually OEM factory. I bought all these brand new when I first assembled the car. Look at all that crap that fell out of my fender. But if you don't have new tabs, fear not. Souvenir sends you all new hardware, which is super nice. Pretty much everything you need right here. So they even give you the bottom tabs that go underneath the car. So if you're able to remove the factory tabs from the car, do it. But if not, just go ahead and use the new ones they give you with the package. I have pretty much brand new OEM ones, so I'm using these. So little tip, these are the factory side skirts. And if you look on here, you're gonna see these little notches. That's where those actual clips go. So it tells you on the factory ones where your actual clips are gonna line up. So what I recommend you do is go ahead and take your factory side skirt and lay it up next to your new one, because the new one will not have the little indentations to show you where things go. Just line them up, and then of course just lay on the clips as close as you can to where they are on the factory ones. And then once you're lining it up on the car, you can move them around to get it just perfect. But that's probably the easiest way to kind of get you in the ballpark to where you need to be. It's nice that they give you some, because I definitely broke quite a few of them. But we got them all on. Now when installing it, you really just want to work it from one side to the other one and just slowly click them in as you go down. Just pay attention to your little gasket seal and make sure that it's adhered good while you're going down the line, because you don't want this to get like tucked in all weird or anything. So now we throw it on the car, then we can put in the bottom pieces, and we're good. That side is on. I mean, it's like the most subtle difference, but it does make a difference. And people have called me out for it. They're like, is that a real M3? It doesn't have the right side skirts. When in fact, some of the M3s did have just the base side skirts. They were just the luxury package ones. So, it's pretty sick, man. Good fitment, easy install. Super nice paint job. So, now I gotta install the other side. I'm just gonna handle it off camera. I'll show you guys the finished product.
I had to make sure it fits. We're good. We got room. We got a couple of inches. This is gonna work. Wow. Here we go. Cool. thing in the morning. Yeah! Woo! Such a fun car to drive, dude. Freaking beautiful morning to be driving, man. Finally, these temperatures are getting a little bit cooler. It's like 60 degrees in the morning. This is what I'm talking about. I gotta get the Supra out, man. This is that turbo weather. Thing's been stuck in heat soak mode for months. Oh, yes. First track day, guys. It's coming up. I'm so hyped, you guys. Oh my God. So hyped. Loving these door cards, man. This thing's sick. I didn't catch it on film, but I caught another E36 M3 driver just like randomly on the road. I love that, dude. Love it when I get to see other owners out there. We both were just appreciating each other's builds. Car looks so much better with the side skirts, doesn't it? It's probably something that most people didn't even notice, but it really stuck out to me. These look good, man. These look really good. Dude, this car is crazy. I just can't believe how fast we built this car. Such a beautiful, beautiful spec of an M3. Super happy with it. So yeah, if you guys are interested in buying a set of these side skirts, the updated ones, whether you have like the luxury package or you just have like a base model, you can upgrade to these ones via Souvenir. Super easy install. Just make sure you obviously have it painted by the painter of your choice, and yeah, send it. Looks really good, makes a big difference. All right, so first track day is on the horizon. Dude, I'm just really excited, honestly. Like a little bit nervous, but it'll be fine. I've been on a track before, I just don't have a ton of experience, but I'm excited, dude, to like really push this car, really drive this car super hard, and just get better at driving in general. I think I will actually take the Supra to the track. There's another track day coming up next month that I kind of want to do, and I might just take the Supra, dude, and just like fucking send it and have fun, like see what happens. The Supra is totally capable for the track. It's just that it's not really like set up to be a track car. It handles really good and all of that, but it also has like the Pure 800 on it, so I guess you just gotta like throttle it differently because it spools so hard. But this car is gonna be super fun on the track because it's so linear, manual. It has like perfect weight distribution. I'm so looking forward to tracking this car. So there are a couple of things that I have to get in order before we go to the track, and I ordered everything that I need. We are gonna be upgrading the brake pads to the Hawk DTC 60s, and then I am doing different brake fluid that we're gonna be running, like a race spec brake fluid. And then I do have to figure out my harness situation. So I did buy 4-point Sparco harnesses, but I'm not sure they're necessarily the right ones for this car. I'm gonna do a little bit more research. I think I'm gonna go with a 5-point, and I think I'm gonna mount them a little bit differently than I had anticipated earlier. I've been researching a lot about harnesses and doing them properly, and there's a lot of information on it, a lot of misinformation on it. A lot of people who say you can't do this, you can't do this. This is really safe, this is really unsafe. So it's important that if I am gonna run them, obviously I don't wanna put something in that's gonna be unsafe, but I am gonna figure that out, and I'm gonna try and figure that out before we get into track day because I think that'd be good to have in the car. I do have an alignment happening on Wednesday. I don't think I'll get my camber plates in time. I'm trying to order them through ground control, and honestly, it's just been like a mess. If I'm being completely honest, they aren't very helpful when it comes to setting you up with the specific camber plates you need. So I'm gonna try and see if there's any other companies that make camber plates for this car with the KWV3 coilovers. You would have to think that that's like a pretty common setup, and there has to be a camber plate out there that's pretty easy to get. I don't need anything crazy. I just wanna run like -2, -2.5 degree of camber up front, which honestly is pretty attainable with most camber plates, but it just seems that ground control like isn't the most customer service friendly. So I'm gonna probably go a different route. If you guys have any suggestions for camber plates for this car, the E36 M3 with the KWV KW V3 coilovers, please drop them down below. I'm open to really any brands as long as they're just decent and I can get them relatively soon. I don't think I'll get them before the track day, but I can at least set this car up with the proper alignment, and if I have to, maybe raise it up just a little bit so we don't get any rub. I think I'm only rubbing in the back, like just a hair when I take corners really, really hard, so I'll probably have to lift that up a little bit or just stiffen the suspension with the dampening. But either way, we'll figure it out and we'll send it. There's no sense in like waiting much longer. When this car goes back to the shop, it's gonna be a laundry list of stuff that we need to get done, but I think for where it's at now, it should be completely fine and totally capable to take onto the track and at least send it for one day. And if we break something, we break something. That's part of it. People track stock M3s all the time. This car isn't stock anymore. I have upgraded most of the necessary things that we need to. There are a couple of like last minute things that I'm gonna do before I go onto the track. Like I'm gonna remove the carbon fiber front lip. I do have like that stock ABS plastic lip that goes on. And then when we get back from the track, I'll throw on the carbon fiber lightweight front lip that I actually have for this car. So yeah, that's the story. She looks really good. Side skirts were a total success. Door cards, total success. That was just kind of like all the stuff I knocked out yesterday. But man, it's crazy how good this thing looks. But I'm dead serious when I say like, dude, I'm so excited to track this car. Like, I bought this car for one reason, that's to track it. It's just impossible for me to not put time into making a car look good because I just love like designing and building cars like that. No matter what car it is that I buy or own, I always just like have to put my hands on it and like give it my little touch and flavor. But dude, this thing is crazy. Here they are, 4 Schlag camber plates. And these should work with the KWs. Now, I've never installed these before, but well, find out. All right, I'm gonna get into it. Wish me luck. I'm telling you, the day that I have space in my garage, it's gonna be a beautiful day. Quarters are a bit tight here. Went and threw in a couple of screws on the end of each side skirt, just because those little plastic clips really just don't do jack diddly. So we're up in the air, we're on jack stands. It's time to rip out the suspension. Done this a few times. So this guy's gonna come out. There's 2 bolts down here that are gonna come out, and then we're gonna take out the top strut bolts, drop her down, pull it out, throw on the camber plate. I'm gonna get to it, and then I'm gonna rip off the front bumper, which is actually, dude, these bumpers are so easy to take off, which I love. But it's honestly, it's just, you take off the plastic trim, and there's like 2 bolts that go into that rail back here. It's like a metal bar that goes across here, and then you can just take the whole thing off. Super easy. Seems to be the only way that it actually fits. Adjustments on top, everything tightens up good, fits well. All right, so I'm not quite finished with this side yet. I actually gotta loosen these back up and drop this down a bit, because I forgot that the tie rod piece, you need to bring this down a little bit in order to get it in the hole. There's kind of like a method to all this madness. There's like a way you have to do it, so it works out perfectly. But here you go, I have it set to the middle. I have no clue how much camber that's gonna be, but these are all things we're gonna adjust while we're on the alignment rack. I'm just gonna get to the point where it looks fine and it drives okay, so I can get it to the alignment rack. But yeah, everything was really easy. I mean, like, it just popped right on, fits super nice. I don't foresee any issues running it like this, so I think we're gonna be good. So before I go ahead and put this tie rod piece back in, we wanna leave this out while we do the other side, because if you leave one of those tie rod pieces in and you remove one of the suspensions, it's gonna bind up that tie rod 10 times harder to get bolts back in and put the strut back in and the shock and all that stuff. So you definitely wanna leave those out. So I'm gonna knock out this side real quick, same process. There's 3 bolts. You got the one through here, it's a pass through, it's 2 18s on both sides. And then I believe these are 18s as well. And then obviously your 13s on top. You drop it down, pull it out. I was gonna try and do it without pulling out the coil, but it wasn't possible. I didn't have enough room. It's pretty easy. Done it a few times now, pretty used to it. But yeah, I'm excited to get it on the ground and see what it looks like. It's really easy to adjust. You just loosen up these strut tower bolts, and then you're able to move the whole shock in and out to decide how much camber you want. It seems like it can go like super aggressive. Obviously we don't need a lot of camber. You don't really know where these dials are gonna be at, because each suspension is different, each setup is different. But once I do figure it out, I'll know. You know, like where 2.5 is, where 3, where 1.5 is, and then from there on out, you just send it. I didn't adjust the height at all. I left the height of the coil the exact same, because I want to be able to adjust that after the fact. So that's easy. I'm gonna knock out this other side real quick and then get it on to the point where I think it's good enough, and then start working on the bumper, pull that off, pull the lip off, throw it on the bumper stand, Yeah, you know the drill. Important note when you're pulling out these strut bolts up top, the tower bolts, make sure you have a jack under the brake, or else you're gonna drop the entire thing. You're gonna stretch lines and you don't wanna do all that. All right, my sweet, beautiful, wonderful peoples. Those plates got some sharp edges on them, just be careful. Make sure that you get all your stuff torqued down. Don't over torque these bolts. These top hat bolts, you can break them really easily, especially on the OEM ones. So make sure you look up the proper torque specs for whatever car you're working on and get these torqued down. And then obviously all the 18s in the back that you took off, get them torqued down. But we are good. I set each one up, like I said before, to the middle dial. And I don't know what degree that is yet, but we'll find out. But that's not it for us today. So I'm gonna start popping off the front bumper. There's a couple screws underneath, little 8 mils, and then these plastic guys gotta come off. Only thing is, it's just me, so I gotta be really, really careful. Front end is off. All of these are actually bolts. There's nuts on the other side, so we have to take all those off. Okay, so this is the LTW carbon fiber front lip from Souvenir. I'm not gonna run this tracking for obvious reasons. It is carbon fiber, it's super nice. I don't wanna crack it. That's like more of like my show and like daily setup or whatever. But what I do have is the factory ABS plastic lip. This guy, so this is OEM. Just got it from ECS Tuning, so we're gonna run that. And then underneath that, on the sides, I have these from Souvenir. These are also ABS plastic. So yeah, I ended up buying this bumper stand, which off of Amazon, and I'll link it down below. But this thing's great. Like if you guys don't have a bumper stand, it's one of those things, you don't think you need it unless you're like working on your car a lot. You realize this is a fantastic thing to have, because working on bumpers and putting on lips off of cars off of a bumper stand is a major pain in the ass. This nice padded stand right here, and I can just roll the bumper around and get to all of my bolts in there. So obviously with this being the car that it is, being that it's like a track car, track focused, you wanna make sure that you are using actual nuts and bolts. Don't want to just use self-tapping screws. That shit will fly off. I do like this lip though. This is like just like a more aggressive version of the OEM lip, but it's carbon obviously. Super nice from Souvenir. I've been running this one for a while and I like it. Fits really good. No qualms with it. I do prefer, anytime I'm doing bumper or lip work, I highly prefer doing it off of the car. It makes your world 10 times easier. When you're actually trying to fit it and make it fit good, you can flex everything when it's off of the car. It's a lot easier, it's more malleable. Yeah, it just makes way more sense when the bumper is off of the car to do the lips. So that's the story with that. I'm gonna go ahead and pull this guy off, and then we will take a look at the two different options and decide what we wanna do. Super excited to run the LTW carbon one. That's like my goal setup, I guess you could say, like when it's really nice. But for obvious reasons, I don't wanna track it like that, so. I figured it out. All right, I had faith in myself. I knew I would. But check this out. This is actually a great, affordable setup. Whoever is trying to like do something to the front of their E36, trying to make it a little more LTW style, this is definitely the way to go. So this is all ABS plastic. Don't really have to worry about it too much. It's cheap, and I just sent all the bolts through just like we would. It's got 10 mils on the other side, 10 mil nuts. Everything fits really good. The reason I like plastic is you can move it. There's a lot of like flexibility when it comes to fitting this and making it, I mean, it fits flawlessly all the way around. I didn't use any 3M tape. I just used the bolts and it bolted right up. So that's how these fit. When I was originally trying to fit them, I had them flipped the other way around. I was like, why isn't this fitting? But it's just kind of a different style of setup. So yeah, dude, perfect. You know, for a track setup, like it's plastic. I think this is gonna be awesome. So I'm gonna go ahead and throw this on the car, and then we're gonna throw the wheels back on and drop her down and see how she looks. All right. Oh man, it took a while to get it to this point, I'm not even gonna lie. A lot of adjusting. So when I put the car on the ground originally, it sunk, dude. It tucked and sunk that far off the ground in the front. Way too low, way too low. So we ended up raising it up quite a bit, like almost 2 inches. And I think that's to make up for the OEM top hats. They're like really thick and these are not. So you have to make up for that on your coils. But I also ended up changing the camber to the first one because I was all the way out here and dude, that thing was freaking cambered out, like way too much. But this looks like it's gonna be perfect. It's gonna send our tire directly up here. So this looks really good. I'm gonna roll the car out a little bit, move it back and forth, and then I'm gonna measure from fender to the bottom of the wheel on all sides, make sure it's even. And if I have to adjust from there, I'll go ahead and do that. You guys haven't really seen the front, but dude, the front looks so good. I really, really like this lip setup. It's clean and it's cheap, dude. You don't have to worry about it. It's all plastic. Big deal when you're on the track. You obviously don't want to have to ruin nice things like carbon fiber. So this is a really good setup, man. Kind of hard to see the contours a little bit, but you know, it's got this like LTW kind of shape to it. Looks really good. Looks really, really good. Rolled out. Rolled out. You see it went down just a little bit. She's at 21.5 up front and 22 in the back. So just a little bit of rake, but nothing too crazy. The back was really where I was having some rubbing issues. So we gave it a little more room in there. And yeah, this looks really good, man. This looks really, I think this is gonna be perfect, to be honest. I don't know how much camber this is, but you can obviously see we're running a lot more camber than we were before. It's nothing too crazy, but it's giving us enough room to throw the tire in here if we have to. So my tow hook, I need to go buy a tow hook bolt, like a bolt that fits the threads in the tow hook. I looked it up. It's like, I forget what size it is, but I did look it up. So I'm gonna go to Home Depot and get stainless steel bolt to attach our tow hook strap, and I can throw that on the morning of track day. I don't really love like rolling around with a tow hook on the car all the time. I'm not really a fan of the way it looks. But either way, on track day, we'll pop that little plastic piece off, throw in the tow hook, and we'll be good, man. This is so cool. I might be the first person here. I've got a rock in my tire, I can hear it. Bright and early. It's a nice drive here. We are officially at the track. It is the day. Oh man, I'm so excited. What is happening, guys? Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to another video. We are here at Carolina Motorsport Park with the E36, the car that was completely in shambles 3 months ago, and said we were gonna track it. Today's the day. So super excited today, obviously. A little bit nervous, but mostly excited. 3 things that we wanna make sure we do today. Learn the track, learn the car, and get home safely. Those are really the only 3 things that I'm focusing on today, but this is going to be a really fun time. Also, really quick, I wanna dedicate this video to my buddy, Stephen Bolden, who lost his life yesterday. I grew up with him. He was a childhood friend of mine. He was a car enthusiast like us way back in the day. I learned a lot of things about cars from him. Did some racing with him back in the day and a lot of fishing, and he was a very close friend of mine. I was one of his groomsmen in his wedding, and he unfortunately passed away yesterday. So Steve, I know you're up there, I know you're watching. This one's for you, buddy. He would have loved to see this car send it on the track, so I'm dedicating this video and this track day to Stephen Bolden. Dude, I can't believe this. First track experience. This is interesting. Big shout out to these guys at the speed shop here for helping me out. Really appreciate it. Okay. First experience of the track. Got a flat tire immediately. So huge thank you to the shop here. I did not expect that to happen. and I understand why people trailer their cars. So we're gonna find a parking spot and get set up.
E36. Actually, I think same issue on the battery. Positive terminal, you may want to cover it. Okay, I got Dave. I have a instructor.
Everything good? Thanks, man.
Okay. I like the color. I'm all about What's that? I just painted that one. Oh, good. That's one of my instructors. So we'll do have a driver's meeting here as soon as we get done with this. About 8:45 right here on the other side of this wall.
I passed.
Thank God. Were you nervous?
Not really. Everyone's like super chill and inviting.
This is how you pass inspection.
No, they told me to, I swear they told me to do this.
Say Gorilla Tape.
This is how you cheat through tech inspection. He also said to tape the wheels on, so I'm just gonna do that too. I think your car is beautiful.
Oh, that ain't mine.
Oh, this one right here?
I'm the other blue one.
Oh, this guy? Nice. Yeah, both are beautiful.
I'm at the little winglet things. I added those.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Yeah, this is, I mean, that's factory.
This your first truck, dude?
No.
You can't lie. Track days are intimidating, no matter what your skill level is. See, I've been to this track like 7 or 8 times now, and so I've gotten familiar with it. But this is a really busy track day. You got people of all different skills. So he's got it though. I believe in him.
Always watch your right. Yep. You ever been on track before anywhere?
Yeah, BMW Performance Delivery Center.
Okay. Alright. Good to go? Yep. Pull right up to the white tire. Right up to him. There you go. Alright. Keep all the way to your left. Just the blend line they're talking about. Alright. Go slow. There you go. You want to let your tires warm up before you do anything crazy, alright? You want to hug tight on this corner. You want to brake here and then cut left. Let it go all the way to the outside. Hug your right side. Brake and hard left. Go right. Let it all the way to the outside. And just hold your wheel right there. Alright? Just hold your wheel. You should be able to get through all 3 of these corners. When you come around and get on the straightaway, stay all the way left. Point this guy around. Point around, 1 point. There you go. guardrail off the brake and on the gas. Cut that corner. All the way to the outside. All the way to the right. Lift that corner. All the way to the left. All the way down. Alright, right. All the way to the left. And all the way to the right. Come down here, brake hard. Now, you want to get all your braking done before you get in the corner. If you're braking in the corner, your whole car is thrown off. Let it drift to the outside. All the way to the left. Brake hard until 1. And now. All the way to the right. Now. Alright. You should have that clutch out. You don't want to come into the corner with your foot on the clutch. All the way on the right. Up that dirt. Brake hard. And gas. Alright. And then to the right. Let it drift to the outside on the gas. Just hold the wheel. All the way to the outside. You do not want to ride on that rumble strip. It will tear up the car. Hard. Downshift. And on the gas. There you go. All the way to the outside. There should be a smooth transition. Right. Alright, back on the gas. You don't even have to downshift there, you just want to scrub about 20 miles an hour. Brake hard. Turn now, there you go. Brake. Back on the gas. Just hang it out here. All the way to the left. Just hang it out. There you go. Accelerating the whole way. Brake hard. And throw it in. You got good tires on this. It'll hold. Yeah. This track is super sticky. Brake hard, downshift in a second. Brake. Turn.
think that is his 6th or 7th lap now with the instructor. Looks like he's warming up a little bit. You gotta remember that this stuff is intimidating. Even though you may think you have all the knowledge in the world, you don't know what other drivers are like.
Tight. There you go. in that corner. Starting to understand the braking dynamics of what you're talking about. Brake early. Set yourself up in the corner. Gas. There you go. Don't ever do that in the corner either. Okay. You want to be smooth. Alright, stick your hand out the window. Turn the pit right. Pit? Yeah. Come up here. You go all the way down to the end. Way down the end to see him. I don't know what happened.
So I don't know if it's just his car, but he's got some. She's got some smoke coming out of her. Ooh. We're gonna hope it's not an engine issue. He's got a lot of smoke coming out right now. Hopefully he's okay.
You got a lot of smoke coming out of your car, especially when you go down in turn one.
Okay.
I don't know if you, I personally would check it out before you go back out.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay. Going right here on the left.
Thank you.
You're a little smoky.
Might have gotten a little hot.
Let me grab my temperature gauge. I'll be right back. It's coming under your hood.
Well,
Yeah, you're leaking something. Okay. I don't know, you're leaking something.
yeah, she's not
Looks like
happy.
it's like right in this side.
Yeah. And the reason I can tell is
What, smoke?
there's splattering on the back.
I mean, you got oil or something all over that.
Really?
All over that.
Oh yeah.
That right
And
there.
that looks fresh too. Is that
Which means it's probably going down onto your
exhaust?
exhaust and all that.
Is that where it's coming up from? Hard to tell.
I mean, your steering and everything felt fine. I blew a power steering cable. Yeah, you got stuff on the ground.
Really?
I do have my jack if you want to use that.
Oh, it's this guy going around. I don't see anything either.
So it must just be like landing on that pipe.
How's your temperature and oil pressure?
I was looking at the temperature the whole time and it looked fine.
If you go out through the gate, and just as you go through the gate in the first check station, that building on the right-hand side and the back left corner. You were just there earlier this morning with the wheels off?
Yeah, I had to get the tire pack.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, he knows me already.
So he knows. Yeah, he knows me too. I love the color though.
Yeah, at least your wrap's intact.
At least your wrap. At least it looks cool.
It looks good.
All right. Yeah, nothing worse than having your car burn on track, man. There's too many pictures that gets on the internet. It's just bad.
Oh no, it's not. We're not doing that. That's not even an option.
This you can document the whole
Yeah,
damn
that's
thing.
not even an option today. Hey,
No.
thanks, man. I appreciate it.
No problem.
That was great.
Yeah.
Oopsie.
We got on the track. We got like what, 8 laps or something? 9 laps?
Yeah, I would just.
I don't know if he's quite ready for the track.
Well, my R&D is canceled for today.
Should have brought my Supra.
I know.
Next time I bring the Supra.
No,
They're like, ha, fucking BMW. Little do they know. Holy shit, that was awesome. Like an incredible learning experience. It also made me realize how I know nothing about driving. Nothing about like real driving. This thing's beautiful. Let me drive your car. But I actually learned a lot, like just within those 8 laps. Like you really taught me a lot. The braking is everything. That's what you figure out. Braking is like no. What's up, man?
That's no good, man.
No good, man.
No bueno.
I think she fucked.
No, big fuck, little fuck.
Little fucked. Little fucked.
Little fuck's good. What?
Yeah. It's
What's
just,
up?
Something's leaking. We don't know what it is, but something's leaking from the backside of the engine, and we're thinking that it's just burning
Oil, water.
It's just burning off of the exhaust. I don't know. I don't know what it's. I don't think it's oil because it doesn't smell like burnt oil. So, but it's smoking pretty bad, and like, yeah.
On full throttle, decel, both times idling.
Both times idling, doesn't matter. After enough time on the track, it just started going. So I have a feeling it's
Pull it up underneath that last. Will it drive? I mean,
yeah, it drives. Yeah.
Pull it up under that last outside 24.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I mean, but the cool thing is like I got a little experience, and I can drive with some other people who have a lot more experience. And dude, just from being, I'm totally bringing my Supra. Yeah. 100%. We're bringing the Supra.
And the rack is intact.
There's a lot of ticking going on that I don't remember that being there before. It's like, it sounds pretty gnarly.
That was there 15 seconds ago.
Yeah, that sounds like a very subtle knock. I think I know how to fuck some shit up. It's leaking. It's leaking oil.
Oh.
Yeah, it's dropping oil.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, that's fucked. Yeah, that's not supposed to be like that.
Episode of That's Fucked Up. How fucked up? It's fucked up. How fucked up? It's fucked up. I think it is the trans. I don't see any oil.
Trans. There's a little bit of oil. If you look back here.
No, I don't. No, it's dry up here underneath the X-Brake.
Okay.
Or if it was coming out of the the valve cover or something split and got on the headers, then the right side of that header should be darker.
Do you think that that's what was burning though? Was it transmission?
Hell yeah, that shit's hot as fuck. Oh, you gonna edit that?
Huh?
Or you take? Oh, good.
You're good.
Oh no, you're good.
I'm semi-professional.
This isn't a family channel.
Tail shaft, transmission tail shaft.
Oh, okay.
So
that's what's leaking.
yeah, and it's coming out. I'm guessing.
Well, we done sent it.
By ATF over there?
I think it's transmission.
I've got some ATF. The fact that you're missing that bolt from the cross member 1
Yeah,
is
that's
definitely allowing it to move. So that's
yeah.
not good.
Okay.
So while this is down, I'll just borrow these wheels and tires. I'll borrow the intake, strap bar.
I appreciate your guys' help, man.
Yeah, no, it's
cool.
I mean, I don't like shit like this.
Yeah. I mean, it's part of it though.
It's not
right?
my shit, so I really don't care. But
honestly, we're just learning as we go, and like me bringing this car here was part of that. Already, figuring out what it could actually take, what the potential of it was.
Look, there's a different car last time I saw it.
Oh, is that?
Different car.
Is that yours too? Oh, okay.
no, my shit's broke.
Oh, that's right. I was like, wait a second. Not yet.
It's early.
You be careful what you say,
Give it
man.
time. Give it time.
Yours is also 25 years old.
I
so
would deserve that.
Seemed all right. It just there's just a lot of smoke coming out the back. I think that what you were talking about, it was just spitting out and burning off the exhaust, and it just looked like the car was completely. Once we stopped, it was pretty.
Yeah, when they black flag you and you don't think you're doing anything wrong, it's usually there's something wrong.
Broke some shit. Kind of figured that might happen. But at least the car, hopefully, will get me home. But dude, just that one, just like going out for those couple of laps that I got in, I learned a lot right away. It's pretty intimidating, but super fun.
Must be nice. It must be nice.
6. Clear to go to turn 6 maintenance. I will also need you also.
That's crazy. Showing a fire. At least you're safe. That's all that matters. Whoa.
That's not terrible. Bro, it probably was the battery. You got a fuel pressure regulator?
So he said that it started on fire and then flames came into the cockpit and he deliberately put the car into the sand so he wouldn't blow it up on the track. That's wild. Well, well, we got onto the track. Not for very long, but we did get it onto the track. So I don't know how much of that you guys caught, but it sounds like a transmission issue, and then there's definitely some super loud ticking going on. I don't know if it's injector related, valve related, I don't know. But I got onto the track, and the guy said I was doing a really good job. And he wasn't just like gassing me up. Like he said, like, no, you like really got it. Like you just more track time and that'd be pretty good. Damn, dude. What an experience. Like, holy crap. I'm not gonna lie, it was pretty intimidating. Like, I was definitely nervous for a little bit there. So if you guys notice in the GoPro footage, when I was on the track, there were a couple of times the car wouldn't let me into 4th gear. I think that there's something wrong with this transmission because all of the problems that I'm having are basically transmission related. But all the things that I was worried about, which were like the car overheating, the brakes, it was great. The car did a fantastic job. It was only the trans really that gave me the issues. Learned a lot just from being out there this one day. Like, I'm gonna be much better prepared next time. And I think that I'm gonna try and get like a cheap trailer and hook it up to the Tiguan, trailer a car out there. Unless I bring the Supra, could bring the Supra, could do that. Nonetheless, that was a really, really cool experience. Short-lived, but at least I got out there, dude. At least I got to push the car. I mean, I knew that there was a really good possibility that this car wouldn't make it. That was the gamble I was willing to take. But even for the short time that I was out there with the instructor, I learned a lot. And I realized by being with him and when he was telling me to brake and how to control it, and when the car started feeling better, when I was commanding it a little bit better, it's all about the braking. And it's totally different to like normal driving. You're supposed to brake really early and really hard. It's just way different. And if you've never tracked a car, you don't really realize like how to drive a car hard and aggressively and keep your momentum going. You have to brake very harshly and very early and gas all the way through the corner. I didn't know that. I'm learning, you know what I mean? Like, this is all new to me. A really intimidating but fun and exciting experience. Glad that I got to do it. I did say I would get this thing on track, man. I got on the track. I would have gone all day if I could have. But car just wasn't having it. So it is what it is. What is happening, guys? Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to another video with your boy Thic Whips. Hope you guys are all doing well. I hope you are thriving today. You know I am. We are currently on our way to CES Motorsport. It's another day with the E36. We got a couple of things we're doing today. For one, I know we're doing for sure the oil pan gasket. That will take care of
most of the leaking. Literally the only thing that I have left to do on this car as far as like leaks go is the power steering reservoir. Take care of that, use the Chase Bays one. Other than that, this thing's gonna be leak free, man. I just checked it this morning and I haven't driven it for 2 days since the last video, since we did the clutch and the transmission fix, which was where the main leak was. And looked in the garage and there was just a tiny little leak, and which was the oil that we already knew was coming from the oil pan gasket. So we're gonna address that today. But yeah, we'll see what else we get into. Another fun day in the shop. Let's get into it. Hell yeah, boys. Back at it again. Another day at the shop, CES Motorsport. We've got the oil pan gasket, take care of that. And then basically like all this shit is mine. So we're gonna do spark plugs, and then we have serpentine belt, AC belt, new control arm bushings. These are the Rogue Engineering trans mounts. So they're like kind of in between OEM and then poly. I think these are gonna be a little bit better. New pulleys too, all new pulleys. It's gonna make a big difference. Throttle body gasket, modified air temperature sensor for the M50. So we're slowly building up everything for the M50 manifold. And then we have new exhaust gaskets as well because we had a leak there. This doesn't seem like a lot, but is honestly gonna make a pretty big difference. Cars definitely needs a whole refresh. And doing this along with the oil pan gasket and the spark plugs, gonna make a big difference. Caden's gonna pull her in. So if you guys look, the trans is dry. Yes, this is huge. So what we did worked, and as you can see, the oil pan is wet. Once we replace this gasket today, it's gonna be a lot better. So yeah, these bushings are, dude, they're toast, all of them. So we have all new bushings and a new control arm going in. Hell yeah, dude. And I think this thing's gonna be like brand new underneath.
These make a big difference.
Yeah, for sure. So you guys can check out the differences here. This is the new one. What is this, 3-inch? Yes. 3-inch all the way through. All the way through, and then my rinky dink. It's gonna be a lot louder. So we are getting rid of this muffler, or rear section I should say, the axle back. And then I'm going with his. This is the Beamer World Race exhaust, right?
Yeah.
So the whole thing is the Beamer World Race exhaust system.
Get the MagnaFlow muffler.
Yep, MagnaFlow muffler.
A little 3.5-inch MagnaFlow resonator.
Yep, it's gonna be wicked, dude. It's gonna be loud, for sure. But it's gonna rip. And I think what I'm gonna do is just paint, I think I'm gonna paint this tip black. Might even paint the whole can and tip black, to be honest. All right, we got the oil pan out. Kind of a pain in the ass, but we got through it. Had to take a bunch of stuff out to get to it. Everything looks good. Gasket's obviously trashed. Damn. Gonna clean all this up. Make it nice and new. Look how nasty this thing is, dude.
You gonna get the underbody coating?
Wow. You gotta sit there with a razor blade, get all the gasket off of the underside of the block. Nasty. Look at how clean it is now. Spent about 15 minutes cleaning her up. Whole underside of this car is gonna be clean. We're done. Fresh gasket is on. Look how nice it is.
loud. Big single M54 boys. Being tuned via MHD from Steven over at Wedge Performance. All right, took a little break from filming. I was just helping out. We are going at it, man. So we got the oil pan is all back in. Everything is back up. We're working on the serpentine belt, the pulleys. He's putting on the Rogue trans mounts right now. So these are the OEM ones. So just like that, Rogue, just like that. So these are super soft. We kind of like went to the other end of the spectrum. We had the poly mounts that were super stiff, and then we went all the way to the other side to the OEM ones that are super soft. And then the Rogue ones should be like the medium, like right in between there, which I think is gonna be a good balance. These are a little bit too soft. You can feel a lot of stuff moving around with these. So that's that. We just have to do the serpentine belt. We're gonna save the control arms, I believe, for another day. We don't have enough time to do them. These are the plugs we're using. No gap, no gap, pre-gapped. Pre-gapped. Like this. Oh! Break it, you buy it. Snap-on's expensive, buddy. I don't want to see it. The only thing we didn't get to is the pulley, or the pulleys, and the new belt, and then, but we did everything else. Oh, also in the control arms. We didn't do that yet either. We'll do that next time. But look at the new exhaust. Wow. New exhaust, bro. New exhaust is gonna fuck. But I do like the single exit. Dope. Something different. This big old 3-inch all the way back. 3-inch, 3-inch. This thing's gonna fucking sound insane, dude. So we went from this little rinky-dinky stuff, all that, Garbogino, to this girth monster of an exhaust. This thing's gonna be fucking sick. It's gonna sound good too. It's going to sound good. Looking forward to it. We got the new oil pan gasket in there. No more leaks. It's nice and clean. Yeah, that's gonna be good. All right, let's see how it looks. Cleaned it up. Nice and shiny. Is it shiny, boys? Yeah, dude. Yeah, it seems pretty tight, man. It seemed pretty tight when we had it on there. Take the thing, dude. Thing's sick. I like it. Get under there, make sure it's not touching the sway bar. That sounds a little bit better. Thanks. That sounds good. I like it. Do it again? Yeah, we have to mix this bar. That's from the exhaust. Trans mounts feel so much better. Oh my god. So much better. So if you guys are looking for mounts, you should definitely check out the Rogue Engineering trans mounts. Holy shit, dude. This thing sounds so good. Are you kidding me? Oh my god, that sounds good. Wow. That's what I'm talking about, man. Wow, I love it. What a good tone. What a good tone. So this is the full Beamer World race exhaust. And we can use it for the turbo setup too, which is nice. It's got V-band clamps on it. You guys saw it. That thing's freaking awesome. Such a nice exhaust. So good. Yeah, what a good setup. We're gonna continue this video tomorrow. It's getting late, dark out. I gotta finish up here at the shop and help these guys out, but it's the perfect tone, perfect tone. All right, guys, so we are back in the car. It is a new day, and I wanted to do a little bit of driving with you guys. I'm gonna try and get some exhaust noises from outside of the car, inside of the car. This exhaust sounds so good. I'm really, really happy with the setup so far, and it's just gonna sound even more wild when we do the M50 intake manifold, tune the car, and then of course turbocharge the car. But for this first step, I'm so happy with it, and I checked in the garage this morning, no oil leaks for the first time in forever. Me owning this car has always leaked oil, but after doing the gasket, it was a success. And I'm really, really happy about that. This car, I can finally drive this car. Like, I can drive it, and it feels so good. Mind you, the clutch still needs to be broken in. I've only got like 50 miles in on this new clutch, so I will do some fun pulls, but I have to be rather chill with shifting. Single tip is the way to go, trust me. Just trust me on this. It's like the same people who are like, why don't you tint it? They just don't really quite get it yet, but trust me. At first I was a little weary about it, and then like I looked at all the like E36 builds that I really admire, and I noticed they're all rocking the single tip. And this is the Bimmercode race exhaust. So 3-inch all the way back, no cats. The only stock part on the exhaust is the headers, but we won't mess with that until we do the downpipe and everything for the turbo. So anyways, let's get into some driving, man. This thing sounds wicked. It sounds so good, you guys. Like, I love it. I really like the way that the S52 sounds. Like, it's one of my favorite sounding engines. This car drives so good. Like, handling, transmission, the mounts, everything is right where it needs to be. It took a little bit of trial and error to get it to this point, but I'm so happy with it, you guys. The other thing that we have to do now is we really have to focus on the interior, because this interior is just not set up well, makes way too much noise. Lots of things are gonna get replaced. Sounds so good. I'm so freaking stoked on this exhaust, man. Like, it sounds so fucking good. That was about as good as it gets with NA. The only other sound I would like to hear other than this, well, obviously like S65, but in this era would be like the S54, I think. I mean, bruh. That smile, man. You can't fake that smile. God, it just feels so good, you guys. Like, the car is so well balanced, and it's only gonna get better. I'm going through and like picking things off and just slowly making this like one of the best E36s. Man, it's so good. I think that my stock cats were completely clogged up because it feels a lot faster. Just from doing plugs and this exhaust, it feels like it's just breathing a lot better. Woo! Dude, I'm in love with it, you guys. Like, obviously you can tell that I really, really like it, but I am in love with it. It doesn't drone either, which is really nice. I was worried about this exhaust being almost too loud, but it's perfect. There's one resonator in it, and I think that that's just enough to make it good. Not too loud, but good. I can't wait to get this thing tuned with that M50 manifold. Man. It's rowdy. It's rowdy, dude. It is rowdy. I love it though. I love it. It's like right where it needs to be. We just got to take care of some of this interior stuff, man. And this thing, oh my God, it's come so far, you guys. Like, that's why every time that I make these videos, like, look, the E36 videos don't do that well. And I know that. I'm very aware of that. But this is like, this is the me car. This is the car that I love the most. And I've done the most too, because it was in such bad condition. And so, like, I took so much time to get this thing to where it's at now. That's like every little thing that I pick off and fix on this car or upgrade, it just makes it that much better. And like, the intention is in like 5 years to have this be like one of the best E36s on the planet in terms of how it drives, how it handles, how it looks, like a little bit of everything, you know? And we're getting there, man. This thing is already like really, really good. So yeah, I'm super happy with it. Let's hop out. I'm gonna do some revving for you guys and just external exhaust notes, and we'll wrap this up. But sheesh, man, so happy with it. So happy with it. Just some quickies for you, but you guys get the idea. Sounds so freaking good, man. I just can't believe how far we've come with this car. So we've got the control arms to do yet. We've got the pulleys to do, the serpentine belt, the AC belt, a few other like little miscellaneous things. And then of course we're gonna be handling the M50 manifold and the tuning. And then we're gonna chill for a little bit, just enjoy the car, drive it NA. I'm gonna work on some of the interior stuff, and then we'll hop into the big time turbo stuff. The exhaust is still kind of forming to where it needs to be. It's heating up and kind of settling in, so we need to do a little bit of adjustment. It's sitting a little bit to the left right now. As you can see there, it's a little bit off to the left, so we'll move it in a little bit. A lot of people won't really understand like the single exit exhaust. They'll be like, well, why is the gap so big in the diffuser? But trust me, it might look a little funky to you, but if you know, you know. A lot of like the turbo cars and the big horsepower cars are running this exact same exhaust. And the reason that it's so good is it's set up for turbocharged cars or NA cars. With the previous exhaust, it had obviously the catalytic converters, and then it's tiny like all the way through. With this exhaust, it's literally 3 inches open all the way back. One resonator and then the muffler. But I think that having that muffler and that resonator actually gives it a really good tone. I could tell immediately that the car is just flowing and breathing so much better by removing that old exhaust. This is just a far superior setup. And honestly, I'm really happy with it the way it is. First time I've ever driven this car in the rain. And the wipers are pretty bad. Falcon RT660 tires in the rain, not a great combination. It's all good. We'll be safe. We'll be safe. Anyways, guys, what's going on? Welcome back to the channel. Hope you guys are all doing wonderful. We are heading to CES Motorsport today with the 36. What are we doing? What are we doing? We're doing the pulleys today. We're doing belts today. We are also doing the M50 manifold. The M50 intake manifold is something that I've been looking forward to doing for quite a while. This is definitely gonna wake up the car, like
big time, especially up top. What I understand, you lose a little bit of torque and then you gain a little bit of horsepower, and that's why you want to tune after you do this, kind of make up for some of that torque loss. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. But after you get the tuning solidified, it's all good. And yeah, this thing's gonna wake up a lot, dude. I'm really looking forward. This is a very common upgrade that a lot of the E36 guys do, the M50 intake manifold, along with the intake manifold kit. So it should be good. Let's get on the road. I'll see you guys at the shop. Yay! All right, we're just gonna take her slow. First time I've ever driven this thing on wet roads. I'm not confident in it at all. Oh man. Yeah, okay, not too bad. Not too bad. This thing sounds so good though, you guys. Remember I was talking about in the camber video on the F30 how like the -3 degrees camber in the E36, no matter what the road is doing, especially with the construction, any sort of slant or like variable in the road, the car just goes to that direction. Like it's very twitchy. But when you're on a very good surface, the thing just handles so well because of that -3 degree camber all around. It's really something. Like if you've never driven a car with like a track setup that has a pretty aggressive camber like this, it drastically changes the way that the car performs and handles. But it's just not the greatest for like everyday driving, you know? I think -3 is completely manageable, if I'm being honest, but it's definitely not for everybody. Look, I'm loyal to Shell with their gas, but I'm not gonna lie, Quick Trip do be having those snacks though. They do be having those snacks. Thing sounds like a trumpet. VQ boys, where you at? Oh, well, hello. At the shop, at the shop. This is not M50 intake manifold weather. This rain is crushing the vibe. I think it's gonna clear up later though. TE's on the Supra, can't go wrong. Here's my intake manifold, homies. M50, it's gonna be sick. Fucking loud. Damn, she's wet. $9,000 horsepower. That's the one that's in my car now. Secondary air. We're gonna delete that. Is that this guy over here? Yeah. Can delete that guy over there. Secondary air. Heats the cats. What cats? We don't have cats. There we go. No pussies. No pussies. Except for Bob and Rosie at home. They're cool. They can stay. She's a little moist, boys. She's a little wet. We're not using this though, right?
No, we don't use that.
Because we already have one on here.
Yeah, we have one on there already. It hooks up to the idle control valve.
Okay.
So it's just a...
Oh, sounds right.
It's a... Yeah, well, this hooks up to a hose and then the idle control valve.
Where do you get this whole kit from?
Raleigh Road.
Raleigh Road. Okay,
Raleigh
cool.
Road? Or
Yeah,
Raleigh Road?
Raleigh Road.
Raleigh Road. So they make this whole M50 intake manifold
Eric at
kit.
Raleigh Road.
Nice. Okay. Right on. I'll have a link down below if you guys need it. Obviously, this is the manifold that we were looking at earlier, and then that's the fitting that goes to the idle air control valve.
Your intake air temp sensor, it's modified.
This is the idle.
That's the OBD2 sensor.
And so removing this secondary air pump, which is the purpose is to heat the cats. So that's this whole thing. This glizzy tube, all the way to this pump, we remove that, and this silicone tube, and then this piece, and you use a block off plate right here. Yeah, rubber tube, heater tube.
This is silicone.
So that's silicone. Okay, yeah, you're right. You're right.
And then these are your ICV hoses. This one goes to the throttle body boot.
Oh, okay.
Coming out of the throttle body.
Yep.
And then an adapter fitting, and then your clamps.
Right on, right on.
This is your fuel injector rail adapter plates. And then your throttle body spacer.
Nice.
Because you'll have 2 gaskets you have to mate. So you have a gasket here, and then your gasket on your throttle body.
Yeah.
Mate to that. So
Oh, okay. Yeah. I got it.
You get a good seal.
Yep.
That's
Gotcha.
it.
Sweet, man.
That's a post-sensor
Shield.
leak right there.
Yep.
That could have been a running issue.
So we probably should replace that.
It's cracked everywhere. Yeah, so
That's
this is
brittle.
your math. That was causing a post-sensor leak, so it's undetected.
Emotional damage.
This is what acts as your traction control. It's like a secondary throttle body.
Oh yeah, we're taking that off,
Throttle
right?
Body, yeah.
Yeah, bye. Yeah, so we're deleting this whole thing?
John's got that 90 degrees.
This is the throttle body.
Yes.
So we're deleting this part right here.
This curve. We're
Yeah.
getting rid of it. John has a pipe with a coupler that goes, it'll go right here. It'll
Okay,
match up.
cool.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're doing.
And then we're just gonna replace this hose probably? Gonna have to.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to. That thing is toast.
Or we'll cut it and fit
Yeah.
it if we don't have one. But
Cool.
we'll fix that right up for you.
Dang. No Sportster CS's in stock. Wow, so it really is like 2 fucking throttle bodies.
Yeah.
But this one just
Access.
limits?
Yeah, so if you start wheel spinning, it'll like close a little bit to limit power.
Dude, what?
It's, yeah.
That is so lame.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to do a valve cover
Yeah.
at some point.
I got blessings falling on me. I got weapons.
No, we haven't done it yet. No, I never did. I haven't done anything in this car, dude. It's a lot of oil. Valve cover gasket. She's a little oily. Yes, we're gonna have to do that next at some point here.
Here, so that's going to be your high side. So effectively all your crankcase pressure is going to come out of there. If that gets blocked in any way, or if it doesn't have proper flow, you're going to start blowing seals or sucking in seals. That just regulates the pressure that's created inside the crankcase.
Right. So we delete all of this.
Yes.
And then right now we're just gonna run basically just dump it just to atmosphere, just tube it out.
Yes.
But then at some point we're gonna get a catch can.
Yeah, the elegant way to go about it is the catch can.
Yeah, well, we don't have one here. If we had one here, I have one at home. So we'll run this into a catch can, vent to atmosphere with like a little filter on top.
Right.
This is your idle air control valve.
Oh, that's
and
what you're
the
getting.
hose that goes under and wraps up back to that pipe that was cracked already.
Oh,
Remember
that
hose? So I
tube.
just took that off so I can get a little bit more access.
Okay, cool.
I get fly, you be crutching on designer that ain't fly. And then last
15 minutes later.
This is everything here. It's a fucking rat's nest. But we get rid of this shit. This comes out. So this is trash. Yeah, we get rid of this bracket too. You don't need it. We might utilize a piece of it, but we don't need that. Yeah, so yeah, what we do is basically we recirc this hose back in here. Typically we use a silicone hose, so the silicone hose would go right here and right there, clamp it, and that's it. So we just recirc that, and we get rid of the coolant going in the throttle body to essentially warm up the throttle body. But we're not in cold climate, so we don't really need that. BMW over engineering things, as always. And then you have to cap the dipstick tube.
Oh, down there at the bottom, yeah.
Yeah, we just kept that off with a vacuum cap.
Put your reroute for the coolant hose on. Put the plug on for your, can't really see down there, dipstick, because we don't use that hose. I'm going to redo this line because it kind of broke and it's brittle. Vacuum hose for the fuel pressure regulator. This one you don't use anymore, so we'll probably just take it off and cap it.
This looks like a mess.
gonna clean all this up too. So.
All this is gonna get cleaned up.
And then we're gonna go ahead and do your oil filter housing gasket. So we're gonna go.
Do you think that we should pull this motor before we turbo it? I think we should too. Yeah, we're gonna clean some of this stuff up. We got a lot of like junk and garbage in here that we gotta clean up. Putting new pulleys in. The reason this car is so loud is because of those pulleys. This was the loud one, wasn't
They're
it?
all off. They're all off. This
Yeah,
is
they
the
all-
AC belt tensioner.
Yeah, you can even hear it.
That is right next to the alternator, and then that's the alternator.
But they all had like a lot of movement in them. Jesus Christ. Everything's just falling apart. Everything we take off this car just falls apart. Oh man. So fun. New stuff.
Look at this.
You get the pulleys and stuff in. Yeah, dude, I can't wait to hear how it sounds. It's probably gonna sound really quiet. Look at it, it's got glitter in it.
Since they're really
Look at it, it's
nitpicky-
bedazzled. This is circle.
They're really nitpicky about what everything's called. They'll be like, oh no, this one is serpentine belt.
I'm leaving that in. Talking shit about my audience, dude?
No,
just kidding.
I'm talking shit to Zach and Eagle.
I'm just kidding.
It's the accessory drive belt.
Oh, accessory drive belt and what? AC belt, right?
Yeah,
Those are the two belts? Yeah. Accessory drive belt. I've been calling it a serpentine belt.
Well,
But I have been corrected. All this stuff we took off. The secondary air delete. Right? That's what we're doing, boys.
Well,
We don't live in California. We don't need it.
At this point with these cars, they're so old that like anything you take off, it just breaks. Oh, something just broke and fell. It was like a plastic piece or something. There you go. Oh, yep. Okay, that's broken. Oh god, look at all this shit we're deleting, dude. It's gonna look so clean in here. Well, not really, but it's gonna look a lot more empty at some point. And then my big old turbo can go right here. If I do a top mount, my big old turbo can go right here, and then I can move this over there. Right? Isn't that what we can do? So all of this stuff is now gonna get replaced with this little block off plate and gasket.
Make sure you have a gasket.
It's right there.
There. I had the nuts right there. Right.
Yeah. So all that stuff just got replaced by that. It's fucking, that's actually like really satisfying. Removing all that crap from the engine bay. You don't need it at all. Looks a lot more bare now without this stuff over there.
Cleans up all this.
Yeah, it cleans it up. Yeah, I actually want to move this. I want to move this over there, I think. Because then when I do a top mount, if I do a top mount, I can have that shit sitting right here. Oh, it's a box in a box.
Oh, there might be another one.
A box in a box. Cademan is very excited.
That's it. More work. So that's the slimline dual fan assembly that we use for the turbo cars.
Nice. Cool.
Replaces the factory AC fan.
Mm-hmm. Perfect.
And, it will fit our big intercoolers that we use.
And they can just order this through you?
Correct.
Good deal. So it's just a smaller, slimmer electric fan, right? Basically?
Correct. And it's dual 8-inch.
And it's two of them.
CFM, it's two of them.
So this fan is the one it replaces. This big guy up front. Pushes way more air through with those two little ones. And it's electric. New pulleys, new belts, and new oil filter housing gasket. Did all that stuff too. Look how clean it looks. He cleaned it up and everything. It's all nice and new. Took my cage out and the rear seat delete because I'm having the rear. I'm putting some real rear seats in, then I'll put the cage back in. That rear seat delete was way too loud. Just fit like junk. But it is actually time, I think, to throw in the M50 Manny. Got some new gaskets on her. Look at that beautiful welding job. Like a glove. Nice.
proper drive with the M50 manifold. Now obviously I did take the car home last night, but it was raining really badly. And I have these RT660s on this car. And in the rain at night, like your boy was chilling. I did do some sliding around when I got home though. But this is literally gonna be the first time that I get to feel the M50 manifold. I've just been cruising around, warming up the car. Feel the power, the increased power of the M50 manifold, and just the car in general. We did change a lot of things to make it just drive better in general. So I think that this is going to be sick. The car sounds really good. Mind you, you guys have to apologize ahead of time. I have all of the rear seat delete out and everything in the back, the cage, all that stuff, because I'm changing up a lot of things in this car, and it's very loud. Everything that you hear from the ground to the tires, the suspension, the exhaust, it's all coming into the cabin. There's no sound deadening, and I'm gonna be changing a lot of things. I have a bunch of sound deadening stuff that I'm doing, Dynamat, and then I'm reupholstering the rear seats, and it's gonna be a much cleaner and streetable setup. More on that soon. Let's get to driving. Literally a cop 3 cars up. Just chilling, bro. Yo, this car feels good though. It's loud, man. It rips. It's a lot louder than it used to be, especially with this. All right, cop's gone. Cop's gone. We can play now. It's a lot louder than it used to be, especially with the rear seats out. You hear everything, man. It's pretty unbearable, to be honest. But once I'm finished, you guys, once I redo all this interior, this thing is gonna be so sick, I'm telling you. This car's gonna be set up so good. There's just a lot of things that like move around, you know? But just listen to her, man. She's healthy, super healthy. So we deleted traction control. That's something you gotta think about when you're driving this car, especially, it's 30 degrees out right now. These tires are cold. You gotta be careful, man. You gotta be careful. Yeah, it's gonna be a little dicey. It's like so loud in here, dude. Everything's just like moving around. But when I first bought this car, there's no way I would have been able to do that. Like, it would have fallen apart. No way. This thing handles so good. Top end of this car makes a huge difference with the M50. You can really feel it. It starts to breathe. It's nice. It's really nice. Once we lock down that rear end, it's going to be a lot better. There's just so much stuff moving around in the back. It's just not stable. It's not quite where it needs to be. We've done all this work to the front, and it feels so good up front. In the back, we just haven't gotten there yet, you know? So like I said, we're just slowly like picking things off here and there when we can. But the goal is at the end of this to just have an absolute monster of an E36 that is just completely rebuilt really well. So, you know, and then once we get through all that, we'll start handling some of the body stuff. I do want to have the body just fixed up, a lot of the dents taken out, redo the sunroof delete because it's warped over time, and then have the whole thing painted, actually painted in Laguna Seca blue, Right now, the car is actually wrapped in Laguna Seca blue, partially painted, partially wrapped. But having the whole thing repainted is just going to look a lot better. And then with the bodywork and everything that we need to do, it's just going to, overall, just going to be a much better package of a car. I feel like it's just not quite there. It's good, but it's not great, you know? It feels really good. For a car born in 1996, NA, not too bad. Not too bad. Imagine it turbo. Holy shit. Boosted? This thing's gonna be insane. It's gonna rip. I can't imagine it with like 500 horsepower. It's gonna be terrifying. It's gonna be terrifying. It probably has like 200 horsepower right now. It's gonna be so scary with 500. In the best way possible. I mean, in the best way possible. It sounds good though. I love the S52. I love the way they sound. A little bit of like rasp to them. Shit. Sick, dude. What is up, guys? Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to another video. Your boy Thic Whips. Today we are driving the E36 M3. Every day you get to drive the E36 M3 is a good day in my book. Recently I added a bunch of Kilomat to the back, which made a huge difference in the amount of sound and just like road noise, vibrations, rocks, tires, all coming in through the trunk. It's much quieter now. Obviously it's still loud because I don't have the rear seats or anything in, but it's not nearly as bad as it was before. And I'm gonna show you guys exactly what I did, what I bought, how I installed it. In addition to that, I also put on a new front lip. It is the LTW style carbon fiber front lip from Souvenir Motorsports. And I'm gonna show you guys all that stuff and we'll talk a little bit about the process. But for right now, I'm gonna do a little bit of driving. I haven't driven this car in a couple of days. Just kind of want to cruise, man. Just kind of want to get into it and throw some gears. I was like, today is a perfect day to get the E36 out and stretch those legs. Oh, the button fell off. I was like, I knew I saw something fly off. The glove compartment button. I gotta fix my glove compartment. That shit just flew right off. Man, I will say though, this Kilomat made a big difference. Like, it's not nearly as loud. You still get all of the enthusiasm and excitement of the car, but you don't get all of like the road noise, like the stuff you don't want to hear. The tires, the exhaust, rocks, like all that shit, just gone. Less rattling. I really cleaned up the whole trunk area and then just laid on a bunch of Kilomat. And yeah, man, made a huge difference in this car. Highly recommend for any of you guys who have a older car with just like a lot of rattles. Before, it just really felt like I was driving like a shell or like a frame of a car. It just feels a little bit more solid, like I already have body panels in the car when I really don't. But it doesn't take away from the driving at all. Like, you're still driving a loud E36 M3. You know what I mean? This thing rips, man. Oh shit, there's a fox in the road. This thing rips. Absolutely rips. For an NA car, all the little things that we did to this car makes it absolutely boogie, dude. Like, this car gets up and goes. I'm really curious to see how much power it's making, and it's not even tuned yet, but it feels great. There's no lag. Like, as soon as you hit the gas, it just goes. Very linear, super refined, easy to control. I just love the way that this car puts down the power. It's so good. Damn thing keeps popping off. clutch feels amazing. It's so good. It's like just the right amount of grab. It's not too aggressive. It still feels good when I'm like city driving. It's man, it's perfect. Like, perfect clutch for this car. DKM twin disc. Check it out, man. It's the way to go for sure. Found us a nice little spot to talk cars and shit. Look familiar? Bring the F30 here all the time. So for those who are wondering, the check engine light is because I don't have catalytic converters and I'm missing my O2 sensors. So that is why that's on there. But as soon as we get this tuned, that will be gone. All that will be gone. We'll tune out the ASC light and all that stuff. So I'll show you guys everything that we've done so far. First we'll check out the lip. Hopefully it's still there. Oh yeah, she's there. So sick, dude. Damn, this thing looks freaking good, man. This thing looks freaking good. So this is the LTW style. It's carbon fiber. I got it from Souvenir. In order to run this lip though, you do have to have the factory lip on the bumper. Like you can't just have like the bumper and then this. You have to have this factory piece on there too. I actually ended up getting like a replica one from ECS Tuning. So I'll have all of these linked down below. The installation was really easy on this. The factory piece that I got is bolted on all the way through, and I kept these two bolts out on the side. When I say bolts, I mean like nuts and bolts. So I actually used the two factory bolts and nuts for this side and bolted up the side of the lip over here, and then across the whole thing it has 3M and then self-tapping screws all the way across. And this thing is not going anywhere, dude. It's like rock solid on there. It's like cemented. But yeah, it looks really good, man. This is always kind of like the look I was going for. I just think that the LTW front end on these cars match with like the wing. It's just so sick. Like it just looks so freaking good. Super dope. Pretty aggressive, like sits out pretty far if I'm being honest, but it looks really good on this car. Yeah, dude, wicked setup. If you guys remember like the first version of this car, I also have a carbon fiber lip that's pretty like subdued and just goes all the way across. I think they call it like the AC style, but it doesn't look anything like this. It doesn't have like the LTW like features to it and everything. I prefer this one over the other one for sure, like night and day. I do have a little bit of footage from when I installed it, and I'll roll that right here if you guys want to check it out. I'm gonna use some 3M, gonna run the 3M along it, and then we're gonna do some self-tappers. And here, if we wanna do bolts, we can. I mean, we have the bumper off, so it's not like it's hard to get back there. There are gonna be two bolts that I left out intentionally that follow this portion of the splitter underneath, so I will use two bolts on the side. We're gonna have to do a little bit of bending to make this line up. Hopefully we don't get any cracks. I'm not too worried about it. I think first things first, to kind of get everything where I want it, I'm going to just use a little bit of 3M so it tacks up and stays there, and then I can go ahead and start drilling wherever I want to, putting in self-tappers. Bolt, bolt, self-tapping, 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 bolt, bolt, 3M, 3M, 3M. Should be good. But yeah, overall, super easy install. Probably took me like an hour to do it, mostly just because I removed the front bumper to do it, and I'd rather just have it like bolted in and have it done the right way, rather than like risking it coming off or whatever. We'll look at the trunk and show you guys what we did with the Kilomat. In the last video, I was talking about like how loud it is, and that's because we're running the full Beamer World race exhaust, no catalytic converters. This thing freaking is loud, dude. But it's like a good loud. Like the S52, in my opinion, sounds really freaking good. And so I decided to use Kilomat basically throughout the entire trunk. This probably took me like 2 hours to do all this, but I'm telling you guys, it is well worth it.
I bought one package of the stuff. It was like 60 bucks and I didn't even use it all. I still have like 3 or 4 sheets left. Under this evap stuff, I actually tucked it all the way in, so it goes all the way to this little pole. It's the entire bottom is covered in kill mat. I tried to just cover as much as I possibly could to just kind of remove a lot of the bullshit noise that I didn't want coming through the cabin. And then once we have everything with the seats and everything blocked off here, it's gonna be so nice in the cockpit. Like, it'll feel like a normal modern day car, you know? Also put a little bit up here because I get some rattles from inside the trunk mechanisms and everything. They tend to rattle a little bit and I didn't want to hear those inside of the car, so ended up putting a bunch of it up here. That helped a lot too. And then if we roll around to the inside, I am working on reupholstering and fixing up these side panel pieces. For right now, it's gonna look a little weird. I'm gonna have all black leather and then just that one little piece of Medina, but I do plan on getting that reupholstered in all black, so the entire interior will be black. I think it's gonna look really good. I did order also new seats. They come today. I'm gonna do a whole like review and install on these Sparcos versus the other Sparcos that I bought, the new ones. And then that was the last portion that I used for the kill mat. I don't know that that made like the biggest difference, but this roof without the headliner is pretty flimsy, and my headliner is actually in really good condition. So once I fix my sunroof delete, I'll probably end up putting the headliner back in, just so it's a little more like comfy in here and just kind of takes away some of that noise from the outside of the roof. I mean, once you like strip a car down like this, it just gets really rattly and like loud, and you just hear a lot of wind. It's not the most enjoyable thing to drive. Like for a track car, sure, but I want this to be like a nicer car now. I really want to just like drive this thing more and have it like a street car and be more enjoyable. We want to take it to like the mountains, and you don't want to sit in a car for 3 hours when it's just like a shell, like a rolling shell. That's not very enjoyable. So that's kind of why we're going about this the way we are. So for the kill mat, the entire package said it weighed like 15 pounds. I would say that we probably added like 12 pounds to the entire rear section of the car. But with a car like this, you know, adding 12 pounds to the trunk area really doesn't bother me. I don't even notice it at all. If you're building like a race car, maybe it's, you know, something that you wouldn't want to do because you're just kind of counting every pound and making sure that you stay light as possible. But, you know, if you got a car like this and you just want it to be a little more enjoyable and it's older, I definitely recommend checking out Killmat, or you can check out Dynamat. It's pretty much the exact same thing. I use Dynamat on my Supra in the trunk, and that helped a little bit too. But yeah, that's what I've been working on kind of off camera for the past couple of days here, and just kind of like getting this car ready for the interior to go back together. Kind of like rushed it when I did it the first time and just like took a bunch of things out and had that like really cheap rear seat delete that I just was garbage from Macaw. I ended up selling that for like $100. But for a car that's like a street car, no good. It's just way too loud, way too rickety, and it just sort of fit like ass. Like I had to do a lot of work to even make it fit somewhat decent in there. So, but yeah, man, she's looking really good. I'm gonna be changing up the wheels soon. I know a lot of people like the Arc 8s. I like the Arc 8s as well, but I just want to do something different, something a little bit more aggressive and something that just has like a different look to it. Not sure if I'm gonna do like a bronze or a black wheel set. I think I know what kind of wheels I'm gonna do. I just don't know exactly what color I'm going to do. But yeah, here she is right now, you guys. She is looking freaking amazing. Really happy with the new front lip that we have on the car. There are just like a lot of little things that I need to fix on the car. It's nowhere near completion. And we are going to be obviously like repainting the whole car too, so we still have a lot of work cut out for us, but I think we're actually going to like do all the turbocharged stuff before we really get into any like serious body work. I want the engine and performance and subframe and bushings and everything to be refreshed and good before I dive into doing all of the body work. 5 feet away, like it looks immaculate, you know. It's just if you get up close and you start like nitpicking on it, there's some little dings there, there's scratches, the vinyl isn't the greatest. So she is a project car. I do have a bracket in here that recently broke. You can see the gap right here. This is like really common on these cars. There's a little bracket. Basically the bumper like slides onto this bracket, and on this side the plastic cracked, so it falls a little bit lower. Like if you look on this side, that's what it should look like. And then that's what we're dealing with now. So I do have to take the bumper off again and either replace the bracket or see what I can do in terms of just fixing the one that I have. I actually have an I think I have an extra set in my garage. So yeah, that's where we're at. Good morning, good morning. We are back with another video on the E36, you guys. Today we are talking seats. specifically Sparcos. What is up, guys? Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to another video with your boy Thic Whips. Today we're talking about the Sparco seats in the E36. So for a while now, you guys have seen how I've been kind of taking this car from more of a track focused car back to like a streetable / weekend track type car. To be honest with you, I don't live anywhere near a track, and the reality of me tracking this car like every weekend is slim to none. At most, I'd probably track it like once a month. But to be honest, I just want to be able to drive the car as much as possible. I want it to be a little more comfortable. I want to go on longer drives. I want to go to the mountains with it. And when you have a car that is just a track car, kind of takes away from the enjoyment of just leisure driving, just cruising in the car. Having a full-blown track car, yes, it is very cool, very raw. You have the cage, everything is stripped, it's super light. Got these bucket seats and these harnesses. It looks really cool. It's definitely a blast to drive a car like that, but I will tell you right now, after a while, when you just want to get in and go for a drive every other day, every day, it tends to be a little bit much, and that's kind of where I found myself. You know, I'm not like a big track racer. I'm gonna try and get out there as much as I can, but for this car in particular, this car is just nice and there's a lot of value in it, and I just don't want it to be like a shell on wheels. Most track cars, they're pretty clapped out because they just get tracked constantly and that's it. If I were to do it all over again and my only intention for this car were to be a track car, I'd put probably zero money into the exterior. I wouldn't do anything to it. I would just drive it and just make sure that it would last on the track, and that's really it. This car, it's beautiful. Let's be honest, it looks really good, and I just love driving this thing like as much as I possibly can. So part of that process has been, you know, putting the interior back together, sourcing things that are newer in the interior, making it a bit more comfortable. You guys saw the kill mat that I did, making it so it's not so loud in the car. And another part of that is replacing the seats that I currently have. So I have the QRT-Rs right now, which are about an $850 seat. And I'm actually technically downgrading to the R100 Sparcos, which are about $330. The R100s seem like solid seats. I looked at enough reviews to know that they're probably what I'm looking for. I was gonna go and get Recaro Sportster CSs, but then again, you're spending a lot of money, and those are all on back order right now. So I figured if worse comes to worse and I put these seats in the car and I really don't like them, I can always return them. We'll see how they compare to the ones that I have now. So here is the QRT-R that I have in there now. And while it feels really great when you're in there, you are very cupped in. It's a little bit small for me. My shoulders are a bit too broad for these side bolster pieces, whatever you call them, these shoulder humps right here. My shoulders are just a little bit too broad, so I can't fully take advantage of this seat. I'm always like kind of pushed out a little bit. But even if I were to get a wider seat, this thing is like millimeters from hitting the door. There really wouldn't be any more room to get a wider seat in this car. The other thing is obviously this is not reclinable, so you're kind of like stuck in the position you're in. And there's many times where I just kind of find myself wanting to move around and just get a more comfortable position. Great for a track setup, but not so great for a street setup. Also, getting in and out is kind of annoying with these side bolsters. Again, makes sense for track, doesn't really for street. So that's kind of why I'm going down this road and taking these out and putting the other ones in. Ugh. So once you are in, it's relatively comfortable, but you're stuck. You're in one spot and you are not moving. You can obviously go back and forth because I have the sliders, but you're pretty much where you're gonna be, and that's it. I've often found myself wanting to recline it back a little bit, just have a little bit more support back there, change up the stance a little bit when I'm driving for longer than an hour. Typically when I'm in these seats, I have about like an hour limit, and then it just becomes a little too much for me. Maybe it's old age, maybe it's a bad back, but after a while, they just tend to be a little bit too stiff and a little too aggressive for my liking, for like a daily drivable car, streetable car. Now I will say these are very nice seats, don't get me wrong. For the money, I feel like, and if you are building a car that's more track oriented, these are probably one of the, if not the best seats that you can get for the price. You know, they're under $1,000, they're lightweight, they do the job, they're aggressive, they cup you in really well. You can run your harnesses through them. You can adjust them as far as like bolts. You would have to take it off and, you know, move the bolts up and down if you want the seat to go up and down. And then obviously if you get the sliders, you can move it back and forth. So it is a great seat. I'm not bashing this seat at all. There's a reason I bought the seat in the first place. It just doesn't really make sense for the future of this car. In my opinion. I figured I would try out these Sparco R100s first. If I like them, great, we'll keep them. At the very least, this will make for a good comparison video for you guys. And if I don't like them, I return them and maybe go with a more expensive set or something a little bit different. All right, so that should pretty much cover everything in terms of the QRT
Seat, like I said, I think it's a great seat. It's just not for my application as of right now. I might just hang on to these and put them in a future build or something like that. I'm not quite sure yet. But today we are going to pull this out and we're going to throw in the R100. So we've got a couple of, I believe these are either 15s or 16s. Pop these out, pop the ones out on the inside, pull the whole seat out. We'll move it to the other garage and I'm going to show you guys how to swap everything over. Also, if you have an E36, I will show you the exact floor mounts that we're using and the rails and all that stuff. And then I will go ahead and assemble the new one and throw it into the car. I already actually assembled one of the R100s to make sure this would work. And yeah, we're all good. Trying to give you guys the full unboxing experience here. And then the seat will be completely reclined down like a board. All right, it shall look like this when you get it out of the packaging. So you'll notice I went for leather this time. These ones are cloth, and it's not bad having the cloth, but I do think that these will tear and wear a lot faster than the leather. I also, like the OCD in me, I have pets and I get hair all over this thing and then it flies around in the interior. I know that's like something silly to complain about, but I just prefer having a seat that's leather than I do cloth. And so you can get these in cloth or you can get them in leather, but I just wanted to go for a leather look. And I am putting in the interior in the E36 M3 and it's gonna be all black leather. So this kind of just, it was an obvious choice, it just made sense. So yeah, this is how it's gonna come in the box. And then you'll have these little covers. Believe it or not, I actually ordered these on Amazon. I'll have them linked down below, but they came in like 3 days from when I ordered them. So these are the little adjusters for the side. And then in here are the handles for the adjusters. Now I will say I did my homework when looking up these seats and checking out reviews, and the most common complaint was that these crack. I guess they're just like really cheap plastic from Sparco, but everyone who had complained about them and who had ended up breaking theirs, they were sent out a free set from Sparco, no questions asked. There was also one guy who had this like 3D printed in a more durable plastic, so I guess that is something you could do if you really want to go that route, but just be mindful of it, I guess. Just be careful when you're adjusting it. There's one on each side, and so in my opinion, if you're gonna adjust the seat, grab both of them at the same time and then recline, find your positioning. But yeah, I did want to note that you know, some people were just complaining about the overall cheapness of these little handles, and I do agree, they do feel like cheap. I feel like I could break this really easily, so just be mindful of it. But yeah, so this was the most common complaint about these seats. To put the plastic pieces on, it's very easy. You'll see a clip here on this side. You're gonna wanna put this clip part up on here first, and then the back should just snap in. Just like that. Same thing with this one. So start with the front, line up the back, and it should go right into place. All right, so once you have those two connected, you are able to lift this, put my knee in the way so it doesn't hit me in the nuts. Yeah, so it'll recline just like that. So I know that one of the things that people are gonna ask about is weight with these two seats. So let's go ahead and weigh me, and then weigh me holding the QRT, and then weigh me holding the R100, and let's see what the difference is. Let's see what your boy's weight is nowadays. 193.4. Let's do the QRT first. It is a light seat, man, very light. 209.2, R100. Definitely heavier. 222.2. All right, so that is a pretty significant difference. We're talking about a 13-pound difference from the QRT to the R100. The QRT is a 15.8-pound seat, whereas the R100 is a 28.8-pound seat. Am I personally worried about the weight? No, but again, if you are building a track car or a race car, that might be something to think about. So now I'm gonna show you guys how to actually assemble the seats, the brackets, and the floor mounts. Now, these pieces over here came off of the QRT. You need those in order to run the QRTs, because with the QRTs, you mount the seat on the side of the actual seat itself. And those are the brackets that allow you to do that from the rails and the floor mount. As you can see, I have mine that's already
setup over here. Now the seat belt mechanism, the portion of that is actually from an E30. I read about that in the forums, that in order to run the actual seat belt mechanism on the E36s, this is probably one of the easiest ways to do it, because it's just a simple long piece that comes off of the seat belt mechanism and it bolts right up to the actual seat mount itself. Whereas on the E36s, the way that the mechanism was laid out doesn't allow you to bolt it right up to the Sparco seat. But let's go ahead and take this one apart, and then we'll start working on putting that one together. Alright, so when you guys buy everything, this is typically how it's going to look when you get it. You just want to remember that the seatbelt portion is going to be on your back right, if it is obviously the driver's side, or of course your back left, if it is your passenger side. So this will be the front, where you can see the bar I'm placing up there. The way that you'll be able to tell if the rails are going in the right direction is these levers should be able to pull up, and they should be facing this way. So this is how I know that the rails and the seat mount and everything is set in the right direction. What I like to do first is put the rails onto the seat, onto the back of the seat, and then I go ahead and put the actual floor mount on for the seat brackets. As far as the hardware, I literally just went to Home Depot and found the right thread pitch and the right depth. I believe these are all like 1 inch, and they are 13 millimeters. I've just been using these and they seem to work well. So now let's go ahead and just put these on the seats. It's gonna be really easy. I'm gonna flip this over, have it hang off so nothing gets damaged, and then go ahead and throw everything on. All right, so we have everything on here, and when you get to the actual lever portion, these two sides are gonna go into these silver adjustment levers. See them right there and right there. Right now I have it pretty far bent out. The base of the QRTs was wider than the base of these. So you can see, we try to line it up, it's way too big. So what you have to do is actually bend it, line it up with those two silver parts, and slide it onto those. It's gonna be pretty tough to get on. I recommend just wrapping a rag around the edge and giving it a little nudge with a sledgehammer or a hammer. Perfect. Just like that. So when you pull this up, it will adjust forward and backwards. And then lastly, we'll just go ahead and put our seatbelt portion on. All right, seatbelt portion is on. And you can, of course, move this around, adjust it to wherever you need to be. That's it. That's assembling the entire seat that we need for this application. So now all we have to do is throw it in the car, make sure everything lines up, and go for a ride. All right. We've got the first one in the car, and I'm going to I think that's where I want it. This definitely has to come back a little more. Dude, I love that these are now adjustable. These are gonna look really good, you guys, I think. Also look at my sick tape job, waiting for glue to dry over there. But these look really nice. I think these are gonna work out well. I'm not gonna put the other one in because I still have to put the cage in, back seats, all that stuff. I'd just take it right back out. So no point in doing that. But what we are gonna do is we're gonna go for a ride, and I'm gonna see how these feel. It feels like in terms of like height and everything, it's the same as the other seat, as the QRT. This seat is definitely much more like rigid and firm, whereas the QRT, that softer material, it has a little bit more padding. What I do notice right away is right underneath your thighs in the QRT, there's a bit of like a hump. There's none of that in this. So it's relatively flat. If you don't like a flat bottom, this isn't gonna be the seat for you. It's just a much more simple design versus that QRT seat. But it feels nice, man. I think the height is really good. It's obviously I can recline now, which is really nice. It's easy to get in and out of, which was a big deal for me. The QRT was just annoying to get in and out of every day. You're like jumping over that side bolster, which is just huge. Yeah, this feels really good. I'm into it, man. For $330,
this is a solid setup. There's not like a ton of room for you to move around, so it still grips you pretty good, but I don't feel so constricted. I felt very constricted in the QRT. My shoulders didn't quite fit well in that seat. This seat seems a little bit better for people who are a little bit wider and larger. So if that's you, this is definitely the route to go versus the QRT. And even if you were to get a larger size of the QRT, I'm not sure that that would fit in this car, because the size that I had, which I'm pretty sure was a large, was already hitting the side of the door and everything. Like, you didn't have any more room. But this feels good, man. This feels very solid. It's comfortable enough for me. I don't need the most plush seat in the world. It's a good mix between like what would feel like a stock seat and an aftermarket like racing seat. For $300, like I don't know if this could be a bad decision anywhere around. Like, that's so cheap for a racing seat. First moment that I sat in this seat, it was very awkward and different. I was so used to the QRTs in this car that I was like, whoa, this feels odd. But now that I'm like riding in it a little bit more, it feels a lot better. It feels a lot more natural. I definitely think that this seat is the way to go for the setup that I have right now. It doesn't feel like a $2,000 seat. Like, I'll be honest, it definitely feels like a cheaper end seat. It doesn't feel like it's really high quality leather. It doesn't feel like it would be something that you'd want to sit in for 9 hours, you know? It's not that comfortable. But for a $300 seat, and for the purpose of this car, and I think purpose of like most budget builds, this is a very, very good option for a seat. I think really your biggest downsides are these plastic levers on the side. I think that it just comes down to being careful and like gentle and cognizant of the fact that these are kind of flimsy, so you don't want to break them. Just be careful when you're adjusting the seat. Yeah, man, it feels really good. Like, I have no issues with this seat, man. I think this feels great. Yeah, these are great, man. These are perfect for what I need. Definitely feeling them. It's interesting because in the E36, there's a bit of an angle to the seat. So you'll notice that when you start sitting in aftermarket seats that are a bit more rigid, there's always like a weird angle to the E36 seats. They kind of tend to dip towards the center a little bit and point inwards. I've read about this in the forums and stuff. Some people make up for that by using washers on one side of the seat rail. Yeah, the more that I drive, the more that I get used to it. It feels really good. And you, of course, can still run the harnesses with this seat. It's got cutouts and everything for that. My comprehensive review on these Sparco R100s. I dig them, man. I think they're good. For the amount of money you're spending, I think that these are definitely gonna do the job. This kind of has like a retro like feel and look to it, in my opinion. It almost feels like an old like Recaro that you'd find in like an E30 or something. Like, it's a very simple, basic design. The padding isn't too crazy, but for any sort of like budget build, I think this is plenty of seat for you. I think that you're gonna be just fine in this seat. God, is it good. This car is just so good. There's also a brake retrofit that a lot of people do on these cars from one of the Porsches. I forget what the exact model is, but there's a company that takes the older Porsche brakes and then they refinish them, make them nice and new, and then they also sell the adapter kit, so you can just buy everything at once and just straight up install it on your E36. I'm gonna do that as well. It's like the more affordable way to do like a bigger brake kit. I think they're like a few $1,000s, but it looks like they're totally worth it. So I'm gonna do that as well to this car. This car has just sort of taken a back seat because I've been so busy with the 340 and like other life stuff going on. But every time I get into this car, man, I'm just reminded how much I love this thing and how far it's come. And if you guys don't know the whole story behind this car, I bought it for $5,000 at a car show, and it was just completely clapped out. Took a lot of time, a lot of effort, and a lot of money to get it where it's at now. And it's still very far from finished, but I kind of see this car as like, it's a forever project. Like, I just work on it whenever I have time here and there. But someday, dude, this car is going to be so good. It's going to be so immaculate. I'm going to have it completely painted. Right now it's wrapped, and I'm going to try and like restore the interior to like a really, really good condition. If you guys are looking for good project cars, check out getting like an E36 328 or an M3 if you can find one. These are just such great cars to own. I made one stop to get a coffee, and I think my starter went out. Nothing. She starts right up, no problem.
Nothing.
Emotional, damn it! Can't believe that, dude. One stop to get a coffee. I should have just gone straight to the shop or left it running. We're gonna try and knock the starter with a hammer. A little old school trick to see if we can get it to fire up. I don't think it's the battery. I think the battery's fine, but it could definitely be the starter, and yeah, we'll find out. My saving grace. Starter went out for sure, because everything's good with the battery. He's gonna go get a pry bar, and we're gonna try and tap the starter and see if we can get it to start. There's people like, hey man, can I take a photo of it? It's like, oh yeah, but it's not in the best condition. Looks pretty at least. Oh man, E36 problems. This is my first time that this car has ever broken down though. So we will tap starter, and I'll keep you guys posted. Can just push it all the way back like this.
We honestly could. Yeah, we could.
Car's so fucking light,
Seriously,
dude.
this thing's so fucking, and it's like downhill.
We got the boys. So I could probably start it right here, don't you think?
Yeah, right before.
Once we back it up.
With this hill, you'll have some speed. Yeah, let's back it up.
Yeah, let's try and back it up, and then we'll...
Yeah, we should be able to do that.
Yo. Just enough to spin, baby.
Spin the flywheel. Yeah. All right, ready?
All right, yeah.
Get some speed. Oh yeah, that's enough speed. Try it, try it. Still enough speed.
There you go. Yeah. We got her started. Oh, yes sir. Oh, my hood's open. We gotta go slow. Slow. Forgot the hood is open. All right, that's good. That's success. Well, E36 things, right? So definitely starter. We'll see how fast we can get one in. We actually might even have one at the shop, so we might be able to get it in, like, done today. We'll see. It's always a joy. Get an older E36, they say. No project car comes without their struggles, that's for damn sure, dude. All right, so that is the that is what we're going to be doing now. This video was just going to be control arms, but now we'll do starter and control arms. So I think we're going to order one, try and get it here today, and then go ahead and work on that, and then we'll hopefully be good from there. Luckily I was close by though, or else that would have sucked. 36. I need one of those. I need one of those bad boys. Poor girl. Chris Fix here. Yeah, so we're doing the starter today. Got Mr. Cademan here helping out. I've actually never done a starter, so this is like, I'm learning now. Ever, never done a starter. I have had pretty good luck, but I've had mostly newer cars, so. This is the original starter that went out. Had 100-some thousand miles. And yeah, it doesn't surprise me. We probably should have just done it when we did the manifold. But Mr. Cademan here was telling me we got to pull the manifold, right? And then starter's right underneath that.
We have a new one coming in. It should be here today. And then I think we're gonna bring this back tomorrow and do the control arm so I can at least drive home. But yeah, turn of events. So this is gonna be a starter video. And then we'll also put in the control arms in this video. Double whammy. We've decided to do the valve cover gasket because mine's leaking. Some freshies. Some freshies. Still waiting on that starter. Should be here any minute now. Starter is here. Bringeth my startereth. Perfect timing too. Just finished the valve cover gasket. How much was this?
$199.
$5? Yeah, BMWs. List is $386 on this bad bitch. Oh yeah.
Hold it. You gotta hold it, Katie. Hold it.
All right, just tough. It's all going back together now. Almost the moment of truth. See if that was the problem. Remember at the beginning of the video when I said it starts up every single time perfectly?
Yeah.
Never say that.
Time for the startup.
All right, we're back. We're back in action, baby. Let's go. It was bound to happen anyway, so good thing we just knocked it out. Success. We'll be back tomorrow for the control arms. Yeah. Let's try this again. Starts up every time. Starts up every time that I have a functional starter. What is up, guys? It is a new day. We're heading back to CES. It is time to get these control arms installed. We made it. Let's do this. So OEM replacement, and then these Bimmerworld.
The track tabs.
Bimmerworld.
Track control arm bushings.
Track control arm bushings. Cool. Yeah. Sweet. So new OEM ones and then track.
Yeah, with Delrin inserts, so you can replace the Delrin over time.
Nice. Ah, nice. Toast.
That's bad.
Yeah, that's bad. Oh my god. Dude, wow. And these just move like so freely. Yeah, that's what it's. Yeah. But that's what's replacing it. Yep.
So this insert is self-lubricating, and you can also change these out if you need to.
Sick.
It'll go on the other side.
Dude, that's crazy. Wow. And these you can hardly even move them. All brand new. I'm hyped. You could break that off. Yep. That's crazy.
I mean, You shouldn't be able to move it freely.
Right, right. Well, these are all probably original, I would assume. Watch your head. I'm gonna have to get an alignment after this as well. But this is the last piece up front that we need. Besides brakes, I want to change out the brakes. Look at those Porsches. Yeah, hit it! Oh, look, everything looks so new up here now. Hell yeah. Sheesh, sheesh. Just put some glue in there, dude.
Yeah.
Some bubble gum in there. Yeah, those are toast.
Tape it.
Tape it up, yeah. Duct tape it. Be perfect. Good to go. We're gonna do the O2 sensors next. That's right, baby. Got them freshies. All right, we are good. We're gonna clear the codes out and then take her home. Man, she looks really good. You guys need anything done? CS Motorsport, Charlotte, Monroe, hit them up. BMWs, Supras, tuning, dyno, performance. They do it all here. Sheesh. We got a giant dent right here. I have to get taken out. You see that? Trying to get someone to take care of that. All right, the good news is it's not shaking anymore. So that was 100% what the problem was. Between like 60 and 80, the thing would just shake profusely. And it was those little lollipops that were just completely, those bushings were just completely torn out and donezo. I have to get an alignment though, because my toe is like completely out of whack. So this thing is just like trem lining all over the road. But yeah, success, dude. Awesome. New O2 sensors, new starter, new valve cover gasket, and new control arms. Day on the dyno for the E36. Place your guesstimates down below. What is this bad girl gonna make? I don't know, man. Somewhere in the 200s, I would guess. I'm excited to find out though. Should be kind of cool. As you guys know, the future of the E36 will be the S54. I'm actually coming back tomorrow to start working on that motor, clean her up. Hendel's making me do the rod bearings, which is good, so I'm gonna learn. I'm excited for that. But yeah, this thing's gonna clean up really nice. So we'll see what that ends up making. I think the goal with this motor and that car is like 330, 340 wheel. Turbo, dude. This is gonna look so good in the E30, bro. It's gonna look beautiful in the E30. It's gonna sound good, look good. Zach, don't you agree that I should put this motor in my E30?
Definitely.
That's what I like to hear, buddy. So this is gonna be a fun little comparison to see what this car is making now and then after we put the S54 in it. I know some of you guys have asked for dyno on this car. All right guys, so yeah, we are back at CS Motorsport, and if you guys need any dyno performance tuning, any of that stuff on BMWs and Supras, hit them up. I'm gonna have all their stuff linked down below. This video, like I said, we're probably just gonna do a couple pulls and see where the car is at. You know it's coming for this car. I think I'm gonna put that motor in this car and then turbocharge the S52. Dude, it's crazy to think that back when I got this car, the condition it was in, to now it's like on the dyno, the way that it's just crazy, dude. I can't believe that. What a transformation. Drop those estimates down below. What do you think it's gonna be? My guess is 220. That's what I think. first run we got here. See how she's doing. See what she's making. And 242, 239. Did notice it's leaning out a little bit up top here. We're gonna try to address that, but not too bad. It's actually like pretty high for a stock E36 NA S52 motor with just the M50 manifold. Pretty good.
We're having a little bit of an issue with the AFR is leaning out after about 6,500 RPM, but we'll look into that and see what's going on there. But everything else looks pretty good. Might need a little bit of a tweaking down low just to pick up this power a bit. But as far as everything else goes, looks like a pretty good dyno graph. We're liking it.
All right, second run is up. Let's see what she's doing here. It's right around the same. 242, 241, 237, 239. Did notice we keep having this little pickup right here. It was a little bit earlier in the previous run, so we're gonna have to address that. And then we're still a little bit lean up top here. All things that we're gonna be able to figure out, whether it's fueling related or tune related, we'll have to go through it and address it. Pretty sure this is the original fuel pump that's in the car too, so that could definitely be creating some issues with this. The fact that it's even on a dyno right now is pretty crazy. And then
rags to riches story.
It really is a rags to riches story, but this is good.
There, she's almost
there.
there.
I mean, this is like really good information for us to have, and obviously, like, I haven't really known how this car is supposed to be driving, so being able to actually see some of this and knowing that we have to address some other issues to make it drive even better is really, really helpful on my end. So that's kind of like one of the reasons that you go to a dyno, so you can really see how the car is performing throughout the entire power band. So this is really good information. All right, Nick G just got back to us, made a little revision on the tune. We're gonna see if we can make some other stuff happen. So remember, it's leaning out a little bit up top and a little bit in the beginning, and we're just trying to address that with Nick G. So he was able to get in touch with us and give us a alternate file. So we flashed it in, and we're gonna see what she's doing. Nick G with the proper fix. Look at how much better this graph looks, man. It's crazy. So you can see immediately. That pull is 240, 237, which is pretty much the same as what we've been doing, but look at the difference up here. This is where we were having that weird blip in the green, and then we were having these issues up here with everything leaning out. He just cleaned all that up for us. Also, we're not leaning out over here either. So yeah, he's adjusting the timing in the top end to make this a little bit more happy. And then this is the AFR issue that we had before that just got fixed.
But this is all tuning.
But this looks a lot, all tuning, all based on tuning. And look at how much, it just looks so much better. All of it looks so much cleaner. Not bad, dude. 240 and 237?
Yes.
I'll take it.
Yeah,
I'll take it, man. That's
Those
awesome.
were stock motor numbers back in the day. And mind you, on the E36 M3, it came stock with 240 horsepower at the motor.
Yeah,
you were making that at the wheels, NA.
I don't know what gets me more psyched. 620 wheel in my 340 or even 240 in my little NA E36. Gets me excited.
Oh, yeah.
So good. It's going to drive a lot better too, I think. Up top was rough. After a few hours of dyno in here, dialing some stuff in with Nick G. Big shout out to that guy for helping out today. Got some other little things we're gonna address on the car, maybe some new plugs, but this is where we're ending up. And we're both really happy with it. Super, super clean graph. And then we kept the air to fuel where it needs to be.
Oh yeah, it's definitely much better than it was when we first started having some lean running conditions after 6,500.
Yeah.
So that was fixed. Fixed some timing related issues, up RPM past 5,500. We do have, you know, a couple extra pulls that we did, just if you wanted to bring that up just to see. But basically we were just ironing out this last bit. Might be a plugs related issue right here. We're gonna check that but this was the cleanest pull that we got. Which
Yeah,
was
and that
number
looks
8,
really
and
good.
It's a nice clean pull, and we're
Yeah,
happy with that.
Nick was able to clean up a lot in this tune and make it a ton better.
And this is what it looked like before when we first came in, so that you have a before and after comparison.
Look at the difference. It's like, what's
Here's
going on?
Yeah, there's the other one there too. So
yeah, it was rough in the beginning for sure.
definitely some tuning tweaks that fix that.
Yep, it looks really good. 241, 242 wheel horsepower and 238 pound-feet torque, which is, man, it's really good for this car.
Like we were saying, you know, some of the other cars that we have that have the 24-pound injectors and the upgraded 3.5-inch air mass meter are making these kind of numbers, and you're making them with the stock HFM and the 21-pound injectors. So overall, really, really good results, and I think you should enjoy that one a lot more.
Yeah, it should feel a lot better. Well, it's like I was saying before, like I don't really know how this car was supposed to feel, because it was just, you know, when I bought it, like it hardly even made it home. And so this car is just always kind of, we've just been doing things slowly and slowly to it, and then we kind of slapped the tune on and never really got a chance to dial it in. But today we had a chance, you know, obviously with these guys over at CES and then Nick, to really dial stuff in. Helped out big time. So we'll probably slap in some new plugs and kind of go from there. But I'm happy with it, really happy with it. I think there's no other reason to, you know, worry about the way the car's driving now.
She sounds great, and for a bolt-on package, I mean, like we were saying before, these cars start out with 240 motor when they were advertised back in 95 through 99, and I mean, you're making that at the wheels with bolt-ons.
It's crazy. It's like 280 crank.
Yeah, roughly-ish. Yeah. So definitely a 40 horsepower increase over bone stock numbers.
Cool.
And a normally aspirated S52.
Awesome. Well, thanks again, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
All right, guys. So if you need anything done to your cars, your BMWs, Supras, as you guys know, CS Motorsport out here in Monroe, Charlotte, North Carolina, they do tuning, dyno performance, all that stuff. You guys can hit them up, and that will effectively end the video on the E36 M3 little dyno session. So that's kind of like what you guys can expect if you're doing just full bolt-ons and like the M50 manifold on an S52 and an E36. Just kind of good to just have those like baseline numbers and understand where the car is at. It's really not too bad. Like I said, you know, I want to put that motor in the E30, and I think that would just be such a bad little car. Anyways, guys, I want to thank you for watching the video today. Love you all. See you in the next one. Peace.